Zhou Ye was originally just an overworked cog in the machine, laboring under the oppressive whims of a heartless boss, living a life devoid of aspiration. Through his disdainful efforts, he finally amassed a fortune of 1 million yuan, just as he was about to resign from his job and indulge in a life of leisure. Unfortunately, while attending to nature's call, he rose too abruptly, his vision blackened, and he collapsed onto the ground. He found himself transported into a novel he had only skimmed through briefly. Upon opening his eyes once more, he discovered the female protagonist of the story being bullied in a dead-end alley. With a pang of conscience, he mentally cursed their parents. When he realized he was the orchestrator of this bullying, it felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Having just cursed their parents, he now bore the title of the gang leader among the ruffians, leaving him to ponder the fate of his own family. The once dominant figure at school began to undergo a gradual transformation. Teachers observed Zhou Ye's remarkable academic improvement, while his classmates, taken aback by his newfound amiability, found themselves at a loss for words. Due to his transformation, the female lead, who had previously been unrelated to him, began to forge a connection with him. Meanwhile, the male protagonist, awakening with the memories of his past life, discovered that the story diverged from his recollections. Chapter 1. Have I become the villain? Hey, there isn't even a scrap of meat in here. What do you expect me to eat, you scoundrel? Zhou Ye, with his head bowed, apologized. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Unintentional? It seems rather deliberate to me. The angry youth hurled the plain lunchbox to the ground, spilling the meager rice and unappetizing vegetables everywhere. Isn't that right? Zhou Ye, flustered, could only keep his head down and apologize repeatedly. Zhou Ye was awakened by their commotion and slowly opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. Wait, where have I ended up? Wasn't I just in the restroom? Could it be that I've traversed into another realm? No, this cannot be. I've painstakingly saved 1 million yuan, and I haven't spent a single cent yet. Let me return. I refuse to be transported. Tell me, how do you intend to compensate for ruining my lunch? Zhou Ye trembled as he replied, I have no money. I don't care whether you have money or not. You must compensate me, or I shall strike you each time I see you. Zhou Ye was frightened by his words. How much do you want? She rummaged through her school uniform pocket. I suppose I'll just ask for 500. Zhou Ye tightened his grip in his pocket. 500. I don't have that much. Then there's nothing to be done. From now on, you'll have to pray to avoid us. Zhou Ye gazed at the yellow-haired youth before him, inwardly cursing, what a despicable person, bullying a weak girl in broad daylight. Truly a wretched creature. Despite his internal outrage, he refrained from intervening. After all, this was none of his concern, and the group comprised 5 individuals. Rashly speaking out could entangle him in their troubles. Zhou Ye planned to quietly slip away from this dead end. However, just as he prepared to make his exit, the group appeared to have noticed him. The yellow-haired youth turned around and fixed his gaze upon Zhou Ye, with the others following suit. Zhou Ye's heart raced, realizing that fleeing was no longer an option. Only 2 paths lay before him: to apologize and admit fault, or to confront them, neither of which seemed promising. As Zhou Ye pondered his predicament, the yellow-haired youth approached him with a serious demeanor. Damn it, I'm out of options. Just as Zhou Ye braced himself for confrontation, the yellow-haired youth, with a sycophantic smile, addressed him. How are you, Brother Zhou? Are you satisfied? Zhou Ye was momentarily bewildered by the sudden shift in demeanor. Brother Zhou, weren't you the one who called us over to teach her a lesson? The yellow-haired youth appeared equally confused. Wait, are you saying I summoned you to bully her? The yellow-haired youth and his lackeys exchanged glances. Yes, don't you remember? Upon receiving their confirmation, Zhou Ye felt as if the world had collapsed around him. So, when I cursed you earlier, it was akin to cursing myself? Brother Zhou, what are you talking about? If you're dissatisfied, we can go back and handle it again. No, don't do that. I'm satisfied, just leave, please. Zhou Ye urgently implored them. The yellow-haired youth scrutinized Zhou Ye's face intently. Zhou Ye, under their watchful gaze, began to perspire, fearful that they might discern his unusual demeanor. The yellow-haired youth, with an expression of enlightenment, startled Zhou Ye, who was deep in thought. I see, you want to take matters into your own hands, don't you, Brother Zhou? Initially taken aback, Zhou Ye quickly regained composure. Yes. I didn't expect you to catch on. You're quite perceptive. The yellow-haired youth beamed with pride, glancing at his companions as if to showcase his cleverness. All right, Brother Zhou, since you wish to take action yourself, we won't interfere. Go ahead. As he spoke, the yellow-haired youth gestured for the others to clear a path for Zhou Ye. You all should step back. I can handle this alone. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, seemingly puzzled by Zhou Ye's request. Just as Zhou Ye was about to explain, the yellow-haired youth confidently interjected. Everyone quiet down. The previously noisy crowd fell silent at his command. Clearing his throat and glancing at Zhou Ye, he proclaimed, You see, Zhou Ye's actions are justified. What is Zhou Ye's reputation outside? He is known as the King of Chaos. Think about it. If he didn't employ some ruthless tactics, How could he earn such a title? One individual inquired. What does letting us leave signify? Look, if it weren't for your incompetence, you wouldn't have joined our family. If you lack the fortitude to face Brother Zhou's ruthless methods, seeing them might frighten you into illness. Who would then run errands for Brother Zhou? So, Brother Zhou is protecting you. Do you understand? The yellow-haired youth concluded, casting a confident gaze at the crowd. The crowd exchanged glances. One of them asked Zhou Ye, "Is that really true, Brother Zhou?" Zhou Ye was also bewildered. While he genuinely wanted them to leave, he hadn't implied any ruthless methods. Yet, to avoid revealing his true intentions, he forced a nod. Upon receiving Zhou Ye's affirmation, the crowd finally relaxed. The yellow-haired youth beamed with happiness at Zhou Ye's confirmation. "All right, you all can leave now." "Yes, Brother Zhou, I'll take them away right now." Rest assured, the yellow-haired youth led the group out of the alley. Once Zhou Ye saw them depart, he finally exhaled in relief. "Hey, Liang, does Brother Zhou really have a grand scheme?" Liang paused, uncertain. In truth, he had no idea what Zhou Ye's scheme was. His response was merely a guess, an attempt to showcase his understanding of Zhou Ye to the others. Liang confidently asserted, "Of course. I'm not bragging. I didn't eat for 3 days after I finished reading." "Liga, didn't you spend all of Brother Zhou's money on chasing girls?" Liang kicked the person. "Shut up. I was too scared to eat after witnessing Brother Zhou's power. And besides, I wasn't chasing girls. I was expanding my network to assist Brother Zhou in the future, unlike you lot who just flaunt Brother Zhou's money at the middle school gate." The man, upon hearing Li Yang's words, felt an overwhelming sense of shame. "I apologize. I should not have doubted you, Brother Li. It's all right, Zhou Ge, as long as you recognize your mistake and rectify it in the next life." No, please don't mention it to Zhou Ge. "I assure you, I will never doubt you again." "What are you saying? We are all brothers here. Can we really be stingy?" "However, you know that even among blood brothers, accounts must be settled clearly. If you don't provide some benefits, our mouths won't remain sealed. So, what is it that you desire? You see, we have all been busy until now, and we haven't had lunch yet. You should treat us to something." "I understand. I will treat you all shortly." "Ah, that's more like it. We are all brothers, and we value loyalty above all else, don't we?" "Indeed." The young man, witnessing their enthusiastic exclamations, realized he was destined to part with a significant sum. Chapter 2, Suyuvai. Zhou Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief after watching them leave. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound behind him. Curiosity piqued. Zhou Ye turned around and discovered Su Qiubai stealthily picking up the vegetables that had fallen to the ground. Upon realizing she had been spotted, Su Qiubai recalled Li Yang's earlier words and quickly ceased her actions, retreating fearfully towards the dead end behind her. It was only when her back met the wall that she halted. Zhou Ye observed Su Qiubai and noticed that her hair was quite long, obscuring her face as she lowered her head. Her school uniform appeared somewhat faded, possibly for being washed too many times, and her shoes showed signs of wear. Yet they remained impeccably clean. Neither of them uttered a word, maintaining a heavy silence. Zhou Ye wrestled with thoughts on how to convey to her that this was all a misunderstanding, but he struggled to find the right words, causing him inner turmoil. After nearly 10 minutes of the standoff, Su Qiubai spoke first. "I will no longer provoke Song Jiai. Can you let me go?" Her voice was laden with desperation, and she couldn't even bear to meet Zhou Ye's gaze, stealing glances at his expression instead. Upon hearing her plea, Zhou Ye inwardly cursed. Damn it, the original owner is truly heartless. How could he mistreat such a young girl? He deserves to be condemned. Yet, he soon found himself pondering the nature of Song Jiai. Noticing the furrow in Zhou Ye's brow, Su Qiubai felt tears welling up in her eyes. "I only have this much. Please, spare me. I promise I will never anger Song Jiai again." Hearing the girl's voice quiver, Zhou Ye snapped back to reality. He saw Su Qiubai holding a few 10 and 20 yuan bills, including a rare 50-cent note. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she extended them towards him. Zhou Ye noted that although her hands were long and delicate, they bore numerous calluses. Seeing him not take the money, Su Qiubai mistakenly assumed he found it insufficient. "I only have this much." Zhou Ye quickly comprehended her misunderstanding and began to approach her slowly. As he did, Su Qiubai's fear intensified. "Do not come any closer," she exclaimed, summoning all her strength to shout. Zhou Ye closed the distance, now less than a meter away. Su Qiubai gazed up at him, feeling both resistance and terror. At that moment, Zhou Ye leaned in closer, causing her face to go pale with fright. She shut her eyes, her mind racing with thoughts of escape. What if he refused to let her go? Was he about to unleash some terrifying move on her? Someone, save me. I am genuinely terrified. Just as these thoughts raced through her mind, she heard a voice she believed she would never hear in her lifetime. I am sorry, su classmate. Su Qiubai opened her eyes, her expression shifting from fear to shock. Zhou Ye was bowing deeply before her, his face a portrait of sincerity as he uttered his apologies. I am truly sorry, su classmate. I should never have bullied you or cornered you here. All of this arose from my ignorance and impulsiveness, for which I am deeply remorseful. Su Qiubai was left bewildered by Zhou Ye's actions, unsure of how to respond. Zhou Ye glanced up at her, noticing she had no intention of helping him up, so he nonchalantly rose to his feet. Once Zhou Ye stood, Su Qiubai finally calmed down, observing her relaxed demeanor. Zhou Ye cleared his throat and said, Su classmate, I sincerely apologize for my past actions. To atone for my previous mistakes, I vow that no one shall bully you again. Hearing Zhou Ye's words, for reasons unknown, Su Qiubai nodded automatically. Realizing what she had done, she quickly caught sight of Zhou Ye's delighted expression, making her hesitant to refuse him now. At that moment, an untimely sound interrupted them. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Qiubai's stomach growled audibly, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Zhou classmate, I need to go eat, she said hurriedly, lowering her head to exit the scene. Wait. Zhou Ye grasped her arm firmly, pulling her back. Naturally, Su Qiubai lacked the strength to resist and was effortlessly drawn back. Turning to face the boy who had halted her, her hair flew back with emotion, revealing her exquisite features, rivaling those of starlets. The blush on her face only enhanced her charm. Zhou Ye found himself momentarily entranced, having only seen such beauty in anime. You're so beautiful. He couldn't help but murmur. Upon hearing this, Su Qiubai lowered her head, her voice trembling as she asked, See, can you let go of me? If I don't hurry to eat, I'll be late. My apologies, I didn't mean to grip you so tightly. Zhou Ye quickly released her hand. And no problem. Zhou classmate, do you need anything from my house? All right. I wanted to ask, are you going to eat the food that spilled? Zhou Ye pointed at the container that Su Qiubai had dropped. Following his gesture, Su Qiubai shook her head. It's fine, I have a bun. Just a bun? Zhou Ye was puzzled by her response, but she nodded nonetheless. That one tea do. You're coming with me, he declared, tugging her towards the alley's exit. Initially, Su Qiubai attempted to resist, but upon realizing it was futile, she surrendered. Curiously, she inquired, Zhou classmate, where are we going? Of course, we're going to eat. What else will we do? You don't need to pull me. I can return to class myself. Who said we were going back to class? Zhou Ye halted to question her. Upon hearing that they were not returning, Su Qiubai was taken aback. But aren't we going to eat? Indeed. I'm inviting you to eat outside. No need. I could just eat my bun. That's out of the question. It was my friend who spilled your lunch. I must take responsibility. Seeing that Su Qiubai was about to protest further, Zhou Ye quickly pulled her along, not allowing her the chance to voice any objections. Realizing his determination, Su Qiubai ceased to argue, instead reaching into her pocket to count her money. Chapter 3. Let us have a simple bowl of noodles. Zhou Ye led Su Qiubai swiftly to the exit of the alley. Upon seeing Zhou Ye emerge, Li Yang and the others immediately surrounded him. However, upon catching sight of Su Qiubai behind him, they all halted. Li Yang was baffled as to why Zhou Ye was holding on to Su Qiubai, especially since she seemed to be resisting. Zhou Ye, noticing the expressions on their faces, released Su Qiubai's arm and addressed the group. I have an announcement. Starting today, no one is allowed to bully Su Qiubai. If I find out that anyone dares to mistreat her, I will ensure they face dire consequences. Is that understood? As Zhou Ye's voice faded, Liang immediately stepped forward and exclaimed, Brother Zhou, from this day forth, I, Liang, will risk my life to ensure that no harm comes to classmate Su, not even a hair on her head. With Li Yang's declaration, others began to voice their support as well. After hearing their words, Zhou Ye nodded and turned around, retrieving the now-soiled lunchbox from Su Qiubai's hands. Initially bewildered, Su Qiubai regained her senses and glanced at Zhou Ye, who chose to disregard her. Instead, he continued speaking to Li Yang, instructing, Take this to a sink and wash it clean. Afterwards, head to the supermarket and buy a new one. Make sure it's of good quality. And don't settle for those inferior products. Liang accepted the lunchbox with a smile, replying, "Absolutely, Brother Zhou. Rest assured, I will purchase the best available at the supermarket. Do you have any further instructions? Deliver it to her after school. That will be all. I'm off to have my meal now," Zhou Ye said, as he took Su Qiubai by the hand and departed. Liang yuchit Zhou Ye liave, Beijing did it. Brother Li, what's going on with Brother Zhou? Didn't he say he was going to teach that girl a lesson? Liang was interrupted by a slap on the back of his head from a newcomer. What girl? From now on, refer to her as classmate Su. No, call her Sister Su. A certain young ruffian, rubbing his head in discontent, muttered, "Is it really necessary? Perhaps Brother Zhou is just playing with her. Play with your sister. Have you ever seen Zhou Ye treat any girl with such kindness, aside from that idiot Song Jiai?" Upon hearing Song Jiai's name, the young ruffian's expression turned to one of anger. "Brother Li, don't mention that idiot. This morning, when I went to buy pancakes, she snatched them from me right as I got them, causing me to be scolded by our teacher." Though Liang was indeed annoyed by Song Jiai, who seemed to dangle Zhou Ye like a puppet, he hesitated to jump to conclusions without more concrete evidence. "Have you not been scolded enough?" The young ruffian awkwardly scratched his head. "Enough standing around here. Go and follow Brother Zhou's orders," Liang instructed, handing the lunchbox to him. I'm on my way then. Or what? Do you want me to go instead?" "But isn't this a task assigned by Brother Zhou? What did you mumble? Do you want a beating?" No. I'll go right away." The ruffian quickly snatched the lunchbox from Liang and dashed off. Actually, I didn't need him to wash it for me. I can do it myself," Su Qiubai softly interjected from behind Zhou Ye. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Ye halted, turned, and sternly replied, "That's out of the question. He made it dirty, so of course he should help you wash it. Besides, you can't walk around with a filthy lunchbox while we're going to dine." Su Qiubai opened her mouth to protest, but was interrupted by Zhou Ye. "I want noodles. Are you eating?" He pointed to a beef noodle shop less than 50 meters away. Zura, Su Qiubai stammelte. After she spoke, Zhou Ye took her hand and led her toward the noodle shop. As Su Qiubai felt the warmth of his grip, her heart inexplicably tightened. Upon seeing Zhou Ye approach, the waitress greeted him with a standard smile and asked, "Are you two here for noodles?" "Yes," Zhou Ye affirmed. "Please, this way." The waitress led them into the restaurant. "Find us a table with good lighting," Zhou Ye instructed the waitress. "Of course, right this way," she replied, guiding them to a window-side table. "Please have a seat." "I'll get the menu," Zhou Ye said softly. He had just settled down when he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning around, he found Su Qiubai looking down, her voice barely audible as she asked, Can you let go now?" Realizing he was still holding her hand, Zhou Ye quickly withdrew his grip, apologizing profusely. "I so sorry, klasmatesu. I didn't notice." As the warmth left her hand, Su Qiubai felt a mix of relief and a tinge of disappointment. Observing Su Qiubai in a daze, Zhou Ye mistakenly thought she was upset. "Are you angry because I held your hand?" "Oh no, not at all." So you like hostility naive. Once he received her reassurance, Zhou Ye felt at ease. "All right, no more standing around. Please sit down." Su Qiubai nodded softly and took her seat, while Zhou Ye sat across from her. As soon as he settled, the waitress returned with a menu and a notepad. "My apologies for the wait, esteemed guest," she said, handing the menu to Zhou Ye. Zhou Ye intended to pass the menu to Su Qiubai, but upon seeing her hurriedly shake her head in refusal, he decided to keep it and peruse it himself. Faced with the menu, Zhou Ye found himself momentarily perplexed. Noticing his furrowed brow, the waitress suggested, "Sir, you might want to try our signature dish, the spicy beef noodles. Everyone who has tried it raves about it." With the waitress's recommendation, Zhou Ye felt as though he had spotted a lighthouse while lost at sea. A lover of all things spicy in his previous life, he naturally favored a dish with heat, yet he was uncertain if Su Qiubai could handle spice. "Can you eat spicy food, classmate Su?" Zhou Ye invited. Su Qiubai merely nodded in response. "Then we'll have 2 servings of that. And can we add anything else?" "Certainly. We offer 9 additional toppings." The waitress indicated on the menu. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Ye swiftly ordered 2 bowls of noodles, each with an extra serving of beef, plus 1 egg, 1 fried tofu, 1 seaweed knot, 1 meatball, and 1 chicken leg. The waitress diligently noted down his order as Zhou Ye rattled it off. That will be all for now. I will call you if I need anything else. Absolutely. Please hold on a moment, she replied cheerfully as she headed toward the kitchen. Once she was out of sight, Su Qiubai couldn't help but voice her concern. I senti that a bit too much. It's fine. I have a big appetite. Zhou Ye susuriter. Su Qiubai, glancing at Zhou Ye's confident demeanor, wanted to mention that her appetite was small, but ultimately refrained. He discovered that he had indeed traversed time and found himself within the pages of a novel he had perused in the past, albeit only superficially, and now, nearly all details had escaped his memory. Rather than being troubled by the uncertainty of how the plot would unfold, he felt an even greater headache from the fact that he had become a minor antagonist in the early chapters of the story. Although his family was affluent enough to command attention in Nanzhou City, he was but a mere younger sibling when juxtaposed with the male protagonist, who bore the halo of a hero. Eventually, not only did he facilitate the union of the male and female leads, but his own family disintegrated, culminating in his body being cast into the sea to nourish the fish. The mere thought of this left Zhou Ye in distress. He yearned to deliver a sharp slap to the original protagonist for provoking the female lead and subsequently entangling him in the aftermath. Su Yuwei, who had been resolutely determined to offer a warning to Zhou Ye, retracted her outstretched hand upon witnessing his expression of irritation. Fortunately, shortly thereafter, the server arrived with 2 bowls of noodles. Hello, your noodles are ready. Please enjoy. Zhou Ye was drawn back to reality by the server's voice and replied, Yes. Thank you. Call me if you need anything. Once Su Qiubai felt Zhou Ye's gaze dissipate, she released a sigh of relief. Stop daydreaming and eat before the noodles get soggy, she urged. Zhou Ye handed her the disposable chopsticks, saying, Here, take these. Su Qiubai snapped back to attention and quietly replied, Thank you. No need to thank me. We're classmates, he replied, and then proceeded to delve into his meal without further regard for her. As Su Qiubai observed the towering mound of sauce before her, concealing any visible noodles, she felt at a loss. She glanced up to see Zhou Ye stuffing a meatball the size of his fist into his mouth, cheeks bulging like a squirrel's. Unable to contain herself, Su Qiubai burst into laughter at the sight. Zhou Ye, who initially perceived the meatball as manageable, recalled a food broadcast where the host could swallow a meatball whole, prompting his curiosity to attempt the same. However, he soon realized the meatball was far larger than anticipated, and had his mouth been any smaller, he would have surely failed. After hearing Su Qiubai's laughter, he curiously inquired, Su classmate, what is so amusing? It was only then that Su Qiubai recognized her own lack of decorum and quickly shook her head. Oh, it's nothing. I just choked a bit while eating. Zhou Ye stretched his neck to swallow the chewed meatball before responding, Oh, just be careful. With that, he resumed his vigorous eating. Observing Zhou Ye's favor, Su Qiubai began to eat more slowly and thoughtfully. However, as she continued, she suddenly heard a series of huffs and puffs. Curiously, she looked up to see Zhou Ye fanning himself, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Noting his slightly swollen lips, Su Qiubai couldn't help but laugh again. Zhou Ye, upon hearing her laughter, shot her a glare and retorted, I'm not sweating from the spice. It's just hot, understand? Despite his stubbornness, he refused to admit any weakness, especially since Su Qiubai, who appeared delicate, was handling her meal just fine. Yet, he was genuinely unprepared for the intense heat of the spicy beef noodles, feeling as if 1,000 steel needles were dancing upon his tongue. Su Qiubai, recognizing his bravado, suggested with sudden enthusiasm, Would you like some water, Zhou classmate? Zhou Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him at her offer, but he maintained an air of indifference, replying, No need for water. I can handle this little bit of spice. Oh, all right then, she said, initially intending to offer him water to express her gratitude for treating her to noodles, but her spirits dampened upon hearing his response. Noticing her glum demeanor, Zhou Ye felt a pang of guilt. Forget about appearances. It's fine if I lose some dignity, he declared in a somewhat haughty tone. If you're treating me, then I would mind having some water. Upon hearing this, Su Qiubai's previously downcast expression brightened with joy. Okay, I'll go get you some. Just wait here. With that, she quickly dashed off towards the beverage fridge to select something. Zhou Ye had intended to caution her to be careful, but seeing her already sprinting away, he refrained from saying anything further. Standing before the fridge, Su Qiubai earnestly pondered which drink Zhou Ye might enjoy. Unsure of his preferences, she decided to grab a variety of options she thought he might like. After a considerable wait, Zhou Ye saw Su Qiubai approaching with an armful of beverages, and he hurried to assist her in setting them down on the table. Staring at the mountain of drinks that nearly occupied half the table, Zhou Ye couldn't help but ask, "Why did you buy so many? Are you trying to drown me?" No, she replied, her eyes pleading. "I just didn't know what you liked, so I bought a bit of everything. Please don't be upset." As he glanced at her somewhat pitiful expression, Zhou Ye felt his heart soften. "I'm not upset. I merely wanted to know why you purchased so many." "Really?" she inquired. "Indeed. I find more joy in your kindness than anything else, as I seldom experience such thoughtfulness." Though Su Qiubai was skeptical of his latter remark, after all, how could a wealthy young master lack affection? She felt a flicker of happiness at his affirmation. "Now, take a look and see what you'd like to drink," she encouraged, gesturing toward the assortment. I'll have this one," Zhou Ye said, picking up a can of cola. Su Qiubai silently noted the brand of cola he chose. As Zhou Ye popped open the can and took a sip, he said, "All right, don't just sit there in a daze. Pick something for yourself, too." "Okay," Su Qiubai replied, finally selecting the same cola as Zhou Ye, but instead of opening it, she set it aside. Curious, Zhou Ye asked, "Why aren't you drinking?" "Oh, I'm not very thirsty right now. I want to wait a bit," she explained. "Oh, that's fine," he replied, not pressing her further, as it was her choice when to drink. In truth, Su Qiubai wasn't particularly fond of cola. Rather, she intended to bring one for her younger brother, Su Haoyu. A few days prior, while grocery shopping together, he had asked for a bottle of cola, but she hadn't been able to buy it due to her wages being unpaid at the time. Although he hadn't complained, she had noticed the disappointment in his eyes. Thus, she had resolved to bring one back for him. As Zhou Ye enjoyed his cola and noodles, Su Qiubai took small, measured bites of her meal. Approximately 30 minutes later, they finally finished eating. Zhou Ye sighed as he rubbed his stomach, now as round as a ball. "What a delightful meal," Su Qiubai echoed, also patting her slightly protruding belly. When she looked up, she noticed the clock on the wall, which had advanced to 3 o'clock. She hadn't realized that an entire hour of lunch break had passed, and the first class of the afternoon was about to commence. The thought of her homeroom teacher being unaware of her absence and perhaps worrying her mother made her anxious. As Su Qiubai contemplated the situation, a sense of panic began to envelop her. Zhou Ye, naturally, took note of her distress. "Do not worry, I have already made arrangements," he assured her, producing a mobile phone from his pocket and waving in front of her. Anticipating a delay, Zhou Ye had enlisted the help of his good friend Zhao Qiliai to inform the homeroom teacher that he was feeling unwell and requested Su Qiubai to accompany him to the pharmacy. Regardless of whether the homeroom teacher believed the story, Zhou Ye's intent was solely to provide reassurance to Su Qiubai. He unlocked his phone and handed over the chat history between himself and Zhao Qiliai for her to peruse. Upon realizing that the homeroom teacher was already aware of the situation, Su Qiubai gradually began to calm down. "All right, stop worrying so much. Let's head back to school. We have lingered outside for too long, which could arouse suspicion," she said, rising to her feet and nodding. She began to tidy up the drinks on the table, placing them all into the plastic bag she had requested earlier, while Zhou Ye stepped to the front desk to settle the bill. Shortly thereafter, Su Yuwai emerged, bearing a heavy plastic bag, with Zhou Ye waiting at the entrance, engrossed in his phone. Upon seeing her exit, he instinctively took the bag from her hands. Although she had intended to insist that she could manage, she found herself unconsciously relinquishing it. Zhou Ye turned to the still-dazed Su Qiubai and inquired, "What's the matter? Did you forget something?" No, she stammered. "Oh, then let us be on our way," he replied. Sununtai Kubai Akkoisid. Following closely behind him as they departed the noodle shop en route to the school. Just as they were making their way, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air from behind them. The two students in front halt. Zhou Ye turned around, instantly sensing trouble. The speaker was none other than Director Shui, known for apprehending tardy students. Zhou Ye immediately considered fleeing with Su Qiubai, but the middle-aged man interjected. I have already taken your photograph. If you dare run, I will publicly display your images at the next assembly for the entire school to see. Upon hearing those words, Zhou Ye froze. It was not the fear of public humiliation that troubled him. After all, he was a sturdy young man, and a little pain was inconsequential, but he was acutely aware that a timid girl stood beside him. Zhou Ye was particularly introverted, and he dreaded to think of the impact that public exposure would have on her. With a slow smile, Zhou Ye turned back to the teacher and said, "Sir, you jest. How could I possibly run? I was merely contemplating bringing you a drink in this sweltering heat. Do you think I will believe that? Enough with the nonsense. Give me your names and classes so I can report you to your homeroom teacher. It's already past 3 o'clock. What are you two doing outside? Please, sir, let's go this once. I promise it won't happen again," Zhou Ye pleaded. "No way. Enough chatter. Tell me your names and hurry back to school." Zhou Ye, realizing escape was futile, resigned himself to comply. "I am Wang Tao from Class 2 of Year 2, and this is Song Jiai from Class 2 of Year 2. As he spoke, he felt a tug at the hem of his shirt, but he paid it no mind and continued addressing the director. "Sir, I've already given you my information. Can you refrain from informing our homeroom teacher?" Director Zhou Ye, typing their names into his phone, maintained his stern demeanor. "No, I must report this to your homeroom teacher." What do you mean, Hurry back to school. Who will take responsibility if something happens to you?" Director Zhou Ye urged. "All right, but can you promise not to share the photos? Why are you only concerned about that now? Where was this concern earlier?" Director Zhou Ye retorted, his tone unwavering. No. Mistakes must be met with consequences. But look at this girl behind me. She is notoriously shy. She fears her mother discovering that she skipped class with a boy. If word got out, she might resort to drastic measures. That would not reflect well on the school, would it? Listening to Zhou Ye, Director Zhou Ye glanced at the timid girl hiding behind him, clutching his shirt with her head bowed. He found himself somewhat swayed by Zhou Ye's reasoning. After all, there had been numerous incidents in schools over the years where students had tragically interacted with concrete. Should the girl truly act on such thoughts, he would undoubtedly be blamed for it. Moreover, he had not actually taken any photos. His intent was merely to intimidate them into compliance. After a moment of contemplation, Director Zhou Ye finally relented. "Fine, I won't mention this at the assembly, but I will still inform your homeroom teacher." "Thank you, sir. I have no objections as long as you don't display the photos at the assembly." Zhou Ye expressed his gratitude fervently. "Very well, this is a one-time exception. Now, hurry back to school." "Understood. We're on our way." Zhou Ye replied, taking Zhou Ye's hand as they hurriedly departed the scene. After they had run for a short distance, Zhou Ye eventually halted, and Zhou Ye, upon checking that no one was following them, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly felt a tug on his sleeve. Chapter 6. Why is my nose slightly itchy? What is it? Zhou Ye turned to ask Zhou Ye, who had caught his attention. "Is what we did really okay?" She questioned hesitantly. "What are you talking about?" Zhou Ye replied, perplexed, using someone else's name to deceive the teacher. "Oh, that," he exclaimed, realizing her concern. "Do not dwell on it. It was merely a matter of self-preservation. Had I not used their names, we would have been the ones in trouble. Imagine the teacher telling your mother you skipped class with a boy. How do you think she would react? Besides, I didn't choose that name randomly. Isn't Song Jiai the one who often bullies you? Consider this a small act of retribution. So just remain calm and don't overthink this trivial matter." So you why not out of a desire for revenge against Song Jiai, but rather out of concern for her already frail mother. "What about Wang Tao? Does he have a grudge against you? Why mention his name?" Zhou Ye pondered for a moment before responding. "Oh, he definitely has a grudge, and it's one that will never be resolved." Hearing that Zhou Ye had a significant feud with Wang Tao, Zhou Ye mentally noted the name for future reference. However, Zhou Ye did not linger on this topic, for he spoke the truth. Someone capable of causing harm to him was certainly not a person he could reconcile with. "All right, let us not linger here any longer. Let us go." Okay." Zhou Ye snapped back to reality, quickening her pace to catch up with Zhou Ye, and they walked side by side toward the school. Before long, they arrived at their destination. As they entered the classroom simultaneously, the surrounding students' attention turned toward them. But upon realizing it was Zhou Ye, they quickly averted their gazes, fearful of drawing his ire. At that moment, a boy of similar stature to Zhou Ye, wearing glasses, approached them. Upon seeing him, Zhou Ye raised his hand in greeting. Siakiliai. Zhao Keilei is the only true friend that Zhou Ye has in school. The two have been acquainted since childhood, with their parents also familiar with each other. Unlike the ruffian Zhou Ye, Keilei is a quintessential academic achiever. Although he has always been overshadowed by Su Qiubai, ranking second in their prestigious high school is no small feat. Keilei politely replied, "It's nothing, just a minor issue." He then inquired, "By the way, where have you been? Why are you back so late?" Zhou Ye responded, "Didn't I tell you? I was feeling unwell and went to the pharmacy." With a chuckle, Keilei remarked, "You could save that line for someone else. I know you too well. With your character, you would never run errands yourself, especially not with her." As he spoke, Keilei gestured towards Su Qiubai, standing behind him. Realizing he couldn't deceive Keilei, Zhou Ye sighed. "I knew I couldn't fool you. I can tell you the truth, but you must promise to keep it a secret. If the old class monitor finds out, he'll surely report it to my family." Keilei nodded reassuringly. "You know me well enough. I'm not one to gossip." It was precisely because he understood Keilei's discretion that Zhou Ye divulged the events of the afternoon. Upon hearing Zhou Ye's words, Keilei was most astonished that Zhou Ye would use Song Jiai as a shield. Had it not been for Zhou Ye's own admission, he would have never believed it. After all, in Class 2, and indeed throughout the entire school, everyone knew of Zhou Ye's affection for Song Jiai. Zhou Ye cherished her like a precious gem, scarcely daring to raise his voice in her presence, let alone use her as a decoy for a girl he usually bullied. Observing Keilei's incredulous expression, Zhou Ye clapped him on the shoulder. "Why the shock? Bro, it seems you've finally come to your senses and are no longer infatuated with any woman." Although Keilei remained astonished, seeing his good friend finally awaken to reality filled him with joy. "Thank heavens, you finally realized. If you had actually pursued that girl, I wouldn't know whether to slap your left cheek or kick your right side. Hey, can't you be a bit kinder to your friends?" Zhou Ye retorted, unable to suppress his annoyance. At that moment, Su Qiubai, who had been listening to their banter, could no longer contain her laughter. However, her laughter inadvertently drew the attention of the two boys. Sensing their piercing gazes, she raised her head with a somewhat frozen expression, awkwardly apologizing. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh." "Oh, you dare laugh at me? Prepare to face the consequences," Zhou Ye declared, extending his hands towards her face. As he drew closer, Su Qiubai instinctively shut her eyes and furrowed her brow. Keilei, witnessing Zhou Ye's impending action, moved to restrain him, aware that they were in a classroom and under surveillance. Any misstep could lead to trouble. Just as Keilei reached forward to stop Zhou Ye, he saw Zhou Ye's fingers gently grasping Su Qiubai's cheeks, pulling them outward, though it was evident he was not applying any real force. Seeing this, Keilei halted his advance. Su Qiubai felt her cheeks being tugged back and forth, but rather than pain, it felt as if Zhou Ye was enjoying the moment. Upon noticing Su Qiubai's eyes open, Zhou Ye, with a fierce tone, queried, "Have you now witnessed my prowess? Will you dare to mock me again?" Blushing under the gaze of her classmates, Su Qiubai stammered, "No, I won't dare," though her cheeks were being playfully tugged. She made an effort to speak clearly in standard Mandarin for Zhou Ye's benefit. Content with her response, Zhou Ye nodded approvingly, but showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, reveling in the soft sensation beneath his fingertips. Su Qiubai, wary of provoking Zhou Ye further, dared not ask him to stop, fearing his wrath. Keilei, bemused by Zhou Ye's antics, thought, "Seriously, bro, you're making me feel like a clown here." Their playful exchange was abruptly interrupted by a voice calling out, "Zhou Ye, the teacher wants to see you," and also Su Qiubai, startled by the sudden interruption. Zhou Ye turned with an irritated glare at the classmate who had disrupted his fun. The boy, taken aback by Zhou Ye's expression, cautiously clarified, "It wasn't me who called you. It was the teacher." Realizing it was indeed his teacher, Zhou Ye gradually calmed his agitated demeanor. After all, the teacher had often looked after him. He felt compelled to show some respect, not wanting to risk any reports to his family for misbehavior. Sukubai Rubit Harchix, which had been playfully pinched, and glanced at Zhou Ye. We should head out before the teacher waits too long. Zhou Ye nodded in agreement. All right, let us go. As they prepared to leave, Keilei called out to Zhou Ye, wait a moment. Zhou Ye and Su Qiubai turned with curiosity to face him. What is up, Keilei? Do you need something? Take this with you. Keilei tossed Zhou Ye a rectangular box. Zhou Ye caught it deftly and discovered it contained a pack of ibuprofen capsules. Curiously, he asked, what is this for? I told the teacher you had a headache. You can't go to the pharmacy without bringing back some medicine, can you? That would spoil the story. The receipt is in the box. Wow, bro, thank you. I owe you one for being the second in the grade. Since we're brothers, no need for thanks. Now hurry along. All right, I'm off. You'd better hurry too. I need to take my medicine. Wait, what is wrong with you? I didn't know you were unwell. What do you need? It's nothing, just feeling a bit bloated. I'm going to grab some digestive tablets. Now go. Okay. Feel free to drink whatever is in my seat. I'm heading out first. Zhou Ye didn't linger on the conversation, assuming Keilei had merely overeaten during lunch. As Zhou Ye and Su Qiubai made their way to the door, the boy they had passed swiftly stepped back to let them through. Zhou Ye paid him no mind, continuing onward with Su Qiubai. Phew, I thought I was done for. The boy sighed in relief, patting his racing heart. Shoulder to shoulder, Zhou Ye and Su Qiubai walked towards the office, Zhou Ye still savoring the soft sensation he had felt earlier. He couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Su Qiubai's face. Are all girls' faces this soft, or is it just hers? I can't help but want to touch it again. Noticing Zhou Ye's gaze, Su Qiubai felt a rush of shyness, recalling how he had pinched her cheeks in front of the entire class. What's wrong? She stammered. Nothing. Just wondering why someone as beautiful as you always walks with your head down. Su Qiubai was taken aback by Zhou Ye's unexpected compliment, unsure how to respond. It's nothing. I just prefer looking down when I walk. All right then. Zhou Ye had no intention of pressing further, as she had yet to become so familiar with Su Qiubai that they could exchange confidences. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, the two finally arrived at their destination. Just as Su Qiubai prepared to raise her hand to knock on the door, Zhou Ye pressed her hand down from midair and said, wait a moment. With that, Zhou Ye withdrew her hand and took out the ibuprofen that Zhao Qilai had given her earlier. After opening it and verifying the receipt was in order, she tucked it back in her pocket and retrieved an unused pill, taking out 2 to place in her pocket as well. Once she had returned everything to its original state and stowed it in another pocket, she declared, all right, you can knock now. Following her cue, Su Qiubai raised her hand and tapped on the door. Before she could retract her hand, a voice from behind the door, sounding rather youthful, called out, come in. With that, Zhou Ye pushed open the door marked with Grade 11 office. Upon entering, they found the office to be quite serene, inhabited only by 2 or 3 teachers. Zhou Ye and Su Qiubai approached a desk situated toward the back of the office, where their homeroom teacher, Zhou Ye, was seated. He appeared to be only a few years older than Zhou Ye, perhaps just past 20. Brother Zhou, you were looking for me? Zhou Ye asked. Zhou Ye, who had been jotting down notes in his lesson plan, paused upon noticing Zhou Ye's arrival. How many times must I remind you? In school, you were to address me by my title. Call me Teacher Zhou. Understood? Zhou Ye nodded and replied, understood, Brother Zhou. Fine, let us cut to the chase. Where did you two go during lunch break? Why are you back so late? Didn't Zhao Ku tell you? I had a headache, and I asked Su to accompany me to buy medicine, Zhou Ye explained. Really? Then tell me how you managed to keep that medicine from 12 p.m. until after 3 p.m. Brother Zhou, that's a misunderstanding. I genuinely went to get the medicine. Here, look, this is the medication I purchased. Zhou Ye produced the ibuprofen from her pocket and handed it to Zhou Ye. Upon receiving it and confirming it was indeed a headache remedy, Zhou Ye opened the package. He noticed 2 pills were missing and put it back. But how can you prove this was obtained today? Anticipating the question, Zhou Ye retrieved the tiny receipt from her pocket. Here, teacher, this is my receipt. Zhou Ye examined it. But just as Zhou Ye beamed with confidence, he interjected, but why does it state that you picked it up at 1:30 p.m.? You returned at over 3 p.m. Zhou Ye felt a chill run down her spine. Just as she was about to concoct an excuse, Su Qiubai, who had remained silent until now, interjected, Teacher, the doctor advised that the medicine should be taken after meals. Since Zhou hadn't eaten yet and was feeling quite ill, we went to have lunch first, which caused the delay. Zhou Ye gazet at Tsukubai, feeling as if an angel had descended to her aid. She nodded vigorously, yes, yes. The doctor said it's not good for the body to take medicine on an empty stomach, so I ate something first before taking the medicine, which delayed us a bit. Observing Zhou Ye's imploring expression, Zhou Ye found it difficult to refute her claim. After all, Zhou Ye had provided all the necessary evidence to confirm her visit to the pharmacy, and with his favorite and most obedient student speaking on her behalf, he chose not to press further. Very well, I'll take your word for it this time, but do take care of your health. I don't want to see this happen again. Understood. You can rest assured I'll be more careful next time. Then don't forget to thank Su Qiubai for her help. She sacrificed her time to look after you. You should at least express your gratitude. Thank you, Su. I truly appreciate your assistance. Rest assured, your affairs will be my concern in the future, Zhou Ye declared earnestly. Oh, it's nothing, really, Su Qiubai replied, unable to accept Zhou Ye's gratitude in light of the true circumstances. Enough, Su. Don't be modest. If this rascal bullies you again, just tell the teacher, and I'll ensure his father gives him a sound thrashing. Brother Shui, could you please spare me some dignity? Dignity? Just get back to class. It's time. With Zhou ushering them away, Zhou Ye and Su Qiubai had no choice but to exit. Chapter 8. A conflict arises. As they stepped out of the office, Zhou Ye turned to Su Qiubai and said, Thank you, Su. I didn't expect you would help me. It's nothing, really. It's related to me as well. Su Qiubai replied, Lojirin hergaze. Regardless, I still want to express my gratitude, Zhou Ye insisted. After that, the two fell silent as they walked toward the classroom. Su Qiubai, noticing Zhou Ye's quiet demeanor, worried that she had killed the conversation, berating herself internally. Why can't I carry a conversation? Why did I only reply with an He must be upset with me now. She occasionally glanced at Zhou Ye, and upon noticing his furrowed brow, her self-reproach deepened. Zhou Ye was not angered by Su Qiubai's terse response. His furrowed brow stemmed from his realization that the male protagonist in the novel should have intervened after Li Yang knocked over her lunchbox to prevent further bullying against Su Qiubai. Yet, here they were, and not only had he not intervened, he hadn't even caught sight of him. This left Zhou Ye puzzled. I didn't mean to only respond with Su Qiubai said in a voice only audible to the two of them. Zhou Ye was pulled back to reality by her sudden remark. Huh, what did you say wasn't intentional? I didn't catch that because I was lost in thought. Stopping in his tracks, Zhou Ye leaned closer, eager to hear her words clearly. Startled by the proximity of Zhou Ye's face, which was less than 2 fists away, Su Qiubai instinctively recoiled. However, in her flustered state, her left leg stumbled over her right, causing her to lose balance and topple backward. Seeing Su Qiubai about to fall, Zhou Ye acted without hesitation, swiftly extending his hand to grasp her arm and pulling her into his embrace. Are you all right, Su Qiubai? He asked anxiously, gently pushing her away to assess her condition. Still in a state of confusion, Su Qiubai snapped back to reality upon hearing Zhou Ye's concerned words. Glancing at his serious expression and recalling her moment in his arms, she felt her cheeks flush. She quickly shrugged off his hand resting on her shoulder and dashed toward the classroom, calling out, I'm fine, thank you. I'll see you later, Zhou. Watching her flee like a startled deer, Zhou Ye was left puzzled. Does she really resist my touch that much? After pondering for a while, he decided not to dwell on the matter further and headed toward the classroom himself. Zhou Ye strolled towards his classroom, pondering why the male protagonist had not encountered this predicament at that time. As he approached the entrance, he lifted his gaze to discover a throng of individuals gathered, eagerly peering into Class 2. Curiosity piqued, Zhou Ye hastened forward and tapped a boy who was attempting to squeeze through on the shoulder, saying, Excuse me, could you please let me pass? The boy, taken aback by the tap, did not turn around and retorted impatiently, What are you tapping me for? Can't you see I'm trying to get through? Zhou Ye, somewhat exasperated, cleared his throat and asserted, This is my class. I need to enter. Your presence here is quite obstructive, you know? The boy, clad in a school uniform and sporting a fierce expression, turned around and, upon recognizing Zhou Ye, his previously irritated demeanor transformed into one of submission. He swallowed the words he had yet to finish. May I pass? Zhou Ye inquired with a hint of authority. Of course, it's your class. You can certainly go in, the boy complied. Everyone, make way. Zhou Ye, the overlord of Class 2, is returning to his domain. If you wish to avoid a beating, step aside. Upon hearing Zhou Ye's name, the crowd at the entrance parted, revealing the very student who frequently bullied others and came from a well-connected family. Zhou Ye strode into the classroom, where his classmates instinctively cleared a path upon noticing him. As he walked through, he observed two girls embroiled in a conflict not far from him. One girl stood with her head bowed, visibly terrified and at a loss. The other, with a head of short hair adorned with sparkling earrings, had her arms crossed, gazing disdainfully at her counterpart. Zhou Ye readily recognized the two girls as Su Qiubai, who had just dashed past him, and his former crush, Song Jiai, who often tormented Su Qiubai. Upon seeing Zhou Ye return, Zhao Keilei approached him. What transpired while you were away? Why are there so many people in our class? Zhou Ye inwitted. A significant incident occurred in your absence, Zhao Keilei replied, piquing Zhou Ye's curiosity. Do tell. It all began when Su Qiubai unexpectedly rushed into the classroom, colliding with Song Jiai, who was saying goodbye to her friend. Song Jiai accidentally spilled her drink all over herself, realizing the mess she had caused. Su Qiubai repeatedly apologized and promised to compensate for Song Jiai's outfit. Zhao Keilei continued. Song Jiai found Su Qiubai's words rather amusing. She retorted, Do you know how much this outfit costs? Oh, for 10,000. You couldn't even afford to buy it, understand? Upon learning the price, Su Qiubai fell silent. Zhou Ye nodded after listening to Zhao Keilei's account, glancing at the speechless Su Qiubai and the increasingly impatient Song Jiai. Looking at the clock on the wall, Song Jiai shouted at Su Qiubai, Why are you silent now? Weren't you just saying you'd compensate me? Are you trying to figure out how to evade responsibility after hearing the price? Su Qiubai hastily objected, No, that is not it. I'm not trying to avoid responsibility. Then how about you pay me? Song Jiai retorted angrily, leaving Su Qiubai at a loss for words, as 10,000 yuan was an astronomical figure for her family, when she could not possibly produce. Seeing Su Qiubai fall silent again, Song Jiai could no longer contain her frustration. She raised her hand, declaring, Since you choose to ignore my words, I shall teach you the most basic manners. With that, her hand was poised to strike Su Qiubai's face. Su Qiubai, seeing the impending blow, raised her hands to shield her face, crying out no. Just as everyone anticipated the slap, Song Jiai's hand froze mid-air. Chapter 9, Conditions. When Su Qiubai sensed no sting on her face, she slowly opened her eyes to find Zhou Ye gripping Song Jiai's wrist, saying, Stop it, Song Jiai. There are so many people watching. Song Jiai turned, displeased, to glare at Zhou Ye. What is it to you? Let go of me. I don't want to waste my breath on you right now. If this escalates, it won't be good for anyone. Huh. What a fade of virtue you're putting on, Zhou Ye. It's not like you've never bullied her before. Get off me. Song Jiai attempted to wrench her arm free, but found herself unable to break Zhou Ye's grip. Enough, Song Jiai. Class is about to start. This isn't good for anyone. Song Jiai shot Zhou Ye a disdainful glance. What are you pretending for, Zhou Ye? Your performance is truly impressive. What performance? I don't understand what you're talking about. Stop pretending. You pushed Su Qiubai to run and then intervene when I confronted her, claiming it was for my own good. Spare me the nonsense. I'll tell you this. I will never like you in this lifetime. As her words fell, the crowd outside erupted in murmurs. Wow, it turns out Zhou Ye is so calculating. He even used Su Qiubai to gain Song Jiai's favor. Yeah, and Su Qiubai almost got hit. Zhou Ye felt he could no longer contain his frustration. His initial intent was to save Su Qiubai and prevent Song Jiai from hitting her. After all, striking someone in public would inevitably lead to punishment. Yet, he never anticipated that his good intentions would be misconstrued this way. Noticing Zhou Ye's silence, Song Jiai smirked, You still need to practice your acting skills, Zhou Ye. Zhou Ye, now losing his patience, pulled her firmly beside him. In the distance, a tall, muscular boy with a buzz cut felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing his crush being forcibly drawn towards Zhou Ye. Just as he prepared to intervene, Zhao Keilei stepped in front of him, coldly stating, Shut up, before turning back to watch the unfolding scene. Chen Jiahao, momentarily silenced by Zhao Keilei's words, realized that despite Zhao Keilei's seemingly frail appearance, he had Zhou Ye as a formidable ally. Anyone who dared to challenge him would face Zhou Ye's wrath. And Zhao Keilei himself possessed considerable strength. How'd he know? It stemmed from an incident where he had tried to show off in front of Song Jiai by challenging someone to an arm wrestling match. To avoid embarrassment, he had chosen the seemingly weak Zhao Keilei as his opponent, only to be unexpectedly overpowered. He lost, and Song Jiai mocked him for being bested by a mere bookworm. Although he explained himself afterward, no one believed him. They just thought he was trying to save face. Since then, Chen Jiahao had relegated Zhao Keilei to the tier just below Zhou Ye. When Song Jiai was suddenly pulled by Zhou Ye, she lost her balance and fell into his embrace. Quickly, she regained her composure, attempting to distance herself from Zhou Ye. Zhou Ye graspit had skuldat firmly, preventing her from distancing herself from his side. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, Song Jiai, allow me to clarify. I have ceased to harbor any affection for you. Consequently, I shall no longer indulge your capricious whims as I once did. Should you persist in your antics, you might as well return the funds you previously charged to my card, and then I shall relinquish my concern for you entirely. Do as you wish, for we shall have no further ties. Song Jiai ceased her struggles, her eyes reflecting discontent as she retorted, that card was given to me by you, and you explicitly stated that I could use it freely. What do you mean by wanting it back now? Upon hearing Zhou Ye's words, a flicker of panic crossed her features. After all, if he truly demanded repayment, she would find herself at a loss. Not only had she already spent some of the money on bags and clothes, but she had also treated others using Zhou Ye's card, accumulating expenses well over 10,000. How could a high school student like her possibly repay such a sum? I may have handed it to you, but I never claimed you could use it indiscriminately, unless you can produce any record of our conversations where I granted you such permission, Zhou Ye replied. Faced with his assertion, Song Jiai fell momentarily silent. She had never considered that Zhou Ye might suddenly stop liking her, and thus had left no evidence to support her case. Regret washed over her as she pondered why she had not secured such proof while he was still infatuated, which would have spared her from this predicament. After contemplating her options, she adopted the demeanor she had once used to confound Zhou Ye. Classmate Zhou, why don't we change venues? I know a secluded place where we can be alone. How about I show you my newly purchased lingerie? Song Jiai's sole aim was to pacify Zhou Ye, even resorting to the allure of revealing her underwear. Zhou Ye, however, smirked internally, reflecting that the old version of himself might have been swayed by such a suggestion. But he was no longer that naive. No, Song Jiai, I have no interest in your lingerie. My concern lies solely with my own finances. Observing Zoise, unyeding demenor. Song Jiai felt a surge of frustration, the urge to slap him rising within her, yet she restrained herself, aware that she remained at a disadvantage. Suppressing her fury, she grit her teeth and replied, if I refuse to repay you, then expect a lawyer's letter. The transaction records on my card are indisputable. Realizing Zhou Ye was indeed serious, she sighed and asked, what do you want from me? A smile crept onto Zhou Ye's face upon hearing her words. He had never intended for Song Jiai to repay him. After all, how could a high school student possibly come up with such a large sum? His tactic was merely a means to compel her compliance. It's quite simple. You need only reconcile with Su Qiubai and promise not to oppose her in the future, and I shall overlook the money you spent. After a moment's thought, Song Jiai responded, how can I trust you? You are a wealthy heir, while I am but an ordinary person. If you were to renege on our agreement, I would be at your mercy. Let us record this on our phones. If either of us reneges, we must comply with the other's terms, Zhou Ye suggested. Song Jiai pondered this, and Zhou Ye remained silent, allowing her to think. I can agree to your terms, but reconciliation is out of the question. I have my pride. Zhou Ye, without hesitation, acquiesced, for her primary demand was the latter, and the former held little significance. Realizing Zhou Ye had consented too readily, Song Jiai felt a pang of being deceived, yet she refrained from voicing her discontent. Both Zhou Ye and Song Jiai activated their recording devices and reiterated their previous statements. Afterward, Song Jiai shot a disdainful glance at Su Qiubai, who had remained silent throughout. Before departing the classroom. Chapter 10. The King's Awakening. Zhou Ye observed Song Jiayi's exit from the classroom with indifference. In contrast, Chen Jiahao, who had been standing beside Zhao Qilai, swiftly rushed out, adopting a congenial tone as he addressed Song Jiayi. "Goddess, please don't be upset. Zhou Ye is merely a scoundrel. Give him a few days, and he will come crawling back." Despite his words, Chen Jiahao was internally grateful to Zhou Ye, for he harbored feelings for Song Jiayi as well. Faced with Zhou Ye, handsome, well-built, and financially secure, Chen Jiahao felt woefully inadequate, just as he was ready to abandon hope. Zhou Ye inexplicably chose to confront Song Jiayi today, which only served to deepen her disdain for him, especially as he had embarrassed her publicly. It was clear that Zhou Ye would never again win her affection. At this moment, Song Jiayi was vulnerable. If he could successfully comfort her, he might not only gain her goodwill, but perhaps even forge a friendship. Thus, Chen Jiahao was eager to be the first to console her. However, Song Jiayi was consumed by thoughts of her wager with Zhou Ye, compounded by the humiliation she had faced in front of her peers. Anger simmered within her, and Chen Jiahao's incessant chatter about Zhou Ye only aggravated her further. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, Song Jiayi halted and turned to the incessantly babbling Chen Jiahao. Mistaking her pause for an invitation to continue, Chen Jiahao pondered how to accept her potential friendship. But before he could formulate a response, she coldly uttered a single word: "Leave." With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. Chen Jiahao stood in disbelief, watching her retreat, and then a thought struck him. "I understand now. The goddess must be feeling shy. After all, a proud swan would not lower its head so easily. Fear not, my goddess. I shall undoubtedly become your closest friend, perhaps even more," he reassured himself inwardly. Once Zhou Ye confirmed the recording was accurate, he pocketed his phone and turned to Su Qiubai, saying, "Rest assured, she will no longer bully you." "Thank you, Zhou Ye," she replied. "Not at all. It was my pleasure. Now, let us settle down. Class is about to begin." After ruffling Su Qiubai's hair affectionately, he cast a glance toward Zhao Qilai, who nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Qilai addressed the gathering crowd by the door. "All right, everyone, disperse now. Class is starting soon, and the teacher will arrive shortly." Though some grumbled, they complied, recognizing the truth in Zhao Qilai's words. However, one hot-headed individual protested. "Why should we leave just because you say so? Who do you think you are?" As soon as he finished speaking, his friend quickly covered his mouth, apologizing profusely. Sorry. He is not quite right in the head. I'll take him away." With that, they hurriedly exited the vicinity of Class 2. Once they were a safe distance away, he released his grip. "What was that about? Don't touch my mouth with your hand. I saw you come out of the bathroom without washing your hands. It's disgusting," Mei Wenhua retorted, wiping her mouth in distaste. Wang Tao scratched his head awkwardly. "Mei, don't sweat the small stuff. You still haven't explained why you suddenly confronted Zhao Qilai. He may seem like a bookworm, but he sat quite close with Zhou Ye. Aren't you afraid Zhou Ye will retaliate?" Wang Tao hastily redirected the conversation. In my past life, I was a man whose mere words could make the entire world tremble. Am I supposed to fear Zhou Ye, this little upstart? That's a joke," he replied with a scoff. Certainly, Mei Wenhua refrained from voicing his innermost thoughts. For the fact that he had been reborn during his high school years was his greatest secret, one that even his closest friend, Wang Tao, could not be privy to. "It's nothing. Let's go. Class is about to start." "Oh, all right then, let's go." Upon seeing that Mei Wenhua was unwilling to share, Wang Tao chose not to press further. As the onlookers dispersed, Zhou Ye finally felt at ease, although they had been speculating about what he had said to Song Jiayi. It was this very speculation that prompted Song Jiayi to let the matter rest. It is well known that Song Jiayi often exhibited a self-centered demeanor, rarely allowing anyone to divert her attention. Even the teachers sometimes found it challenging to manage her, which led many to view Zhou Ye in a different light. Unperturbed by their discussions, Zhou Ye focused on calming Su Qiubai before expressing his gratitude to Zhao Keilei and returning to his seat to await the ringing of the class bell. During this time, Su Qiubai discreetly stole glances at Zhou Ye, yet quickly averted her gaze for fear of being noticed. Before long, class time arrived, and everyone in the corridor returned to their respective classrooms. However, upon the teacher's arrival, Song Jia's seat remained conspicuously empty. The teacher inquired if anyone knew the whereabouts of Song Jia. Silence enveloped the classroom. Just as disappointment began to settle in, Zhou Ye stood up and stated, "Teacher." Song said she was feeling unwell and went to the restroom. Given Zhou Ye's excellent academic record and his position as class monitor, the teacher harbored no suspicions. "Very well. Let us commence our lesson. Everyone, please turn to page 37. After giving Zhou Ye a thumbs up, Zhou Ye turned his attention to the blackboard. He silently vowed to make up for the knowledge he had neglected in his past life, determined to avoid the pitfalls of ignorance. However, predictably, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Within 3 minutes, Zhou Ye succumbed to sleep. The teacher had grown accustomed to such behavior, and it was Zhou Ye's alertness that would have astonished him. At this moment, in Class 1, a man nearing 60, with graying hair and sagging facial muscles, stood at the podium passionately discussing the mathematical formulas on the board. In stark contrast, the students below appeared lethargic, with many already dozing off. Mei Wenhua occupied a seat by the window, gazing outside and contemplating the events of the past few hours. Initially, during the lunch break, he had found himself inexplicably transported back to his high school self. Yet, being a man who had once made the world tremble in his previous life, he quickly came to terms with his new reality within mere minutes. He had indeed traversed time, coinciding with the moment he would encounter significant figures from his past. The thought of how he had wronged them in his previous life for the sake of his ambitions filled him with profound sorrow, igniting a fierce resolve to cherish their love in this lifetime. He hastened to the alley outside the school, intent on preventing Zhou Ye, the villain, from bullying his cherished little Lotus. He was determined to shield her from Zhou Ye's tyranny. However, upon arrival, he discovered that neither Zhou Ye nor his little Lotus was present. After waiting in vain, he decided to check her classroom, only to encounter his good friend Wang Tao along the way. The sight of Wang Tao brought a mist to his eyes, for it was he who had shielded Mei Wenhua from Zhou Ye's lethal blow in their past life. Chapter 11. Mei Wenhua's strategic plan. The mere thought of this ignited a burning desire for vengeance within Mei Wenhua, vowing to dismantle Zhou Ye piece by piece. As Wang Tao guided him to the entrance of Class 2, he felt a mix of shock and delight. Shocked, as he witnessed his beloved White Lotus being publicly bullied by Song Jia, the goddess who once adored Zhou Ye. Delighted, for he had been pondering where to garner favor with Su Qiubai, and now fate had presented him with a golden opportunity. As he dashed forth, Mei Wenhua silently vowed to ensure that the girl named Song Jia would experience a fate worse than death. Yet, before he could burst in and make his presence known, Zhou Ye unexpectedly appeared, daring to challenge his goddess. Without a second thought, Mei Wenhua aimed to slip in and gain favor in front of Su Qiubai. However, the crowd at the entrance proved too dense to navigate, and for reasons unknown, Song Jia rushed out, causing him to miss the perfect moment to enter. Each time he recalled this, rage consumed him. Had it not been for Wang Tao's intervention, he would have struck Zhou Ye on the spot. In his frustration, Mei Wenhua gestured wildly in the air. "Mei Wenhua, what are you doing? Did you not hear me calling you?" A thunderous voice from the podium snapped him back to reality. He quickly stood up, and the previously disinterested classroom turned its collective gaze toward him. Realizing he had finally reacted, the teacher, visibly irate, demanded, "What were you doing just now? I called you multiple times, and you didn't respond?" "Oh, my apologies, Teacher Yang. I was lost in thought and didn't hear you," Mei Wenhua replied, his expression one of sincere contrition. Noting the acceptable demeanor of his apology, Teacher Yang softened his stance, saying, "Then please tell us the answer to question 5. Upon seeing the teacher's fury dissipate, Mei Wenhua sighed in relief. Thankfully, this was Yang Cheng's class, where a good attitude often led to forgiveness for mistakes. "What, you don't know?" Teacher Yang's increasing displeasure was palpable, for if one could not even respond in his class, he was unlikely to be lenient. No, I do know. For question 5, I choose." Mei Wenhua quickly lowered his gaze to the textbook, and upon confirming he indeed knew the answer, he felt another wave of relief wash over him. Thanks to Su Qiubai's guidance in his previous life, he had a solid foundation in high school, allowing him to answer with ease. For question 5, the answer is 4D. Very good. You may sit down. Let us avoid daydreaming in the future. Yes, teacher. As he took his seat, Mei Wenhua's focus sharpened on winning Su Qiubai's favor. For it was her relentless support that had enabled him to gain admission to Jing University in his past life. In this lifetime, he would undoubtedly require her assistance once more, for despite his solid foundation, he was still a novice in the face of the impending Gaokao, having long forgotten many advanced concepts. The remainder of the class passed with Mei Wenhua, contemplating how to impress Su Qiubai while ensuring Zhou Ye's plight was even worse than in his previous life. The cycle of events continued until the evening's self-study period concluded. As he packed his backpack, he resolved to orchestrate a serendipitous encounter with Su Qiubai, aiming to leave a lasting impression before embarking on his next endeavors. Wang Tao, let's go, Mei Gu. I'm eager to return home and continue reading by knife. Not vegetables, Wang Tao said, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. No, Wang Tao, I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave first. Farewell. Without allowing Wang Tao to utter another word, Mei Wenhua departed, leaving him behind. As he exited, he turned to a girl clad in a school uniform with a high ponytail, whose beauty rivaled that of Su Qiubai, and said, "Goodbye, Xiwen. See you tomorrow." Initially, Shun Xiwen, who had been preparing to head home with friends, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Mei Wenhua address her. Originally, the two were childhood sweethearts. Yet ever since they entered high school, their conversations dwindled to a mere handful of exchanges, primarily due to her role as the Chinese class representative, requiring her to ask him for assignments. Beyond that, there was nothing else. However, this morning, he unexpectedly confessed his feelings to her, leaving her in a state of distress, despite having clearly stated earlier that she was not interested in pursuing a romantic relationship at this time. After all, this revelation had caught the attention of the entire class. She had presumed that after being rejected, Mei Wenhua would cease communication with her, but his recent words made her realize that he had not given up. Her close friend, Yusiki, with a mischievous grin, remarked that it seemed someone had not abandoned their pursuit of our great beauty. After casting a glare at Yusiki, Shun Xiwen retorted, "You're overthinking it. I would never consider a relationship during high school. That can wait until university. Indeed, our illustrious Shun beauty aims for peaking university and should not be shackled by undesirable men," teased Yusiki. Unfazed by her friend's playful jabs, Shun Xiwen declared, "Believe it or not, I'm heading home now. Hey, wait for me. I didn't believe you, Xiwen." As Mei Wenhua stepped out, he wore a broad smile, feeling triumphant that Shun Xiwen had not outright rejected him. Her reaction this morning suggested she still held some affection for him, though she was merely playing hard to get. "Oh, what can I do? My woman must be cherished," Mei Wenhua lamented, feigning helplessness, though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Quickly, he slapped his cheeks to compose himself, deciding to set aside thoughts of Shun Xiwen for the moment. He resolved to focus on establishing a connection with Su Qiubai first before strategizing his approach toward Shun Xiwen. Before long, he arrived at Class 2 of Year 2. As he contemplated how to orchestrate an encounter with Su Qiubai, he peered through the window and noticed a group surrounding her, while she appeared visibly frightened. Without a moment to spare, he was about to rush in to rescue her, but he halted abruptly. Crouching down, he assessed the situation inside. Su Qiubai was cornered by a group of Zhou Ye's lackeys, all of whom were athletes and stronger than he. If he rushed in now, he would likely end up worse off and possibly injured. In the midst of his dilemma, an ingenious idea struck him. He would secretly film their misdeeds with his phone and later show the footage to Su Qiubai. With this evidence, he could shield her from further bullying, and after saving her from such a predicament, she would surely develop feelings for him. He envisioned the admiration in her eyes, which elicited a rather impish smile from him. Mei Wenhua promptly retrieved his phone and discreetly set it near the window's edge, careful not to extend his head into view. Chapter 12. This makes things quite difficult for us. Meanwhile, inside Class 2, Li Yang stood before Su Qiubai with a serious demeanor, flanked by his companions, who had also halted their activities to witness the confrontation. As the dismissal bell rang, Zhou Ye dashed out. Su Bai, facing the considerably taller Li Yong and his crew, felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, even though she had anticipated their intentions. Do you need something? She stammered. With Li Yang's realization that he had not come to trouble her, he responded, my apologies, Su Ye. I was just accustomed to it. Sorry. Su Bai brushed off his apology, her mind preoccupied with the fact that they were referring to her as Su Ye. This remark did not escape the ears of her classmates. Did you hear? That intimidating guy just called Su Bai Su Ye. One girl exclaimed, astonished. Yeah, and he's one of Zhou Ye's underlings. Another chimed in. Wait, he belongs to that school bully, Zhou Ye? Yes, didn't you know? Half of the athletes in our school are allied with him. I truly had no idea. But why would Zhou Ye's people suddenly call Su Bai Su Ye? I recall Zhou Ye used to bully her constantly, pondered a third. Who knows? Maybe Zhou Ye has developed feelings for her, speculated another. Though she quickly swallowed her words upon recalling the earlier events of the afternoon. Even though their whispers were hushed, Su Bai caught snippets of their conversation, particularly the final comment, which made her blush. What is the matter, Su Ye? Do you dislike this form of address? I could also call you Su Da Jie, Chiu Jie, Bai Jie, Chiu Bai Jie, or would you prefer I refer to you as sister? The last suggestion made her shake her head vigorously. Just call me Su Tongxue. All right. Su Ye. Li Yong, feeling defeated, contemplated the title that had proven so embarrassing. However, he felt a sense of relief that she had opted against the more awkward name. She certainly did not wish to endure such humiliation at school every day. Su Jie, this is a lunchbox Zhou Ye asked me to give you. I hope you like it. As Li Yong spoke, Su Bai's attention was drawn to the white lunchbox adorned with charming rabbit designs. Beneath it lay her previous lunchbox, which had already cracked and was no longer usable. Even though she had little experience with quality items, she could immediately tell that this new lunchbox was not of the cheap variety, but rather quite expensive. She quickly waved her hands in refusal, exclaiming, no, I can't accept this. It's too precious. Li Yong's face fell at her immediate rejection, revealing his discomfort. Su Bai noticed his expression, but remained resolute in her refusal. Su Jie, you're making it quite challenging for us, Li Yong said, his face betraying his dilemma. To bolster his argument, he turned to his friends behind him, asking, right guys? Yeah, Su Jie, don't make it hard for us. If Shogu finds out, we'll be in trouble. They echoed, their faces pleading. Seeing their desperate expressions, Su Bai felt a twinge of sympathy. Seizing the moment, Li Yong thrust the lunchbox into her hands before she could react, quickly retreating with his hands behind his back, prompting the others to mimic his actions. Su Bai looked at their antics with a mix of exasperation and amusement. After glancing at the lunchbox in her hands, she relented, deciding she would return it to Zhou Ye the next time they met. Upon witnessing her acceptance, Li Yong's face brightened with a smile. I knew Su Jie put us in a tough spot. To show our gratitude, let us escort Su Jie out of school. Before she could protest, she was swept away by Li Yong and his companions. At the entrance, Mei Wenhua, who was being recorded, felt a surge of panic as he heard footsteps approaching his direction. He anxiously glanced around, searching for a hiding place. But upon realizing that Li Yong and the others were emerging, he could find no refuge. He hurriedly stood up, turned his back to Li Yong, and made his way toward his classroom. The group exiting class 2, including Li Yong, remained oblivious to his presence as they accompanied Su Bai toward the stairwell. However, Su Bai, intrigued, accidentally caught sight of him. Observing Mei Wenhua's silhouette, she felt an inexplicable connection, though she could not quite recall who he was. Li Yong, noticing the change in Su Bai's demeanor, curiously inquired, What's the matter, Su Jie? Did you forget something? Oh no, it's nothing. Let's go, she replied evasively. Li Yong, undeterred by her dismissal, concluded, I must have overthought it. Let us proceed. Mei Wenhua kept his head bowed and hunched his back, only allowing himself to relax once he confirmed they had left. Yet, the thought of them having bullied his deer by Lian ignited a flame of fury within him. However, upon reviewing the footage on his phone, he managed to regain his composure. Shobai, wait for me. I will rescue you from the darkness, for I am your light. He mused, his heart lifting as he turned back with newfound joy. Meanwhile, Zhou Ye had just returned to his grand abode. Gazing at the expansive property, spanning over 300 or 400 square meters, he could not help but reflect on how unimaginable it had once seemed for him to reside in such a magnificent house. He retrieved the keys from his bag and unlocked the door. As it swung open, a wave of Western-style decor greeted his eyes. Though Zhou Ye favored traditional Chinese aesthetics, he could not deny the allure of Western design. After slipping into his slippers, he made his way to the living room. In the living room, a somewhat portly man with pronounced wrinkles sat on the sofa, yet his formidable presence remained undeniable. Across from him, a young woman appearing to be in her 20s quietly observed the man. The sound of the door drew their attention, and upon recognizing Zhou Ye, the woman beamed with delight, rushing toward him and exclaiming, "Oh, my dear son, let me have a look at you. It has been far too long." Zhou Ye felt a mix of exasperation as he was fussed over by Jiang Wanshu, the original owner's mother. He regarded the woman, who seemed to be of similar age to him, and mused that while she appeared beautiful, one should not be deceived by appearances. She was, after all, in her 40s, merely taking good care of herself. Chapter 13. Father-son showdown. All right, enough with the fussing. I need to return to my room, Zhou Ye declared, attempting to ascend the staircase. Jiang Wanshu, noticing her precious son's intention to leave, seemed to have something to say but refrained from stopping him. Zhou Ye paid little heed to Jiang Wanshu's expression. His sole desire was to retreat to his room, for he was not the original owner and feared that any lapse in attention might expose his true identity. Just as Zhou Ye prepared to ascend the stairs, Zhou Xiaohui, seated on the sofa, spoke up in a low tone, "Wait a moment." Zhou Ye, startled, stiffly turned to face him and asked, "What is it, old man? Why do you call for me?" His use of the term was not meant to provoke Zhou Xiaohui. Rather, it was a habit ingrained from the original owner's memories. Zhou Xiaohui, accustomed to this lack of decorum, chose to overlook it, his expression grave as he remarked, "You seem off." At this, Zhou Ye felt a trickle of sweat down his back. His mind raced, desperately attempting to pinpoint where he might have slipped up. After much contemplation, he still could not fathom how he could be discovered when he had acted according to the original owner's memories. "What's off about me, old man?" Zhou Ye asked, feeling Zhou Xiaohui's piercing gaze scrutinizing him. "You, upon returning today, did not complain about me making you attend school. In the past, you would lament incessantly," Zhou Xiaohui stated. Realizing that Zhou Xiaohui had not uncovered his true identity, Zhou Ye breathed a sigh of relief and replied calmly, "That assertion is erroneous. You were the one who found my complaints irksome. Why, when I cease to complain, do you still find fault?" He added, "Besides, can you truly prevent me from going just because I don't complain, old man?" Zhou Xiaohui was rendered speechless by Zhou Ye's retort. It was true that he found Zhou Ye's daily complaints tiresome, yet the sudden silence from his son felt disconcerting. "All right, perhaps I was at fault as a father. I apologize. I will be more mindful next time," he conceded. Zhou Ye nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, I shall forgive you this time. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to my room," he said, preparing to ascend the stairs once more. "Hold on," Zhou Xiaohui called out, halting Zhou Ye once again. Zhou Ye, growing impatient, inquired, "What now?" "Today, that rascal Zhou Ye mentioned that you fell ill this afternoon, complaining of a headache, and even brought a young girl with you to buy medicine." "Yes, but you can't seriously hold it against me for having a girl accompany me to fetch medicine. I'm not that troublesome," Zhou Ye retorted. "Isn't it curious that I recalled your mention of not having received your scores from the last exam? I was merely curious and asked young Shui. How coincidental. He informed me that the results had already been released and even forwarded your Class S score report to me." With that, Zhou Xiaohui retrieved his phone, locating the chat history with Zhou and opened a photo revealing Zhou Ye's most recent report card. "I searched from top to bottom for your name. My eyes were nearly in tears before I finally found it at the very bottom." He pointed to the report card, which displayed Zhou Ye's scores. Chinese 42, Mathematics 33, English 51, Political Science 38, Geography 32, History 39, totaling 235 points. Zhou Ye felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he scrutinized his grades. "You, this little rascal, neglecting your studies daily and causing trouble for your mother and me. How can I possibly entrust the company to you in the future?" Zhou Xiaohui admonished. jabbing a finger at Zhou Ye's nose. Regardless, I am your only son. You must pass it on to me. If you sell the company, I'll still live a carefree life with the money. Zhou Ye muttered under his breath. What did you say? Zhou Xiaohui thundered, you rebellious child. I will teach you a lesson today. Seeing that his father was genuinely angry, Zhou Ye quickly intervened. Oh, old man, dear father, please don't be angry. Let me explain. As he attempted to placate the furious Zhou Xiaohui, he cast a glance at Jiang Wanshu, who was standing by, reading the situation in her son's eyes. Jiang Wanshu stepped forward to calm her partner. All right, Xiaohui, don't be upset. Is there not a better way to resolve this? How about you sit down and have a proper discussion with your son? Hearing his beloved's voice, Zhou Xiaohui grasped her hand. I wish to, but this unruly child is just so disappointing. If I had known, I would have hired 10 people to keep an eye on him. Now, regardless, he is still your son. Moreover, there is still over a year left. There is no rush. Please have a good talk with him while I go warm up the food. It has gone cold. Yes, I understand, Wanshu. I will have a serious discussion with this rebellious child, Zhou Xiaohui replied. Good, that is settled then. After speaking, Xia Wanshu stood up and urged Zhou Ye. Why don't you quickly come over and talk to your father properly? Don't let him get angry again. Do you understand? Yes. Mom, rest assured. I will definitely have a calm and meaningful conversation with Dad. Seeing Zhou Ye's response, Xia Wanshu walked away, satisfied, observing her retreating figure. Zhou Xiaohui took a deep breath and smiled at Zhou Ye, gesturing for him to sit beside him. Come, my eldest son, let's have a good chat. Zhou Ye, looking at Zhou Xiaohui's amiable expression, couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling as if approaching him might lead to his own demise by sunrise. However, recalling Xia Wanshu's earlier words and glancing at her in the kitchen, he felt reassured that she would not take any drastic measures against him. With a heart full of trepidation, Zhou Ye still sat beside Zhou Xiaohui. Upon seeing Zhou Ye genuinely take a seat next to him, Zhou Xiaohui's demeanor shifted dramatically, akin to a master of Sichuan opera suddenly changing masks. He swiftly covered Zhou Ye's mouth with one hand and pulled him close, while the other hand pinched Zhou Ye's thigh hard several times. Zhou Ye, initially bewildered, let out a muffled yelp as the pain radiated from his thigh, but could only produce a faint sound due to Zhou Xiaohui's grip. Realizing that his strategy to divert Xia Wanshu's attention had failed, Zhou Ye retaliated by covering Zhou Xiaohui's mouth with one hand while pinching his waist with the other. Both father and son found themselves in a predicament, only able to emit muted sounds, glaring at each other defiantly, neither willing to relent. Xia Wanshu, observing their silent standoff, felt a warmth in her heart and chose not to interrupt. In this stalemate, they remained for nearly 10 minutes, with Zhou Ye feeling the sensation in his thigh wane, while Zhou Xiaohui similarly lost feeling in his grip. Ultimately, it was Zhou Xiaohui who conceded first, allowing them to release each other. Zhou Xiaohui lifted his shirt to inspect the now purplish bruise on his thigh, feeling a pang of regret. You unfilial son, how dare you treat your father this way? I haven't even scolded you, and yet you've left me in such a state. So what? I am your father, and I'm still your son. Chapter 14. You still need to practice, son. Noticing the atmosphere between the two had grown slightly tense, Xia Wanshu approached them with a smile, saying, All right. Enough of that. Weren't you both just fine a moment ago? Who was fine with him? They both pointed at each other in unison. All right, I must have misjudged. Fine. Let us eat. I made braised pork ribs. At the mention of food, both men felt a twinge of hunger. Whatever, I won't hold a grudge. I'm off to eat, Zhou Ye declared, rising to head towards the kitchen. Hey, you little rascal, how dare you speak to your father like that? Do you want a beating? Zhou Xiaohui exclaimed, getting up to chase Zhou Ye, ready for a showdown between real men. Seeing that the father and son were still not prepared to eat properly, Xia Wanshu felt a surge of anger. She had worked hard to prepare the meal, and they were not only ungrateful, but also treating her words as mere background noise. Both of you, stop right there. At her command, Zhou Ye and Zhou Xiaohui halted, turning to face Xia Wanshu, who wore a kind, yet stern expression. They gulped, realizing they had crossed a line. Normally, Xia Wanshu was quite easygoing, but that did not imply she lacked a temper. In fact, when provoked, she could be even more formidable, a fact they had learned all too well on one occasion. Dear, you should eat first. The food will get cold. Zhou Ye stammered. Yes, yes. Mom must be hungry. I can't wait to savor your braised pork ribs. Zhou Ye quickly chimed in. What do you mean eat? Weren't you just causing a ruckus? Now you suddenly want to eat? Go on, continue. The two exchanged awkward glances, rendered speechless. Why the sudden silence? You were both quite boisterous a moment ago. After all the effort I put into cooking for you two, is this how you repay me? No, no. I truly didn't mean it, dear. Yes, yes. I really didn't mean it, Mom. Huh. I knew you were merely paying lip service. Now, go stand over there. What? They both exclaimed. What do you mean, what? Are you dissatisfied? As Xia Wanshu's gaze turned sharp, the two quickly corrected themselves. No, no, we'll go stand over there right away. With that, Shall we drag Zhou Ye to the corner of the room? Once they stood at attention, Xia Wanshu walked to the kitchen table, removing the cover that kept the dishes warm, releasing a wave of steam. The aroma wafted towards Zhou Ye and Zhou Xiaohui, almost magically drawing them in. Zhou Ye's stomach growled at the scent of the braised ribs, while Zhou Xiaohui's growl was even louder, echoing throughout the living room. Yet Xia Wanshu seemed oblivious, continuing to serve herself. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Ye whispered to Zhou Xiaohui, Hey Dad, don't you want to eat? Zhou Xiaohui shook his head. No, I don't. Come on, your stomach sounds louder than thunder. How can you say you don't want to eat? Don't think I don't know. Every time you don't call me Dad, it's either because you're out of money, made a mistake, or thought of some ridiculous idea. Zhou Ye was astounded that Zhou Xiaohui had seen through his thoughts so easily. Then just tell me if you want to eat or not. You tell me your idea first, and I'll decide. All right, listen closely. This is a brilliant idea. Zhou Xiaohui regarded him with skepticism, but remained silent. Dad, aren't you Mom's favorite person? Indeed. Then aren't you the head of the household? Absolutely. So, does the head of the household need to seek permission to eat? Of course not. I am the head of the household, Zhou Xiaohui declared confidently. Zhou Ye, sensing a moment of weakness, launched his final offensive. Then, as the head of the household, why don't you kneel down and plead with Mom to let us eat? No. Zhou Xiaohui spat, splattering Zhou Ye in the face. Zhou Ye wiped the saliva from his face, bewildered as to where he had gone wrong. You think I'd fall for that? Ridiculous. After years in the business world, you think I'd be fooled by your little tricks? You need to practice for a few hundred years. Besides, why would the head of the household kneel to ask your mom? Would you dare do it now? And would you dare? I'm your son, and you're my father, so you should go first. Get lost. Now you recognize I'm your father? What about just a moment ago? Look, you're getting flustered again. Didn't I tell you to stay calm and not get so worked up? Zhou Xiaohui felt an uncontrollable urge to strike Zhou Ye. What are you two talking about? Stand straight. At Xia Wanshu's voice, Zhou Ye and Zhou Xiaohui ceased their banter and stood at attention, as if in military formation. After nearly 10 minutes had passed, Zhou Ye felt an overwhelming urge to stir things up. He discreetly nudged Zhou Xiaohui with his pinky finger, but received no response. Undeterred, he nudged him again, this time with more force, yet still observed no movement. Curiosity piqued, Zhou Ye glanced over at Zhou Xiaohui, only to discover that he had fallen asleep. Zhou Ye's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Zhou Xiaohui standing perfectly upright in slumber, momentarily at a loss for words. Both of you come here, commanded Xia Wanshu, prompting Zhou Ye to elbow Zhou Xiaohui awake. Stop sleeping. Mom wants us over there, Zhou Ye exclaimed, hastily making his way forward, while Zhou Xiaohui rubbed his face, striving to mask any signs of his recent slumber. Once both were gathered, Xia Wanshu leisurely inquired, Do you realize where you went wrong? Yes, yes. I shouldn't have been goofing around with Dad all the time. I should have taken a moment to sit down and have a proper conversation. Moreover, I certainly shouldn't have disturbed Mom while she was preparing dinner. I failed to appreciate her contributions to our family and disregarded her words. For this, I feel profound regret and vow never to repeat such mistakes. With that, Zhou Ye bowed deeply and said, I'm sorry, Mom. I won't dare do it again. Xia Wanshu nodded with satisfaction and turned her gaze towards the stunned Zhou Xiaohui. He was incredulous that his obstinate son could utter such sentiments, articulating everything without leaving him an ounce of leeway. Your son has made his position clear. What about you? I feel the same. Feel the same, my foot. It seems you've lived all these years without saying a word, Xia Wanshu remarked, a hint of disdain in her eyes as she regarded Zhou Xiaohui. Zhou Xiaohui found himself at a loss for words. It wasn't that he had nothing to say, but rather that Zhou Ye had already exhausted all the necessary words, leaving him with no room to express himself without appearing insincere. All right, starting tomorrow, your allowance will be halved. Zhou Xiaohui felt as if the world had crumbled around him. He had faced clients being snatched away, betrayal from partners, and the looming threat of bankruptcy without shedding a tear. Yet the prospect of his wife reducing his pocket money nearly brought him to tears. Don't be like this. Dear, you can't do this to me. It's all for good reason. What good reason? Don't think I'm oblivious to your daily visits to the foot massage parlor with that old shui. I used to let it slide, but now I must keep a closer watch on you to prevent those vixens from whisking you away. Zhou Xiaohui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as his secret was laid bare. While some found joy, others were filled with dread. Zhou Ye, overhearing Xia Wanshu's words, struggled to contain his laughter and gently nudged the now-awakened Zhou Xiaohui, saying, Dad, I never imagined you and Uncle Shui were so extravagant. At your age, visiting a foot massage parlor. Can your body handle it? Don't let it be that one day you're the one to go first. Zhou Xiaohui, already facing a cut in his allowance, was far from pleased. Enough. Can't you wish for a little good for your father? Besides, I only go to legitimate places, not the sort of establishments you're thinking of. Hee, afraid of upsetting Mom. Huh? That's why you only go to the legitimate ones. Enough. Zhou Xiaohui shot back, slightly embarrassed, as Zhou Ye's South teasing hit too close to home. Why are you laughing? Starting tomorrow, all your bank cards will be frozen. This proclamation reaffirmed the principle of energy conservation in a rather unexpected manner. Zhou Xiaohui wore a smug expression as he looked at the bewildered Zhou Ye. Son, don't worry. If worst comes to worst, I'll lend you $10 from your allowance to buy some candy. Ignoring Zhou Xiaohui's mockery, Zhou Ye rushed to Xia Wanshu's side, crouching down and pleading. Mom, dear mother, beautiful mother, you can't do this. How am I supposed to survive? What am I doing? You eat at home every day. How could you not survive? Besides, don't you have a little nest egg? You 1T starve. I don't care. You can't freeze my bank card. Zhou Ye threw himself on the ground, rolling about in a desperate display. He had no desire to return to the frugal life he had just escaped. Observing Zhou Ye's antics on the floor, Xia Wanshu sighed, a 1T freeze your card. But if you score under 300 in this semester's final exam, don't even think about it. Really? Zhou Ye sprang to his feet, recalling his previous graduation from a prestigious university. High school questions would be a mere walk in the park. Indeed, a gentleman's word is his bond. Deal. Zhou Xiaohui, witnessing Zhou Ye's unexpected triumph, ceased his laughter, instead glancing at the floor and contemplating his own wallet. Just as he was about to lie down, Xia Wanshu's sudden remark interrupted him. Dear, you're practically half in the grave. How little dignity. Come on, have you no shame? How old are you? Still trying to throw a tantrum like a child? Don't be ridiculous. I was merely checking if the floor was scratched by you. I would stoop to your embarrassing antics. Zhou Xiaohui feigned composure. Sure, keep telling yourself that. Enough. Let us eat. As Xia Wanshu spoke, Zhou Xiaohui had no choice but to take his seat at the dining table. Zhou Ye settled into his designated spot as well, gazing at the delectable, aromatic ribs before him. Zhou Ye could no longer contain his hunger. The sight alone had already tantalized his appetite. He swiftly picked up his chopsticks and seized a piece, popping it into his mouth. The rich flavor of the braised ribs exploded on his palate. They were tenderly stewed, disintegrating effortlessly with a gentle chew, as smooth as chocolate. Mom, your ribs are absolutely delicious. They're truly the best I've ever had. A smile blossomed on Xia Wanshu's face as she picked up her chopsticks and added a few more pieces to Zhou Ye's bowl. Enjoy them. Eat as much as you like. Zhou Xiaohui watched Zhou Ye's flattery with disdain. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks and tasted it. Wow, darling. This is simply the most delectable rib I've ever encountered. Really? That makes me so happy. But no matter how much you exaggerate, it won't earn you any pocket money. With a beaming expression, Xia Wanshu delivered the most cutting remark to Zhou Xiaohui. Oh, fine. Zhou Ye struggled to suppress his laughter. After quickly finishing the ribs in his bowl, he darted upstairs. Hey son, why are you leaving so soon after eating? I'm full. Dad loves them so much. I'll let it have them. With that, Zhou Ye dashed up the stairs. Zhou Xiaowei, feeling indignant, thought, how dare he? Just wait. As he prepared to grab another piece, Xie Wanshu swatted his chopsticks away. Wife, what are you doing? I'm still hungry. Eat, eat, eat. That is all you think about. You shouldn't indulge in so much meat. The doctor advised you to eat more vegetables. Save these ribs for your son. He-s in his growth phase. With that, Xie Wanshu removed the ribs from the table. Zhou Xiaowei stared at the plate of vegetables before him, exclaiming in dismay. This is too much. If he doesn't need them, I certainly do. I'm busy every day at the company. I need that meat to replenish my weary spirit. Enough. Stop calling out. I will leave some for you. It's not that I'm worried about your health from overeating meat tonight. You are well aware of your current circumstances. I know my wife treats me the best. All right, just eat. After that, I still have to wash the dishes. Yes. Zhou Ye returned to his room, lying on the bed. He picked up his phone and noticed that his balance was dwindling to less than 2,000 yuan. A wave of sorrow washed over him. He had painstakingly traversed into the life of a wealthy heir. Yet before he could indulge, he found himself back in a situation akin to his past life. As Zhou Ye lay in bed, engulfed in melancholy, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Liang, informing him that he had completed the tasks Zhou Ye had entrusted to him, and that Su Qiubai had willingly accepted them. Although Zhou Ye doubted Su Qiubai's willingness, he chose to overlook the details. As long as she accepted, that sufficed. Chapter 16. The Entrance to University Theorem. After replying to Liang, Zhou Ye rose, determined to engage in earnest study. This was not because he was a diligent student, but rather a pursuit for his future happiness. He approached his desk, cleared away the clutter, and retrieved a math workbook that had collected dust in a corner. After brushing off the dust, he opened to the first page, which was remarkably pristine. Zhou Ye dismissed the cleanliness, resolving to start anew and study diligently, aspiring to reclaim his peak moments. However, the first problem proved to be a formidable challenge, leaving the once confident Zhou Ye stumped. How can this be so difficult? I don't recall learning this in high school. No, it must be a mistake. Let us try the second question. Yet, the second question confounded him as well. And the subsequent third and fourth questions left Zhou Ye utterly at a loss. After nearly 10 minutes at his desk, he had not managed to solve a single problem. This can't be right. Math was never my forte. If it were history, I would surely excel. With that thought, Zhou Ye cast aside the math book and reached for another history workbook lying on the floor. However, after about 30 minutes, Zhou Ye sat in agony, clutching his head while gazing at the myriad of crossed-out problems. It felt surreal. How can this be? Didn't I attend university? Am I not a once-in-a-million genius? How is it that I can't even solve high school problems? At that moment, he remembered his senior from his past life, who had once told him that once you enter university, the knowledge from high school is like a string of code that gets deleted. Initially, Zhou Ye had dismissed this notion. After all, he had toiled day and night for that knowledge. Yet after years of work, it seemed the high school knowledge had indeed vanished. Zhou Ye felt tears welling up. It was as if he could see his bright future bidding him farewell. Li Ge, are you chatting with that little girl? Is she the one named Han Yinyan from our team? After bidding farewell to Su Qiubai, Liang and the others gathered at a food stall to eat. Liang shut his phone and jokingly scolded, "Get lost. I'm not chatting with you. I'm reporting to Zhou Ge." Oh. Upon realizing Liang was conversing with Zhou Ye, the man fell silent. At that moment, another guy, having swallowed a skewer of meat, curiously asked, "Why did Zhou Ye suddenly tell us to pay more attention to that girl named Su Qiubai? I remember he used to bully her." Ren Xianqi voiced his doubt. The group began to discuss, why did Zhou Ge suddenly ask us to look after Su Qiubai? Isn't he worried about Song Jiai getting angry? Indeed. Hey, Li Ge, you're close to Zhou Ge. Do you know anything? With Ren Xianqi's inquiry, the others turned their attention to the previously silent Liang. Liang looked at them, unsure of what to say. However, just a few hours earlier, Zhou Ye had personally instructed him to look out for Su Qiubai. Initially, Liang thought Zhou Ye had some scheme in mind to bully her again, but Zhou Ye had said, "If anyone bullies her, inform me immediately." That statement had bewildered him. Yet, as a loyal subordinate, he did not pry further, merely relaying Zhou Ye's message to keep an eye on Su Qiubai so that no one bullied her. I don't know. Zhouge only told me to advise you all to pay more attention to Su Qiubai, nothing more. As Li Yang's words fell, the previously expectant expressions of the group faded into disappointment. All right, let us not dwell on it. We'll do whatever Zhou Ye says. Come on, let us drink. Yes, let us follow Zhou Gu's lead and drink. The group's attention shifted, distracted by Li Yang's words. In truth, Li Yang had gleaned some insights during training. He overheard someone mention that Zhou Ye had a heated argument with Song Jiai in class, and afterward, something Zhou Ye said caused Song Jiai to leave. Initially, Li Yang had been skeptical, for he knew how much Zhou Ye admired Song Jiai. However, upon reflection, he found it odd. Firstly, when they had exited the alley, Zhou Ye had not only told him to stop bullying Su Qiubai, but had also taken her out for a meal. Many girls at school admired Zhou Ye for his looks and wished to dine with him, but he had invariably declined. Yet, Su Qiubai was different. Zhou Ye had personally invited her, which made Li Yang feel something was amiss. Not to mention Zhou Ye had directly messaged him to keep an eye on Su Qiubai, subtly altering Li Yang's perception of her. Were you pondering, Li Ge? Let us drink. Li Yang was jolted back to reality by Ren Xinqi's voice and raised his glass in response. The following morning, Zhou Ye awoke, his eyes fluttering open on his soft, comfortable bed. Ah, bliss. It's no wonder that a bed from a wealthy family costs tens of thousands. There is some truth to that. Rising, Zhou Ye noticed that his back no longer ached, and his legs felt rejuvenated. He was brimming with vitality. Slipping on his slippers, he descended the stairs and entered the living room, where he found Zhou Xiaohui seated on the sofa, engrossed in the morning news, while Xie Wanshu busied herself in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Son, hurry and wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon. Xie Wanshu called out with a smile upon seeing Zhou Ye. Zhou Ye observed the warm smile of Xie Wanshu and felt that a woman's demeanor could transform completely between anger and tranquility. He shook his head, resolving never to provoke a woman's wrath again. One could never predict the consequences. After entering the bathroom, Zhou Ye quickly washed up, admiring his handsome visage in the mirror. If there was anything he relished about his transmigration, it was the wealth and his striking appearance. Son, are you not ready yet? It's time to eat. Coming. With Xie Wanshu's prompt, Zhou Ye ceased his self-admiration. Why are you so slow? Don't you understand that time is money? Zhou Xiaohui chided as Zhou Ye emerged from the bathroom. Oh, understood, old man. You. All right, enough bickering. Let us keep the morning peaceful and quiet. Perhaps it was the lingering after-effects of the previous night, as Zhou Xiaohui obediently fell silent after Xie Wanshu had spoken. Zhou Ye couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chapter 17. The Sinister Smile of Mei Wenhua. Son, stop laughing and hurry up with your meal. You'll be late if you don't eat soon, Xie Wanshu admonished, giving Zhou Ye a gentle pat on the shoulder. Ah, alright. Here, this is your breakfast, Zhou Ye replied, taking a hearty bite of a sandwich from the plate. Eat slowly, don't choke, and don't forget to drink your milk, she reminded him. I know, Mom, Zhou Ye replied, and, as Xie Wanshu observed him devouring his food, she shook her head, choosing not to say anything further before departing. Before long, Zhou Ye had polished off the sandwich, and after downing the milk in one go, he let out a satisfied burp and declared, I'm off, Mom. All right, once you arrive at school, don't cause any trouble for me or your father, she cautioned. I'll do my best, he replied playfully. Hey, you rascal, she called after him, but before she could utter another word, Zhou Ye had already dashed out the door. As Zhou Ye strolled along the morning streets, a few rays of sunlight graced the pavement, and a refreshing breeze swept towards him. The gentle wind, brushing against his face, brought a sense of coolness that was timely, especially since May had already begun to warm up, and he felt a bit overheated after rushing out of the house. This refreshing breeze was akin to a drop of water in a parched desert. In the past, Zhou Xiaohui usually had his driver take him to school, but for reasons unknown, the driver was absent today, prompting Zhou Ye to walk to school instead. Observing the familiar scenery that had previously blurred past him from the confines of a vehicle, he felt a sense of novelty. as sights he had overlooked before now captured his attention. After nearly 10 minutes of walking, Zhou Ye finally arrived at his classroom. Upon entering, he noticed Zhao Qilai seated at his desk, engrossed in his work. Zhao Qilai glanced up and acknowledged Zhou Ye with a brief greeting before returning to his studies. Zhou Ye chose not to disturb him as he passed by. Taking a seat behind him, Zhou Ye greeted Su Qiubai. "Hi, classmate Su, good morning. It feels a bit warm today, doesn't it?" Startled by his unexpected voice, Su Qiubai, who had been focused on her studies, looked up and, upon realizing it was Zhou Ye, awkwardly returned his greeting. Good morning," she replied, quickly lowering her gaze back to her English book. Zhou Ye refrained from saying more. After all, her ability to greet him was already a significant improvement. If he wished for Su Qiubai to cease her aversion towards him, he knew he must proceed gradually, as one cannot become a glutton in a single meal. With a smile, Zhou Ye settled into his seat. Once he sensed that Zhou Ye had moved away, Su Qiubai felt a hint of relaxation. Yet, she couldn't help but steal glances at him from the corner of her eye, only to quickly avert her gaze whenever he seemed to notice. At that moment, Zhou Ye's attention was not on Su Qiubai. He was surveying the classroom environment. Perhaps due to his entrance, the previously lively atmosphere had dissipated, and those who had been chatting moments ago had exited, leaving only a few studious classmates behind. Zhou Ye couldn't help but feel a bit bemused. Was he truly that intimidating? Why did they feel the need to hide from him while conversing? After a moment of internal complaint, he decided to disregard them and turned his gaze to the empty seat that had remained unoccupied since yesterday afternoon, Song Jiai's spot. Gazing at her vacant chair, Zhou Ye couldn't help but wonder if something had happened to her, but he quickly shook his head internally. Whatever troubles Song Jiai faced were of no concern to him. As long as she adhered to their agreement and refrained from troubling Su Qiubai, that was all that mattered. At that moment, the bell from morning study rang. Students outside filed into their classrooms, awaiting the arrival of their teacher. After approximately 5 minutes, a middle-aged man in his 40s entered, Zhong Aigua, their Chinese teacher. He placed his Chinese textbook and a glass of water with tea leaves on the podium and announced, "All right, students, today for morning study, we will recite the Chun Qing Biao. Please take out your books and begin." As Zhong Aigua's words fell, everyone dutifully took out their Chinese books to recite. Zhou Ye was no exception. After all, he needed to score at least 300 points on the upcoming final exam to return to the life he once cherished. He had to strive for it. Seeing Zhou Ye actually participating in the recitation, Zhong Aigua was initially taken aback, but then a look of gratification crossed his face. Zhou Ye has finally realized the importance of studying. Well done, he thought to himself. However, before Zhong Aigua could relish the moment for long, Zhou Ye succumbed to the lull of his own hypnotic recitation and ultimately succumbed to sleep. Zhong Aigua shot a few exasperated glances at Zhou Ye, but chose not to dwell on him any further. "You dare to bully my little lotus flower? Just wait and see," Mei Wenhua's underling sneered, occasionally muttering to himself. Nearby, Wang Tao, concerned that he might be unwell, asked, "Mei Ge, if you're sick, you should take medicine. Don't hold back." Initially puzzled, Mei Wenhua's sharp mind quickly grasped the intent behind Wang Tao's words. "Get lost. You're the one who's sick." "I'm about to undertake something significant," Mei Wenhua retorted angrily. Wang Tao, undeterred by the insult, was more intrigued by the significant matter Mei Wenhua had mentioned. "What is this significant matter? Come on, Mei Ge, tell me." Just as Mei Wenhua was about to speak, he suddenly remembered that they were in a classroom. If he revealed too much, Zhou Ye might catch wind of his plans, potentially jeopardizing his scheme. Thus, he swallowed his words. "Nothing much. You'll find out soon enough. Just know that it's something important," he replied evasively. Though somewhat dissatisfied with Mei Wenhua's nonchalance, Wang Tao nodded. "All right, Mei Ge, I'll get back to my studies then." "Sure," Mei Wenhua affirmed, satisfied with Wang Tao's response. It was true that he was once his closest ally, understanding him well. Yet Mei Wenhua felt a pang of guilt for keeping secrets from him. However, for the sake of his plan, he felt compelled to withhold the information. If worst came to worst, he would have Wang Tao give Zhou Ye a few kicks later on, but ultimately, it would be Mei Wenhua delivering the final blow to Zhou Ye. As he absent-mindedly fiddled with the USB drive in his pocket, A sly smile crept across Mei Wenhua's face once more. Their English teacher, spotting Mei Wenhua, remarked with irritation, "Mei Wenhua, what are you laughing about? Stand up and lead the class in reading the text." Mei Wenhua, caught off guard, stood up awkwardly, glancing at his textbook, unsure of where to begin reading. He signaled to Wang Tao for help, but Wang Tao, still miffed at Mei Wenhua, ignored him, realizing that this approach was futile. Mei Wenhua turned his attention to Shen Shiwen. However, she, too, did not deign to acknowledge him. "Enough wasting time. Sit back down," the teacher said impatiently. "Yes, sir," Mei Wenhua replied, feeling embarrassed as he returned to his seat. Chapter 18. You teach me to study, and I'll treat you to nutritional supplements. Mei Wenhua wished to inquire of Wang Tao why he had disregarded his subtle signal earlier, leaving him embarrassed in front of the entire class. However, having just been called out by the teacher, his voice was too soft for Wang Tao to hear. Observing this, Mei Wenhua relinquished his attempt, but he still intended to persuade Wang Tao to give Zhou Ye a few doses of the magical pill. After all, they were good brothers. Jingzhong, Jingzhong. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the midday break. Zhao Qiliai approached Zhou Ye, who was still asleep, and found himself at a loss for words. After shaking him awake, Zhou Ye groggily opened his eyes. Looking at Zhao Qiliai, he asked, "What's the matter, old Zhao? Has class ended?" "Not only has class ended, but it's already lunchtime," Zhao Qiliai replied, causing Zhou Ye to snap out of his daze. "Wait a moment. How could it be lunchtime already? I'll just lay my head down for a bit." "A bit? You were sprawled out like Sleeping Beauty. Why didn't anyone wake me? Who would dare wake you up with that temper of yours? You might just end up giving them a beating." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Zhao Qiliai's comments, Zhou Ye queried, "Then what about you? I can't just hit you, can I? I didn't intend to wake you, but the teacher told me not to. She said you cause enough trouble when you're awake, so it's better for you to sleep." "Damn, that's slander. I'm going to accuse her of defamation." "All right, stop being angry. I'm heading to the cafeteria. Are you coming?" "I'll go later. I need a moment to collect myself. I'm still feeling a bit dazed. I'll head over first. Remember to come early," Zhao Qiliai said as he walked towards the door. After Zhao Qiliai left, Zhou Ye rested his head on his hands. A look of frustration etched on his face. How on earth did I fall asleep? At this rate, I might have to bid farewell to my future prosperous life. No, I haven't yet experienced the lifestyle of the affluent. I can't dwell on regrets right now. I must start holding myself to a higher standard from today onwards. Gurgle, gurgle. But then again, how can one study well on an empty stomach? With that thought, Zhou Ye stood up, preparing to leave the classroom for the cafeteria. As a key high school, his school had built a cafeteria to improve the college admission rates, allowing students to eat on campus during lunch, purportedly to free up more time for studying. However, Zhou Ye typically avoided the cafeteria, as the food was notoriously inedible, almost as if it were not meant for human consumption. Therefore, he preferred to eat outside rather than endure the cafeteria's offerings. But now, things had changed. His card was frozen, and he had little money left. He might need cash for future expenses, and the cafeteria meals were quite cheap, so he had no choice but to opt for it. Once my final exams are over, if I'm still eating in the cafeteria, I'll recharge my card with 10,000 and treat everyone every day, Zhou Ye declared with grand ambition. Just as he passed by Su Qiubai, he noticed a brand new lunchbox on her table, containing the same unappetizing food he had seen the day before. Zhou Ye immediately recognized the lunchbox as the one Li Yong had sent him a picture of, asking if it was acceptable. At that moment, Zhou Ye merely glanced at it and replied affirmatively without further thought. Standing beside Su Qiubai, she seemed to notice him too. She looked up, revealing her bright, curious eyes, and asked, "What's the matter, Zhou?" "Oh, nothing. Just curious if you can fill up on this for lunch." Upon hearing Zhou Ye's words, Su Qiubai instinctively hugged her lunchbox to her stomach, then bowed her head, nodding sadly. Observing the once cheerful Su Qiubai turning somewhat dejected, Zhou Ye realized she had misunderstood his inquiry. "No, Su, I didn't mean to mock you. I was merely curious. I apologize if I offended you. It's fine. Zhou, you should go eat. Otherwise, you won't have enough time for lunch," Su Qiubai replied calmly, still looking down. Zhou Ye felt a pang of regret for his curiosity. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a small quiz paper beneath her lunchbox, with a glaring score of 143, which momentarily left him speechless. "Sue, if I may ask, how much did you score in your last exam?" "Oh, let me check my notebook." I wrote it down. Although Su Qiubai found Zhou Ye's sudden inquiry puzzling, she chose to share her score with him. After retrieving her notebook, she handed him the page with her previous score recorded. Upon glancing at the score, Zhou Ye felt as if his eyes were about to be blinded. Su Qiubai had scored 698 points on her last exam, and Zhou Ye, who barely managed to score below 300, was nearly fainting at the sight of such a high score. An idea suddenly sparked in Zhou Ye's mind. "Su, considering you eat so little and lack proper nutrition, how could you have the energy to study?" Su Qiubai was unsure of Zhou Ye's intentions, but felt as if he was fixating on her. "We want. I can't believe I'm asking this, but please, Su, will you tutor me? My mom said if I don't score at least 300 on my finals, she will completely freeze my bank card. I haven't enjoyed life enough yet. I don't want to live like that." Zhou Ye grasped had hand tightly, squeezing out a few tears. I can teach you, but could you please let go of my hand? This is wonderful. Su, you're so kind. To express my gratitude, I'll treat you to meals starting today." "Oh, no need. I brought my own lunch." Zhou Ye glanced at Su Qiubai's lunch, causing her to feel slightly bashful, and she lowered her gaze, avoiding looking at him. Zhou Ye, regaining his composure, stated firmly, "You can't just rely on yourself. You need to look after me as well. If you don't get enough nutrition, it will negatively impact your studies. So, let me treat you to meals." Su Qiubai wanted to object, but Zhou Ye interrupted her. "All right, let us go. Didn't you just say that if we don't hurry, we'll miss lunchtime?" With Zhou Ye's insistence, Su Qiubai ceased her resistance and followed him out of the classroom. However, her attention remained fixated on the hand they were holding, feeling shy and wanting to remind Zhou Ye, but seeing him so happy, she kept quiet. Chapter 19. Li Yang is wrongfully accused. As they approached the cafeteria, the crowd thickened, and the number of curious glances directed at them increased. Su Qiubai could no longer hold back. "I can walk on my own. Could you please let go of my hand?" Hearing Su Qiubai's words, Zhou Ye turned in surprise, realizing he had been holding on her hand the entire time. He quickly released her. Saw thee. I was lost in thought." In response to Zhou Ye's apology, Su Qiubai lightly shook her head. "It's all right. I should have reminded you." To ease the awkwardness, Zhou Ye suggested, "Let us move. Otherwise, we'll miss the food." "Sure." The two walked side by side towards the cafeteria. Upon entering, Zhou Ye and Su Qiubai were momentarily stunned by the sea of people before them. Zhou Ye had anticipated that there would be a considerable number of people, yet he never imagined it would be quite so overwhelming. "Su, would you mind securing a spot for us? I'll fetch the food," he suggested. "Sure, sounds good," she replied. With that, the two parted ways. As Zhou Ye approached the food counter, he was met with a dense throng of students, making it nearly impossible to squeeze through. However, upon recognizing the campus bully, the surrounding students hastily cleared a path for Zhou Ye, fearing any confrontation. Although Zhou Ye felt a mix of gratitude and bemusement, he did not dwell on it for long. After all, Su Qiubai was waiting for her meal. Reaching the counter, the lunch lady, taken aback by the fact that others willingly made way for Zhou Ye, couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. "May I place my order?" Zhou Ye inquired. Of course. What would you like?" The lunch lady responded with a smile. "What options do you have?" he asked. "We have the A set and the B set." The A set includes a serving of rice with 2 vegetable dishes and 1 meat dish, while the B set consists of a serving of rice with 1 vegetable dish and 2 meat dishes. "Which would you prefer?" "I'll have 2 B sets, please." "Very well, that'll be 24 yuan in total." Zhou Ye presented his meal card, which emitted a beep as it processed the payment, displaying a balance of 1,976 yuan. The onlookers were astonished by the substantial amount. Who in their right mind would load 2,000 yuan onto a meal card? How enviable it must be to be wealthy, they thought. After receiving his meal, Zhou Ye turned away, unable to withstand their fervent gazes. It was not that Zhou Ye was flaunting his wealth. Rather, it was his friend Xia Wanshu who, concerned that Zhou Ye might not have enough to eat at school, had charged the card with 2,000 yuan. Since Zhou Ye rarely dined in the cafeteria, he had not touched the funds until now, and had it not been for treating Su Qiubai to a meal, he might not have even realized the card's balance. Upon exiting the food area, Zhou Ye scanned the dining area for Su Qiubai's figure. After nearly a minute of searching, he finally spotted her in the distance. However, as he approached, he noticed that Su Qiubai was being surrounded by a few individuals. "Hey, what you all doing?" Zhou Ye bellowed, confronting them. The ringleader turned around, and Zhou Ye recognized him as Chen Jiahao, a classmate who had previously harbored feelings for Song Jiai, just as Zhou Ye once did. The moment Chen Jiahao saw Zhou Ye, he froze momentarily, as did the others. Their eyes filled with trepidation. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qiubai dashed to Zhou Ye's side. "Zhou Ye, what do you want?" Chen Jiahao attempted to maintain composure. "I'm merely inquiring about what you're doing here, bullying a fellow student." "You're talking nonsense. I'm just discussing something with Su Qiubai. It's none of your business, so leave." Chen Jiahao retorted defiantly. "How is it not my concern? I intend to dine with Su, and we need to study together afterward, so you're wasting our time. If you don't move, I might just throw these 2 meals right at your face." Zhou Ye vanished darkly. Chen Jiahao, startled by Zhou Ye's threat, was quickly pulled away by his companions. "Let us go," Jiahao one urged. Chen Jiahao shot a resentful glare at Su Qiubai before slinking away like a defeated dog. Once they had left, Zhou Ye sighed in relief, not out of fear of them, but rather to avoid any escalation that could implicate Su Qiubai. "All right, they're gone. Let us eat," Zhou Ye said as he placed the 2 meals on the table. "MHM," she replied, and they sat down together. As Su Qiubai gazed at the meat in her bowl, she turned to Zhou Ye, saying, "I'm sorry, Zhou Ye. Not only did I trouble you earlier, but now you've also treated me to a meal. It's nothing, really. We're classmates. Helping each other is only natural. Besides, I owe you my gratitude for taking the time to assist me with my studies." He reassured her. "Now, let us eat before it gets cold," he urged. Throughout the remainder of their meal, the 2 shared a comfortable silence, each immersed in their food. Before long, they had finished and prepared to leave the cafeteria, walking side by side toward their classroom. Zhou Ye, glancing at Su Qiubai, couldn't he help but ask, "What did Chen Jiahao want from you?" Startled by his sudden question, Su Qiubai jumped slightly. "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you." Zhou Ye quickly apologized. "It's all right. I was just lost in thought," she replied. "They were asking me about what happened yesterday, why Song Jiai suddenly ran off, and why she has T come to school today. Why doesn't he just ask a teacher?" Zhou Ye inquired. He did, but the teacher said they didn't know either. Zhou Ye fell into contemplation. Song Jiai was not the type to skip school over a minor dispute. Yet she had been absent since yesterday afternoon. This left him puzzled. As he pondered, a member of the sports team rushed toward him. "Zhou Ye, this is bad," the boy exclaimed, interrupting Zhou Ye's thoughts. "Calm down, what's the matter?" Zhou Ye urged. "Li Ge has been wrongfully accused of bullying a fellow student yesterday," the boy explained, finally catching his breath. "What?" Zhou Ye was taken aback. Li Yang was not the kind of person to bully others. Apart from issuing orders, he rarely mistreated anyone. "When did this happen? Speak quickly." Zhou Ye persisted. The boy flinched slightly at Zhou Ye's intensity. "Take it easy. Let us hear what this student has to say," Su Qiubai interjected, stepping forward to calm Zhou Ye. Realizing he had been too hasty, Zhou Ye took a breath. "I apologize. I was too anxious. I'm sorry for my earlier outburst," he said, extending an olive branch. "It's all right," the boy replied, astonished to have received an apology from Zhou Ye. "Now, please tell me what happened." Okay. I was following Li Yang and the others after lunch, planning to rest in the classroom. On our way back, a chubby person came up and took Li Yang away, claiming the dean wanted to ask them about the bullying incident yesterday. Li Yang was confused, but didn't refuse, and told me to find you while he followed that person. Zhou Ye listened intently, deep in thought. "Where are they now?" he asked. "They should be in the dean's office." "Let us go. Take me there." "Sure, Zhou Ge," the boy responded eagerly. "You head back, Su. I'll go check on Li Yang." "No, I want to come with you," she insisted. "What? Why would you want to join?" "Just go back and avoid getting dragged into this," Zhou Ye urged. "No, I must go. I'm the top student. If I plead for leniency, it might help them." Zhou Ye considered her words and realized that Su Qiubai was a highly regarded student, a promising candidate for prestigious universities. Her intervention could indeed prove beneficial. "All right, But stay close to me, he relented. MHM, she smiled, pleased that he had agreed. Liang, do you acknowledge your mistake? Zhou Ye declared as they proceeded. A portly gentleman with Mediterranean features, nearly bursting out of his shirt, chastised Liang and his companions. He was Liang Kong, the school's director of education. Liang, somewhat perplexed, ventured to inquire, Teacher, we are unaware of any wrongdoing. Why must we confess? Indeed, echoed the others in agreement. Standing opposite them, Mei Wenhua sneered, Put on a show all you like. We shall see how long you can maintain the facade. Liang Kong, harboring a deep disdain for Liang and his peers due to their lackluster academic performance and penchant for trouble, retorted, Very well, Mei, as the instigator. You may question them. Certainly, teacher, replied Mei Wenhua, turning to Liang. Where did you go after last night's study session? Gazing at the smug, Mei Wenhua, Liang understood that this man was the source of his slander. We, of course, return home. Did you not go home? Or do you lack a home? Mei Wenhua's face flushed with indignation. He had not anticipated Li Yang's audacity to provoke him. Liang Kong, suppressing a smile, interjected, Let us focus on the matter at hand. Yes. Mei Wenhua glared at them with barely concealed fury. Just wait. We shall see if you can still smile after this. As far as I am aware, you must have visited class 2, he continued. Liang pondered briefly before nodding in acknowledgement, not wishing to deny the truth. As the corridor had indeed been bustling with students. We did visit class 2, what of it? Mei Wenhua sported a triumphant grin. Then tell me, why would a student from class 4 venture to class 2? Furthermore, why were so many of you surrounding a girl in class 2? We were merely searching for someone. And if we had intended to bully that girl, why would we have taken her to a classroom instead of a dead end? Li Yang's retort prompted Liang Kong to nod in reluctant agreement. Despite his distaste for Li Yang and his cohort, he was committed to fairness and impartiality. As the situation turned increasingly unfavorable for him, Mei Wenhua stamped his foot and declared to Liang Kong, Teacher, I have evidence. Liang Kong, intrigued by the prospect of evidence, turned his attention to Mei Wenhua. Show me, he commanded. Yes, Wang Tao, quickly bring forth the evidence. With that, Wang Tao dashed in, clutching a USB drive. Mei Wenhua seized it from Wang Tao and presented it to Liang Kong, stating, Teacher, this contains video footage of their bullying. Please review it. Liang Kong accepted the USB drive, inspecting it curiously. How did you come by such footage? He inquired. I have a habit of documenting campus life. I accidentally captured this with my thumb camera, Mei Wenhua replied, his gaze averted, betraying his unease. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Kong chose not to dwell on this issue. Very well, just be cautious not to bring such items to school again. Yes, I assure you it won't happen again, Mei Wenhua quickly acquiesced, though internally he reveled in his cunning. The entire video had been meticulously saved to the USB drive the previous night, specifically for this occasion. Moreover, he had enhanced it with AI to ensure that Li Yang and his friends would face severe repercussions, since he refused to admit guilt. Let us examine the evidence provided by Mei Wenhua, Liang Kong announced as he prepared to play the video. At that moment, the door to the office swung open with a loud bang, drawing everyone's attention to the entrance. There stood a dashing young man, exuding charm and charisma. Zhou Ye, what brings you here? I am currently occupied. You ought to leave, Liang Kong remarked, his irritation palpable. Among the students at this school, Zhou Ye was the one Liang Kong despised most. He flaunted his wealth, disregarded Liang Kang's authority, engaged in frequent brawls, and tarnished the school's reputation, all while remaining untouchable due to his father's financial influence, which had even secured the school a new building. The principal dared not confront him. Brother Zhou, you have arrived, Liang exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. Zhou Ye glanced at them, offering a reassuring look before redirecting his gaze. Teacher, I did not intrude without cause. I have an important matter to discuss. What is it? Liang Kong inquired. I am in no rush. Please continue your conversation, Zhou Ye replied, standing obediently to the side. Though Liang Kong was inclined to dismiss him, he refrained, considering Zhou Ye's status. Let us resume. We have more pressing matters to address. Mei Wenhua regarded Zhou Ye with a challenging glimmer in his eye. Zhou Ye, your presence is fortuitous. I am eager to see how you will protect your little brother. Zhou Ye sensed the tension and a peculiar animosity between them. With a decisive tap of Liang Kang's finger, the video commenced playback. Zhou Ye stealthily approached their side. The footage appeared fuzzy and shaky, yet the voices were clear. "Hey, Zhou Ye, your protection fee hasn't been paid all month. Are you itching for a taste of my fist?" Liang's voice echoed through the video, leaving him visibly astonished. Zhou Ye noticed Liang's expression and turned his gaze to Mei Wenhua, who was struggling to suppress a smirk. In that moment, Zhou Ye understood the scheme at play. Though he was unaware of Mei Wenhua's motives for targeting Liang, he was resolute. Anyone who threatened his friends would face the consequences. As the final moments of the video played out, Liang Kang remained oblivious to Zhou Ye's presence, his focus entirely on the critical situation at hand. They were the city's premier high school, and any tolerance for bullying was unacceptable. If the video depicted reality, it could lead to dire consequences for the institution. "Do you have anything to say?" Liang and his companions were left in stunned silence after viewing the video. Soon, Liang's gaze fell upon the smirking Mei Wenhua. Unable to contain himself, he lunged forward, seizing Mei Wenhua by the collar and glaring at him. "This is your doing? Isn't it?" Feigning innocence, Mei Wenhua adopted a victimized demeanor. "What are you accusing me of, classmate? I merely presented the evidence. Could it be that you are upset because I exposed you? Damn it! How dare you feign ignorance? Take this!" Liang shouted, preparing to strike. "Liang, what are you doing?" "I'm still here," Liang Kang bellowed, attempting to intervene. However, in his rage, Liang was deaf to all reason, raising his fist to deliver a blow. With a resounding thud, Zhou Ye intercepted Liang's hand. Liang stared at Zhou Ye in astonishment. "Brother Zhou, what are you doing? We didn't do anything wrong. He is framing us." Zhou Ye's voice was cold and firm. "I know. Trust me, release him." "But," I said, "let him go. Did you not hear me?" Zhou Ye's tone grew more frigid. Seeing no alternative, Liang reluctantly lowered his gaze and released his grip on Mei Wenhua's collar. A sigh of relief escaped Zhou Ye's lips. He had narrowly averted a more complicated situation. Mei Wenhua felt a sense of disappointment wash over him as the constricting sensation at his collar dissipated. He had initially intended to sacrifice his handsome visage to amplify the culpability of Liang and his cohorts. But to his dismay, that rascal Zhou Ye thwarted his plans. Nevertheless, Mei Wenhua did not exhibit excessive despondency. After all, it was merely an auxiliary loss. His primary concern lay with the impending matters at hand. For nearly resorting to violence in front of the director would undoubtedly leave a detrimental impression. Liang Kang breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Zhou Ye intervene to prevent Liang from striking anyone. "Liang, what do you think you're doing? Daring to act violently in my presence? I saw everything in the video, and it was crystal clear." Liang lowered his head in silence, and the others followed suit. Remaining mute, observing their reticence, Liang Kang resolved to bring this farce to a close. "Enough. I have no intention of continuing this commotion. I shall report this incident to the school authorities and await their directives." Hearing this, Mei Wenhua felt a surge of clandestine joy. He had initially assumed Liang Kang would handle the matter himself, never anticipating such unexpected fortune. If it were reported to the school, the ramifications would be significant. Mei Wenhua nodded affirmatively. "Very well, teacher, I have no objections." Liang and the others remained silent. "All right, disperse now. Class is about to commence." Liang Kang urged the group to vacate the room. "Wait." Zhou Ye raised his hand, preparing to speak. Liang Kang regarded him with curiosity. "What do you want?" "Zhou Ye. Nothing much. I just feel like something is missing from the situation." Liang Kang's eyes were filled with perplexity at Zhou Ye's statement. "And what exactly do you think is lacking?" "I believe no one has considered the girl's perspective from the video," Zhou Ye asserted. Mei Wenhua halted mid-step, panic flickering in his eyes. After all, he had yet to cultivate a rapport with Zhou Ye, and given her character, she might very well speak candidly. Upon hearing Zhou Ye's words, Liang quickly lifted his head to look at Zhou Ye. Realizing Zhou Ye had winked at him, he understood the unspoken message. "Teacher, I believe we should summon the involved party, allowing her to recount the events from last night." With Li Yang's endorsement, the others expressed their agreement. Mei Wenhua felt a surge of anxiety, but just as he was about to speak, he abruptly restrained himself. Wait, this might actually be a fortuitous opportunity. While Zhou Ye may indeed speak the truth, she has been bullied by Zhou Ye and his group without a chance to retaliate. If I were to discreetly share my plan with her when I bring her here, she would undoubtedly assist me, ensuring not only Li Yang and the others face consequences, but Zhou Ye would also be implicated. Teacher, I concur. It is indeed essential to call her in and inquire, he declared. Wang Tao, who had been standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback by Mei Wenhua's words, but soon leaned in to whisper, Mei, what are you up to? Though Wang Tao was unaware of the entire situation, he sensed that Mei Wenhua had undoubtedly meddled in this affair. If it were to be discovered, he too would face repercussions, prompting his urgency. Mei Wenhua smiled reassuringly at Wang Tao and whispered, You need to go fetch that girl from class 2, Su Qiubai, and inform her of the current situation. Tell her this is the only opportunity to see Zhou Ye and the others face punishment. Is that really feasible? Wang Tao inquired, his brow furrowed in doubt. Don't question it. Hurry. We mustn't allow them to get ahead of us. Mei Wenhua insisted, his tone serious. With no time to ponder further, Wang Tao dashed toward the exit. Just as Li Yang and the others were about to seize him, Zhou Ye intervened. Brother Zhou, what are you doing? If they summon Su Qiubai first, it could be detrimental for us. Although your relationship with her has improved somewhat, you've bullied her in the past, and she might seize this chance for retribution against us. Li Yang's anxiety was palpable, and he was nearly on the verge of sending someone after Wang Tao. Zhou Ye, hands clasped behind his back, spoke languidly. No worries, I have my methods. With Zhou Ye's assurance, Li Yang reluctantly acquiesced. Mei Wenhua chocolate ignardly, Zhou Ye. I shall ensure your arrogance bears consequences. Liang Kong, having noticed Wang Tao's departure, allowed it, believing it necessary to speak with the involved party. The room fell into an eerie silence as Zhou Ye closed his eyes in contemplation while Li Yang and the others fixated on the entrance. Hoping that Wang Tao would return alone, Mei Wenhua stood confidently, as if proclaiming his impending triumph. However, after a few minutes, Wang Tao re-entered, accompanied by a seemingly demure girl. Upon sighting Su Qiubai, Li Yang's heart sank a few notches. Yet, Mei Wenhua was genuinely elated. Not only could he reprimand Zhou Ye and his cronies, but he could also enhance his standing in Su Qiubai's eyes. Truly a double victory. Yet, Wang Tao disregarded Su Qiubai and rushed straight to Mei Wenhua, whispering urgently, Mei Gu, something is amiss. Why did I encounter Su Qiubai at the entrance? She even asked if it was her turn to go in. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Mei Wenhua's pupils dilated in alarm. He turned to look at Su Qiubai. Without sparing him a glance, walked directly toward Zhou Ye and his group. Chapter 22. The fallen Mei Wenhua. Zhou, is it my turn now? Su Qiubai inquired curiously as she approached Zhou Ye. Yes, thank you for your efforts. You may now speak to the director about what transpired last night. Zhou Ye nodded. Li Yang and the others were elated to see Su Qiubai aiding them. They had not anticipated that Zhou Ye had summoned her in advance. The thought of nearly defying Zhou Ye's wishes left Li Yang wishing he could slap himself. Su Qiubai moved toward Liang Kong. As she passed by, Mei Wenhua hoped to make one last attempt. Yet once again, Su Qiubai treated him as if he were invisible. Hello, teacher. Yi aim Su Yubai. The girl from the video, she greeted Liang Kong politely. Liang Kong rekenu Su Yubai. Aware that she was among the few students in the school with a chance at elite universities, thereby warranting his attention. However, to be cautious, he reviewed the video to confirm her identity before responding. Su, the words you say henceforth are your responsibility. If anyone threatens you, you may speak freely. I am here to ensure your safety. His caution was not unfounded. From the moment Su Qiubai entered, he had discerned her gentle demeanor, which often made such girls easy targets for bullying. Thank you for your concern, teacher. I have not been threatened, and I will take responsibility for my words, she replied, prompting Liang Kong to refrain from further warnings. He took a seat and said, Then please proceed. Su Qiubai nodded and began recounting the events of the previous night. Liang Kong listened attentively while his gaze remained fixed on the video. With each word Su Qiubai spoke, Mei Wenhua felt his legs weaken. Were it not for Wang Tao's support, he would have collapsed. Liang, listening intently, felt invigorated, and he exchanged glances with his companions, who glared at Mei Wenhua. Zhou Ye had been fixated on Su Qiubai from the very beginning, completely disregarding Li Yang's attempts to gain his attention. After nearly 5 minutes, Su Qiubai finally ceased his movements. Liang Kong raised his head, questioning, "Are you suggesting that it was only when Li Yang and the others delivered your lunchbox last night that you had a dispute with them? The dialogue in the video has no relation to yesterday at all, correct?" "Indeed, teacher," Su Qiubai affirmed. "Then why did Li Yang bring you a lunchbox?" Su Qiubai found himself at a loss for words, glancing at Zhou Ye. "Allow me to explain, teacher," Zhou Ye interjected, stepping forward. "You?" "Yes. As this matter also pertains to me." "Oh, please elaborate." "It was during lunchtime yesterday that I experienced a headache. While I was on my way to the cafeteria, I accidentally knocked over Su Qiubai's lunchbox, which shattered upon hitting the ground. At that moment, rather than lamenting his lost meal, Su Qiubai was concerned for my well-being and even took the time to escort me off campus to purchase medicine. Feeling guilty afterward, I asked Li Yang and the others to procure a new lunchbox as a gesture of gratitude towards Su Qiubai. Why didn't you deliver it yourself? Instead of having Li Yang and the others do so, I was still suffering from a headache, which had flared up again, so I requested Li Yang and the others to convey it to Su Qiubai while I returned home. If you doubt my account, you may inquire with my homeroom teacher. I sought permission to leave class yesterday, and the new lunchbox was purchased nearby with surveillance footage to corroborate my story." Liang Kong nodded thoughtfully after hearing Zhou Ye's explanation, then turned to the visibly weakened Mei Wenhua beside him and asked, "What do you have to say, Mei? All evidence points to you as the one who has lied. If you believe otherwise, I can arrange for yesterday's surveillance footage to be reviewed, so we can discern who is telling the truth." Upon hearing Liang's mention of the footage, Mei Wenhua felt utterly dejected, realizing that the matter had become futile. "No need. Teacher, I admit, I wronged Li Yang and the others." "Very well. Since you acknowledge your mistake, I shan't prolong the discussion. According to school regulations, you have indeed slandered others, and you are to receive a 1-month suspension. However, should you manage to earn their forgiveness, the penalty may be mitigated. How you proceed is up to you." Mei Wenhua felt torn after Liang Kang's words. On one hand, he was reluctant to apologize to Li Yang and the others, while on the other, he recognized that failing to do so would make rescuing Su Qiubai from Zhou Ye's influence even more challenging upon his return. "Mei, don't hesitate. Apologize to them. I believe they will forgive you. If you truly face suspension, your parents will undoubtedly worry," Wang Tao urged. Hearing Wang's words shattered the last of Mei Wenhua's defenses. He had always caused his parents worry in his previous life, and he could not bear to do so again. Taking a deep breath, he approached Zhou Ye and the others, each step feeling as if it might shake the earth beneath him. Standing before Li Yang and the others, Mei Wenhua gazed at Li Yang, whom he had previously ignored, never anticipating he would one day bow to apologize. With great difficulty, he bent down, a forced smile on his face, his teeth nearly clenched in frustration. He managed to stammer out a few words. I apologize, Li Yang and fellow classmates. I wrongfully accused you, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness." "Hey guys, did someone just speak?" Li Yang grinned mischievously at his companions, waiting to confront Mei Wenhua. "No. Li Ye." "Oh, no one?" Li Yang turned back to Mei Wenhua, feigning sincerity. "You see, none of my friends heard you. Even if I were to forgive you, my brothers would struggle to do the same." Mei Wenhua felt a rush of anger redden his neck, but he had no choice. He was the one in need. "I apologize, brothers. It is I, Mei Wenhua, who has acted wrongly. Here, I extend my apologies, hoping you can find it in your hearts to forgive me." He raised his voice, louder than before. Not a chance. A voice cut through the air, drawing everyone's attention. It belonged to Zhou Ye. Mei Wenhua looked up, seeing Zhou Ye, and could not help but exclaim, "Zhou Ye, this is none of your business. Why are you shouting? How can it not be my business? You summoned us here, first slandering my good friend, and then wasting our lunch break for so long. You think a mere apology will suffice? Such good fortune does not exist in this world." Zhou Ye retorted. "Wouldn't you agree, brothers?" The crowd quickly rallied behind Zhou Ye. "Indeed, our pristine reputation was nearly tarnished by your actions, and you think one apology is enough?" Mei Wenhua felt veins throbbing in his neck. But he forced himself to suppress his rage, vowing to exact double the revenge in the future. "What is it that you want?" he asked, struggling to temper his fury. Zhou Ye exchanged glances with Li Yang and the others, revealing a mischievous smirk. "We don't seek anything extraordinary. We only ask that you restore our lunch break." Mei Wenhua's face darkened immediately at Zhou Ye's demand. "What? Restore your lunch break? If I had the power to manipulate time, I would first age you 50 years, give you a beating, then revert you to 10 years old and beat you again." He took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. After a moment, he forced a rigid smile. "Zhou, please, I can't do that." Liang Kong interjected. "Zhou Ye, enough with the nonsense. Let us talk about something realistic." Zhou Ye shook his head, adopting a tone of mock resignation. "Fine, since you can't even manage that minor request, I'll propose something else." Mei Wenhua's smile became increasingly strained. "How about you compensate us at an equivalent value? Let us say 1,000. Zhou Ye wiggled a finger in front of Mei Wenhua. 1,000? Are you robbing me? Hey, how can you say that? I'm offering you a friendly price, considering we're classmates. You must understand that time is priceless." Zhou Ye asserted with feigned righteousness. No, 1,000 is too much. 500 is all I can manage," Mei Wenhua quickly countered. The thought of handing over 1,000 was more painful than death itself. "Oh, you can't come up with it? Then there's nothing left to discuss. Let us proceed according to school regulations." With that, Zhou Ye prepared to leave with the others. "Zhou Ye, are we really leaving?" Liang quietly asked Zhou Ye. "Sure. Be patient." Mei Wenhua, observing Zhou Ye and his companions moving toward the door, hesitated before resolving to call out, 800. The maximum is 800. If you don't agree, do as you wish." Zhou Ye turned, a triumphant smile gracing his face. "It's a deal. Now cough up the cash." Mei Wenhua felt ensnared in a trap. Zhou Ye approached him, extending a hand. After shooting a glare at Zhou Ye, Mei Wenhua retrieved a wallet embossed with the image of a yellow rodent from his school uniform pocket. He extracted 8 bills, each a vibrant red that seemed to beckon affection, and handed them to Zhou Ye with a pained expression. Zhou Ye forcefully snatched the money from his grasp, counted it, and then, with a satisfied smile, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your patronage. I look forward to your next visit." Upon hearing Zhou Ye's mocking remarks, Mei Wenhua immediately strode towards the door. Wang Tao, witnessing this, called out several times before following suit. As Mei Wenhua departed, he didn't forget to issue a stern warning, saying, "Zhou Ye, just wait." With that, he left the office without looking back. "I'll be waiting for you, the prodigal son," Zhou Ye shouted at his retreating figure. "All right, that's enough," Liang Kong interjected, interrupting Zhou Ye. "It's true that Mei Wenhua was in the wrong, which is why I didn't stop you. But I must inform you that there won't be a next time, understood?" Yes, I understand," Zhou Ye replied, displaying an air of compliance. Pleased with Zhou Ye's understanding, Liang Kong allowed them to leave. Once outside the office, Zhou Ye handed the 800 yuan to Li Yang. No. Brother Zhou, we can't take this money. If it weren't for you, we might have all gone home," Li Yang protested. "Exactly, Brother Zhou, you should keep it," another chimed in. "What are you talking about? If it weren't for me, how could you have found yourselves in this predicament? Besides, if anyone deserves thanks, it's her," Zhou Ye remarked, nodding towards Su Qiubai, who stood to the side. Realization dawned on Li Yang as he accepted the money from Zhou Ye, presenting it to Su Qiubai and saying, "Thank you, Sister Su, for your forthrightness." Su Qiubai, who had been struggling to place the familiar face of Mei Wenhua, felt momentarily flustered by Li Yang's words. As she watched him push the 800 yuan towards her, she quickly waved her hands in refusal, exclaiming, No, I can't accept this money. I merely spoke the truth and did nothing remarkable." No, Sister Su. It's precisely because you spoke the truth that we weren't suspended. So you should take this money," Li Yang insisted, pushing the bills towards her again. "Yes, Sister Su, just accept it," the others echoed in agreement. Caught in a moral quandary, Su Qiubai hesitated until Zhou Ye interjected. "All right, let us not put her in a difficult position. I'll act as the intermediary." Zhou Ye took 300 yuan from Li Yang, stating, "I'll take this 300 on her behalf. The rest is yours to keep. Is that all right, classmate Su?" Zhou Ye asked. Su Qiubai nodded. Although she was accepting nearly half, it felt less burdensome than taking it all. Seeing her agreement, Li Yong accepted Zhou Ye's proposal. All right, Sister Su, since you and Zhou Ye are both in agreement, we'll accept it. If you need anything later, just let us know. Su Qiubai softly replied with an affirmative. Then we'll take our leave, Brother Zhou. You and Sister Su take your time to chat. By the way, check your phones later. I have something to discuss with you. Zhou Ye instructed. Understood, Brother Zhou, they replied before departing. Once the group from the Li family vanished from sight, Zhou Ye forcefully shoved the money into Su Qiubai's hands. Initially, she intended to return it to him, but Zhou Ye firmly refused, asserting that it was intended for her and that accepting it would sadden Li Yong. Though Su Qiubai held some doubts, she ultimately accepted the money. Let us go, classmate Su. Since you didn't help me with the tutoring today, you must make it up next time, Zhou Ye remarked, pinching her soft cheek teasingly. Feeling her cheeks flush under Zhou Ye's playful touch, Su Qiubai became acutely aware of her surroundings, especially with other students scattered about, heightening her embarrassment. Grasping Zhou Ye's hand, she looked up at him. Her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Could we not do this here? There are others around. Zhou Ye suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He withdrew his hand, clearing his throat as he replied, Yes, it is indeed rather inappropriate. Let us head back. Class is about to start. MHM. Su Qiubai softly agreed and followed Zhou Ye back to their classroom. During their walk, neither spoke a word. Chapter 24. Su Qiubai's schemes may go. Wait for me. Don't walk so fast. I can't keep up. Wang Tao called out, jogging to catch up with Mei Wenhua, who kept his head down, a dark expression shadowing his face, showing no intention of stopping. It wasn't until Wang Tao caught up and patted him on the shoulder that Mei Wenhua finally reacted. What? He snapped, turning to Wang Tao with an impatient look. Startled by Mei Wenhua's expression, Wang Tao took a step back. Upon noticing Wang Tao's retreat, Mei Wenhua realized his error and quickly changed his demeanor. Ima saw the Wang Tao. I lost control of my emotions just now. Please don't take it to heart. Oh, it's nothing. We're brothers. How could I hold a grudge over something so trivial? Wang Tao reassured him. Mei Wenhua gazed at Wang Tao with gratitude, giving a hearty pat on his shoulder. All right, good brother. Hee hee. Wang Tao grinned foolishly and asked, By the way, Meigo, what are your plans from here? Mei Wenhua understood Wang Tao's inquiry. Drawing back his hand from Wang Tao's shoulder, he contemplated, Today, I've undoubtedly made an enemy of Zhou Ye and his group. Reconciliation is impossible. Henceforth, it's a matter of survival of the fittest. Even if Zhou Ye wished to make amends, I would never consent. For he has harassed my dear Lianhua. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, whatever you decide to do, I will stand by you. After all, we are good brothers. Wang Tao declared with a silly smile. Feeling a swell of emotion for Wang Tao, Mei Wenhua reflected on his past life. After Wang Tao's demise, although he had been surrounded by capable individuals who provided significant support, he always felt something was missing. Now, seeing Wang Tao, he understood that what had been lacking was unconditional trust. Good brother, let us head back to class. Tonight, I'll treat you to dinner. Really, Meigo? Wang Tao exclaimed, taken aback by Mei Wenhua's offer. He had not expected that just a few words could earn him a meal from Mei Wenhua, and he felt as if he could start a class on how to win a man's heart with just a few sentences. Of course, would I deceive you? With Mei Wenhua's confirmation, Wang Tao's happiness soared. He grabbed Mei Wenhua's hand and hurried towards their classroom, as if running faster would somehow hasten the passage of time until they were free. Slow down. No matter how fast you run, you'll still have to wait until school ends, Zhou Ye remarked as he and Su Qiubai entered the classroom. Zhou Ye noticed that many students had already returned. As he opened the door, over half of the class turned to look at him, but upon recognizing Zhou Ye, they quickly averted their gazes, anxious to avoid any trouble that might arise from making eye contact with him. Having grown accustomed to this behavior, Zhou Ye proceeded into the classroom as usual, with Su Qiubai quietly following behind. As the crowd caught sight of Su Qiubai standing behind Zhou Ye, whispers began to circulate among them. Hey, why has Su Qiubai been shadowing Zhou Ye lately? Wasn't she constantly bullied by him? You know, that reminds me. My friend just told me she spotted them dining together in the cafeteria, and when Chen Jiahao was picking on Su Qiubai, Zhou Ye came to her rescue. Really? No way. That's Zhou you were talking about. I can't say for sure. Just as their curiosity piqued, a confident young man wearing glasses approached them. I happen to know a version of the story. It was Ho Jiebing, the information master of Class 2, known affectionately as Information Monkey due to his resemblance to a primate. Information Monkey, what do you know? Do enlighten us. Ho Jiebing responded with discontent. Hey. Mind your manners. Call me Information Master. All right, Information Master, please share your insights. Not wishing to indulge in their trivial chatter, Ho Jiebing gestured for them to lean in closer and whispered, actually, this is all part of Su Qiubai's scheme. What? The two stared at him in astonishment. Ho Jiebing quickly signaled for silence. Sure, you two need to keep it down. If Zhou Ye hears us, I can't guarantee your safety. Apologies, we were just shocked. Please continue. Honestly, don't interrupt me again. This all has a basis. You know Su Qiubai's family situation is dire. She lives in hardship. They nodded, aware that Su Qiubai's family struggles were common knowledge, with some classmates having seen her working part-time during the holidays. She excels academically, and she understands that helping her family overcome their fate is no small feat. Thus, she set her sights on Zhou Ye, who happens to be the son of a prominent entrepreneur in Nanzhou City. His family undoubtedly has ample resources, and even the smallest token from Zhou Ye could provide Su Qiubai's family with a substantial income for a considerable time. But how could Su Qiubai, who has been bullied, suddenly get close to Zhou Ye? Are you overthinking this? One person interjected. See, you've interrupted me again. Listen carefully. Oh, my apologies. I promise not to interrupt. Now, that's better. Just as you mentioned, she has been bullied, but this is all part of her cunning plan. You know Zhou Ye has a long-standing crush on Song Jiai, who has always dismissed him. Zhou Ye, naturally, feels discontent towards her. This provides Su Qiubai with an opportunity. Once someone has grown accustomed to something, they become reluctant to let it go. Su Qiubai capitalized on this. She endured Zhou Ye's bullying for an extended period, and as Zhou Ye's patience for Song Jiai began to wane, she deliberately staged a scene where she was bullied by Song Jiai in front of Zhou Ye. Witnessing someone he had bullied now being mistreated by another stirred a protective instinct within him, prompting him to confront Song Jiai. With his patience for her exhausted, he disregarded past grievances and severed ties with Song Jiai. Su Qiubai's aim was precisely this. She knew she could never compete with Song Jiai, so to ensnare Zhou Ye, she needed to eliminate her rival. Furthermore, with no other females around Zhou Ye, this presented her with an ideal opportunity. Otherwise, you must wonder why someone who has been bullied would suddenly gravitate towards her bully. The crowd nodded in agreement with Ho Jiebing's reasoning, finding merit in his words. What are you all chatting about? Chapter 25. The overbearing protection of Su Qiubai. Zhou Ye, wearing a genial smile, regarded the trio before him. Upon seeing Zhou Ye engage them in conversation, two of them bolted in fear. Zhou, we have some matters to attend to. You can chat with Ho. Before the sentence was fully uttered, Zhou Ye had already lost sight of them. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned back to Ho Jiebing, who was attempting to discreetly slip away. Zhou Ye promptly yanked him back. Ho Jiebing, slender in stature, stood no chance against Zhou Ye's strength and was effortlessly pulled back. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly. Hey Zhou, what can I do for you? If there's nothing urgent, I should return to my seat since class is about to start. Zhou Ye placed a hand on his shoulder, firmly securing him in place, and replied with a relaxed tone, Oh, there's indeed something I wish to discuss with you. What is it, Zhou? Ho Jiebing, having attempted to wriggle free, soon realized his efforts were futile and resignedly gave up. It's nothing major, just curious where you heard all these rumors. Zhou, what are you talking about? I know nothing. In response to Zhou Ye's inquiry, Ho Jiebing feigned ignorance. Zhou Ye smirked internally, tightening his grip on Ho Jiebing's shoulder. The pressure made Ho Jiebing's neck ache. I don't wish to repeat myself. You wouldn't want to endure some physical discomfort, would you? Zhou Ye whispered ominously in his ear. Cold sweat trickled down Ho Jiebing's spine at Zhou Ye's words. If it were anyone else, he might not be intimidated. But this was Zhou Ye, the most formidable person in their school. Zhou, please ease up. I'll tell you. Ho Jiebing quickly patted Zhou Ye's arm. Upon hearing Ho Jiebing's capitulation, Zhou Ye released him. Ho Jiebing inhaled deeply, feeling as if he had been granted a new lease on life. So earlier today, while I was in the restroom, feeling quite relieved, a few individuals barged in and began hurling insults at you. At me? Yes, yes. What did they say? Zhou, if you strike me, I won't be able to say anything. Rest assured, just speak. They called you a brute who only resorts to violence, a fool, a paper-thin coward, and mentioned that if it weren't for the crowd in the cafeteria, they would have already dealt with you. Others chimed in, echoing sentiments about how daring it was to compete with the boss for women. Zhou Ye felt a surge of anger, but more than that, he was curious about who dared to insult him. The notorious bully, fearless of anyone. Zhou, when I heard those words, it felt as though 1,000 silver needles pierced my heart. I couldn't believe someone would dare insult our school's kindest and best student. I regretted not stopping them at that moment. After saying this, Ho Jiebing feigned a pained expression, clutching his chest. Now, swear to me, if any of that was insincere, may you be struck by a car. Zhou Ye replied flatly. Well, Zhou, let us continue discussing the earlier matter as class is approaching. Ho Jiebing awkwardly scratched his head, redirecting the topic. Zhou Ye paid little heed to his attempt to change the subject, for from the very beginning, he had never completely trusted the words of Ho Jiebing. Noticing that Zhou Ye did not intervene, Ho Jiebing felt a sense of relief wash over him. After enduring a lengthy tirade of insults directed at Zhou Ye for an entire 30 minutes, the conversation finally shifted towards Su Tongxue. Zhou Ye, somehat marveled at the intensity of the vitriol directed at him. The discussion about Su Tongxue mirrored what Zhou Ye had just stated, so he opted not to elaborate further. Do you know who the antagonist is? Zhou Ye inwided. I truly do not know, but I believe it is about 3 or 4 boys similar to us. Ho Jiebing replied, pondering the identity of their adversaries. Observing Zhou Ye deep in thought, Ho Jiebing considered sneaking away, yet once again he failed, as Zhou Ye seized him once more. What's the matter, Zhouge? Do you have something to discuss? I do not wish to hear any more unfounded rumors about Su Qiubai circulating in our class. Should I discover that any harmful gossip has been spread about her, regardless of whether it originated from you or not, I will hold you accountable. Do you understand? Faced with Zhou Ye's inequitable ultimatum, Ho Jiebing succumbed under the weight of Zhou Ye's imposing presence. Very well, he acquiesced. Satisfied with this response, Zhou Ye patted Ho Jiebing on the shoulder and departed. After feeling the lingering ache from Zhou Ye's hand on his shoulder, Ho Jiebing gazed at Zhou Ye's retreating figure and murmured to himself, in light of this, anyone considering antagonizing Su Qiubai will need to think twice. Zhou Ye took a seat at an empty desk in front of Su Qiubai, swiftly snatching the books off her desk. As the books vanished from her sight, Su Qiubai instinctively looked up. She was met with the sight of Zhou Ye intently perusing her book. Could you return the book once you're done? I haven't finished my preparations yet, she requested. Zhou Ye, glancing at the dense English text, felt a headache coming on. He shook his head and returned the book to Su Qiubai. Upon receiving her book back, Su Qiubai resumed her studies, but Zhou Ye pressed down on her head. Hey, what is this? The son of the richest man in Nanzhou is here to talk to you, and you're more preoccupied with a mere English book? Zhou Ye remarked, somehat incredulous. He knew that despite his notorious reputation at school, there were many who still sought to curry favor with him. You may be the richest in Nanzhou, but I am not. I need to study diligently to gain admission to a good university, and reviewing material beforehand is quite beneficial for learning. You should give it a try, Su Qiubai earnestly replied. Zhou Ye, resting his chin in his hand, was rendered speechless. The most disheartening part was that Su Qiubai was entirely correct, which made him feel as though his confidence had taken a hit. To divert his waning self-assurance, Zhou Ye decided to change the subject. Did someone not just speak ill of you? He inquired. Su Qiubai simply nodded before returning to her English book. Zhou Ye was perplexed by her calm demeanor. Why are you so unfazed? Don't you feel angry? Su Qiubai lifted her head and gently shook it. Not really. I'm used to it. More importantly, I need to focus on getting into university. She trailed off, leaving her thought unfinished. Zhou Ye understood her implication and chose not to press further. Chapter 26. A heartfelt concern for Shun Shiwen. Yet, as Zhou Ye observed Su Qiubai's tranquil expression, an inexplicable pang of sympathy struck him. He He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, whispering, "It's all right. From now on, you can stay by my side. If you call me Zhou Ye, I'll protect you for a lifetime." Normally, in a crowded classroom, Su Qiubai would have instinctively dodged Zhou Ye's hand. But perhaps out of fatigue or the impact of his words, she hesitated, allowing her head to remain still for a few seconds before finally shifting away. Her head lowered in shyness. But we're in class, and all the classmates are watching," she stammered. Zhou Ye withdrew his hand and stood up, preparing to leave. Su Qiubai, relieved by his departure, felt a twinge of disappointment in her heart. As Zhou Ye passed her by, he suddenly turned, leaning close to her ear and speaking in a tone barely audible to anyone else. "So, does that mean it's acceptable outside of class, Su Tongxue?" Hearing Zhou Ye's affectionate address, Su Qiubai's face flushed a deep crimson. Zhou Ye, satisfied by the sight of her blushing from her cheeks to her neck, left with a smile. Once Zhou Ye was a distance away, Su Qiubai cautiously raised her head to watch the retreating figure of the young man and quietly declared, "It's a promise, Zhou Ge." With that, she quickly buried her face into her desk, hiding herself as completely as possible, her cheeks burning beneath the surface. Zhou Ye, oblivious to her whispered vow, returned to his seat, humming a cheerful tune. Things were progressing splendidly with Su Qiubai. Yet Zhou Ye was taken aback by Mei Wenhua's unexpected aggression towards Li Yong and his friends. "I don't recall such an event in the novel," he pondered. "Could this be a result of the butterfly effect from my arrival?" After much contemplation without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion, Zhou Ye chose to dismiss the thought. Regardless, he and Mei Wenhua could never return to a state of amicable coexistence. After all, he had betrayed Mei Wenhua, and there was no way she would let him off easily. With that realization, Zhou Ye discreetly took out his phone and sent a message to Li Yong, informing him of the need to keep an eye on Su Qiubai, for she had been bullied. He advised them to escort her home after school, especially cautioning them about anyone who might approach her with ill intentions. Not long after sending the message, he received a reply. "Okay, Zhou Ye, don't worry. With us around, that scoundrel 1T stand a chance of getting near Sister Su." Satisfied with the response, Zhou Ye tucked his phone away and opened his book to begin his preparations, for he had a task that was crucial to his future well-being. Zhou Ye was particularly concerned about two adversaries, one being the male lead of the story, Mei Wenhua, and the other, his companion, Chen Jiahao. It was easy to understand the need to guard against Mei Wenhua, the protagonist of the novel. If he got too close to Su Qiubai, all of Zhou Ye's prior efforts could be rendered futile. As for Chen Jiahao, Zhou Ye recalled the earlier insults hurled at him by Hou Jiebing. The only person who had clashed with him in the cafeteria was indeed Chen Jiahao. Although Zhou Ye did not know Chen Jiahao's intentions regarding Su Qiubai, his instincts warned him of danger, prompting him to remain cautious. Mei Wenhua sat at his desk, gazing out the window with a forlorn expression, his chiseled jawline accentuated by the light. He could hardly fathom that Su Qiubai would come to the defense of his rival, Zhou Ye. The thought alone pierced his heart like 1,000 daggers. As he felt a twinge of despondency, a sudden thought struck him. Wang Tao had informed him upon entering that Su Qiubai had long been waiting at the door. This indicated that Zhou Ye had anticipated his actions concerning Li Yong and the others. Consequently, he threatened his dear little Lotus to unveil the truth that could implicate him. After all, how could Zhou Ye exhibit such audacity unless Su Qiubai willingly assisted him? The mere notion was as incredulous to him as if Su Qiubai had ascended to the presidency of a distant land. Su Qiubai's indifference towards him was meant to shield him from Zhou Ye's bullying. The realization rekindled Mei Wenhua's somewhat listless spirit. "Qiubai, await me. I shall surely rescue you from that scoundrel Zhou Ye, for I am destined to be your son." Mei Wenhua gazed out the window, his resolve intensifying. Meanwhile, in the distance, Shen Xuan, having observed Mei Wenhua's fleeting moments of despondency, followed by joy, couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for him. After all, they had shared a childhood bond. Despite minor disagreements, she found herself inexplicably invested in Mei Wenhua's well-being. Shen Xuan called out to Wang Tao, who was chatting with friends nearby. Wang Tao approached her, curiosity evident in his eyes. "What is it, Shen classmate? Did you call me for something?" "Nothing much. I merely heard that you visited the principal's office during lunch, and then saw Mei Wenhua looking both despondent and elated. I wanted to inquire about what transpired. Faced with Shan Shiwen's inquiry, Wang Tao was at a loss for words, as the matter was hardly one of glory for Mei Wenhua. Shan Shiwen could easily discern his discomfort. If it troubles you greatly, you need not share, she reassured him. With her gentle encouragement, Wang Tao was poised to speak. Wang Tao, come here for a moment. All right, Mei Ge, I'm coming. My apologies, Shun classmate. Mei Ge is calling me, I must go. Not at all. Go ahead, Shun Shiwen smiled, waving him off. Young Siki approached, visibly irritated. Shiwen, why is Mei Wenhua behaving this way? You were merely showing concern for him. How could he respond like that? It was just a rejected confession. Perhaps he was genuinely preoccupied, Young Siki suggested. Preoccupied? I've been watching for quite some time. As soon as you called Wang Tao, he fixated on you. If he truly had something to say, why wait until you asked Wang Tao? Isn't he deliberately withholding information from you? It's hard to believe he wouldn't share even the smallest detail with you, especially after all the times he confided in you. Shen Shuwen found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, having indeed noticed Mei Wenhua's gaze on her. She anticipated that he would withhold even such trivial matters now. A sudden ache stirred in her heart. Chapter 27. She will be my woman hereafter. As Young Siki rightly observed, Mei Wenhua had indeed been attentive from the moment Shen Shiwen called Wang Tao. Initially, he refrained from intervening, choosing instead to eavesdrop from a distance. Upon learning that Shan Shiwen was inquiring about the events of the lunch break, a cold smile spread across Mei Wenhua's face. Shen Shiwen, you claim to detest me, yet here you are, concerned for my well-being. He thought to himself, fear not. When you truly confront your feelings, you shall have much to regret. Mei Wenhua resolved to keep Shan Shiwen intrigued, allowing her to experience the sting of rejection he had endured. Mei He, what did you summon me for? Wang Tao inquired, curiosity piqued as he joined Mei Wenhua. Nothing significant. I merely wanted to suggest that after school, we dine at that bustling eatery near the school. Wang Tao expressed no dissent, for it was not his treat, and he was indifferent to what they ate. That sounds fine. You organize it. Excellent. By the way, there's one more thing. What is it? Wang Tao asked, sensing Mei Wenhua's unusual demeanor. From today onward, if Shen Shiwen or Young Siki inquire about me, you must claim ignorance. Understood? Mei Ge, what is this about? Do you not fancy Shen classmate anymore? Of course not. Mei Wenhua replied, glancing at Shen Shiwen, who was conversing with Young Siki from a distance. You wouldn't comprehend. This is a strategy of feigned indifference. Forget it. Just remember, Shen Shiwen will inevitably confess her feelings for me. Also, be cautious not to get too close to Shen Shiwen. She is soon to become my woman, and we must avoid any misunderstandings. Wang Tao regarded Mei Wenhua's words with skepticism, but being a good friend, he refrained from pressing further and simply nodded. All right, Mei He. I will be mindful. Mei Wenhua looked at Wang Tao, feeling a surge of gratitude. Truly, he was a remarkable brother, despite the seemingly baseless proclamations. Wang Tao did not question him at all, which only deepened Mei Wenhua's appreciation for him. Enough chatter. Return to your seat. Class is about to commence. Yes, understood. Mei He, let us walk home together after school. As Shen Shiwen chatted with Young Siki, she caught sight of Wang Tao parting ways with Mei Wenhua. A flicker of hope compelled her to approach him. Wang Tao, Shen Shiwen called, halting him as he prepared to sit. Wang Tao, glancing at the approaching Shen Shiwen, curiously asked, what is it, Shen classmate? Do you have something to discuss? Of course. You didn't finish telling me what happened in the principal's office during lunch. At Shen Shiwen's insistence, Wang Tao felt a momentary pang of discomfort. However, recalling Mei Wenhua's instructions, he steeled himself. Sorry, Shen classmate. But I cannot divulge that information. Moreover, it would be best if you distance yourself from me from now on. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Shen Shiwen felt as though her mind had been struck by a thunderbolt. She could not fathom why he would suddenly wish to distance himself after previously being willing to share. If there is nothing else, may I leave now, Shen classmate? I still need to prepare the books for class. Feeling dismissed, Shen Shiwen walked away, her heart heavy with disappointment. Wang Tao, witnessing her forlorn departure, felt a pang of regret, but shook his head and dismissed the feeling. Mei Wenhua observed Shun Shiwen's dejected exit, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, he had not misjudged Wang Tao. He was a true friend. Upon seeing her best friend return with a crestfallen expression, Yong Siki rushed to offer her support. What happened, Shiwen? What did Wang Tao say to you? Shun Shiwen lifted her head and recounted Wang Tao's words. What on earth is he doing, acting so erratically? No, I must confront him to clarify his intentions, she resolved. Shun Shiwen initially intended to stop Yong Siki, but she was no match for Yong Siki's strength. Yong Siki stormed over to Wang Tao's desk, seized his arm, and dragged him out. Come with me. Hey, wait. Mega, save me. Wang Tao called out. Yong Siki disregarded Wang Tao's pleas, pulling him out of the classroom. Seeing Yong Siki's determined stride, Shun Shiwen felt compelled to follow. Meanwhile, the true protagonist, Mei Wenhua, remained seated, pondering how to rescue Su Qiubai, blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama surrounding Wang Tao. Wang Tao was led into an empty classroom by Yusiki, closely followed by Shun Shiwen. Siki, stop it, I'm fine. Wang Tao exclaimed. Shiwen, don't speak. Today I intend to inquire what he intends to do, Siki declared, turning her gaze toward Wang Tao, who felt a twinge of fear as she approached. After all, Siki was notoriously known in class as a fierce figure, known for striking without restraint. Even Wang Tao, a boy, was reluctant to engage in a confrontation with her. It would be embarrassing regardless of the outcome. You. I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us. I think we can have a proper discussion, he stammered. Discuss? What is it to talk about? First, take a punch from me, Siki retorted, her fist swinging toward Wang Tao. He dodged just in time, but as he sighed in relief, Siki charged again, landing a solid blow to his abdomen. Wang Tao stumbled back, clutching his stomach. All right, you've hit me. Can we now discuss why you sought me out? After delivering the punch, Siki's anger had somewhat subsided, especially with Shun Shiwen encouraging her to calm down. Fine. I'll ask you. Why did you suddenly say those things to Shiwen? What's wrong with her? Wang Tao hesitated, unsure how to respond to Siki's inquiry. Noticing his reluctance to speak, Siki prepared to strike again. If you still want to hit me, I'll tell you. Just don't. He pleaded. You should have said so sooner. Speak up. Wang Tao recounted the events that Mei Wenhua had shared with him, omitting the part where Mei claimed that Shun Shiwen would be his woman. He knew if he revealed that, it would ruin any chance for Shiwen and Mei. To protect his friend's affection, he resorted to a fib. Damn it, Siki exclaimed, slamming her hand on a nearby desk, the sound reverberating throughout the empty classroom. I knew it was that scoundrel, Mei Wenhua. Turning to a shocked Shun Shiwen, she continued, Shiwen, I knew he was no good. You merely rejected his confession. And he acts this way? I advise you to cut ties with him. He is trying to isolate you. If I were in your shoes, I would have slapped him already. As Siki grew increasingly agitated, Shun Shiwen quickly interjected. All right, don't be angry, Siki. I'll attempt to limit my interactions with Mei Wenhua, and please, don't seek trouble with him. It's not good for anyone. Seeing Shun Shiwen's understanding, Siki felt a surge of happiness. Yes, Shiwen, you truly are my good friend. Since he doesn't wish to associate with you, we shall also distance ourselves from him. I'm eager to see if our Shiwen can't thrive without that mediocre boy in her life. And you, Siki turned to Wang Tao, her tone menacing. You must not disclose this to that scoundrel, Mei Wenhua. If you dare tell him, I'll knock your head off. Wang Tao nodded vigorously. Yes. I will keep my lips sealed. Satisfied with his compliance, Siki took Shun Shiwen's hand and led her out of the empty classroom. Shun Shiwen, while being pulled along, felt a pang in her heart, pondering why Mei Wenhua had so suddenly distanced himself from her. Was it truly due to her rejection, disregarding years of friendship? Noticing Shun Shiwen's troubled expression, Siki comforted her. Don't be sad, Shiwen. It's just a man. If you desire, countless suitors would line up for you. Siki spoke no falsehood. Indeed, Shun Shiwen was a highly popular girl at school, even ranking first in a beauty contest, showcasing her prominence among peers. Siki, stop teasing me. You know I'm not interested in dating right now. Yes, our beautiful Shun only has eyes for her studies. Keep this up, and I might just ignore you. Oh no. To show my apologies and celebrate your escape from that beach bum, how about I treat you to milk tea after school? Then I shall choose the most expensive one. No problem. I just received my allowance today, so order whatever you like. Yay! Siki, you're the best. Shun Shiwen exclaimed, linking her arm with Siki's, beaming with joy. Before long, school was dismissed. Zhou Ye stretched lazily and prepared to grab his backpack to head out. However, a small figure unexpectedly blocked his path. Curious, Zhou Ye glanced up to find Su Qiubai standing before him, somewhat shy. Su, do you need something? Zhou Ye asked. Despite the abruptness of being called out in class, Su Qiubai did not falter. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, do you have time this Saturday? Upon asking, a wave of nervousness washed over her. What is up? Zhou Ye replied, sensing heartwarming. Upon receiving the answer she desired, Su Qiubai felt a flicker of happiness. Noticing her silence, Zhou Ye waved his hand in front of her. Su, why do I feel like you got happier after I said no? Oh, no. It must be your imagination, Zhou. Su Qiubai quickly denied, covering her face with her hand. Zhou Ye decided to move on from that topic and asked, so, you really do want to meet on Saturday? Well, since you invited me to dinner today, and I didn't help you with your studies, I want to make it up to you this Saturday. How does that sound? Zhou Ye hesitated. While he indeed wished to improve his grades, he didn't want to waste his Saturday on extra lessons. No need. It's finally Saturday. I wouldn't want to take away your rest. Besides, it was just one meal. You don't need to worry about it. That is not acceptable. My mom said that if you make a promise, you must keep it. Plus, I'll be doing some practice over the weekend anyway, so it won't be a waste of time. Seeing Zhou Ye's reluctance, Su Yuwei fed somewhat the hicteth. Is it really not possible, Zhou? She asked, her gaze imploring. Zhou Ye, unable to withstand her hopeful look, thought to himself, wow, I need to report her for being this adorable. Clearing his throat, he replied, all right, but didn't we have another agreement, Su? Upon hearing the last two words, Su Qiubai's face flushed crimson. Didn't you just say you would uphold your promise? Are you backing out now? Zhou Ye pressed on, applying gentle pressure. No, I want to back out, she declared Zhou Ji. With that, Su Qiubai dashed toward the classroom door. Just as she was about to step out, she turned to Zhou Ye and said, let us make it official, Zhou. We'll talk tomorrow. With that, she exited the classroom, leaving behind a bewildered crowd of classmates who were still processing the scene. Zhou Ye gazed at the doorway, now devoid of Su Qiubai's presence, and shook his head in mild exasperation. This young lady truly, was it such a grave offense to simply call out Zhou Ge? One would think she had committed some heinous act. With a sigh, Zhou Ye picked up his backpack, disregarding the surrounding crowd, and stepped outside. Meanwhile, Su Qiubai dashed into the restroom, her breath quickening as she caught sight of her flushed cheeks in the mirror. The recollection of having audibly called Zhou Ye Zhou Ge in class, and worse yet, having been overheard, made her wish she could find a crack in the earth to hide within. Upon reaching the school gate, Zhou Ye found no sign of Su Qiubai. Glancing at his watch, he pondered whether she had already departed. Just as he prepared to leave, a sleek black Maybach halted before him. Emerging from a vehicle was a distinguished gentleman, his hair a touch gray, perhaps in his 60s, yet exuding an aura of refinement that few could rival. Zhou Ye, recognizing him, expressed his confusion. Uncle Peng, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Qi Penghui, the steward of Zhou Ye's household. With a smile, Qi Penghui replied, the master sent me to escort you home. You? Zhou Ye inquired, what happened to Lao Deng, your driver? That driver has resigned, Qi Penghui explained. Resigned? For what reason? Zhou Ye asked, bewildered. It seems to be due to family matters, though I did not inquire further. If you wish to know more, you may ask the master upon your return. Very well, let's be on our way then. Certainly, young master. Please get in. Qi Penghui opened the car door, and Zhou Ye settled inside. In a discreet corner near the school gate, Li Yang and his companions were intently watching the students exiting the premises. Li Ye, why hasn't Su Jie come out yet? One of them queried. How should I know? Li Yang retorted impaciently. The one who had been rebuked felt a pang of disappointment. They had been lurking since school ended, yet not a trace of Su Qiubai had appeared. Chapter 29. Do you like Yao Siki? Just as Li Yang began to wonder why Su Qiubai remained absent for so long, Ren Xinxi excitedly pointed towards the school entrance. She is out. Su Qiubai is coming out. Upon lifting his gaze to where Ren Xinxi was pointing, Li Yong confirmed Su Qiubai's arrival and swiftly swatted Ren Xianqi's hand away, hissing, "Keep your voice down. If she hears you, you'll regret it." Ren Xianqi, nursing his hand, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction but merely muttered in acknowledgement. "All right, everyone perk up. After we see Su Jie off, I'll treat you all to a meal." At the mention of a meal, the previously lethargic group instantly revitalized. As Su Qiubai walked towards the school gate, her head bowed, the remnants of her earlier embarrassment still painted across her cheeks. Once she exited, Li Yong and the others promptly followed suit. "May go, let us go," Li Yong urged. "Yes, let us," came a reply as Li Yong slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the classroom alongside Wang Tao. As Mei Wenhua headed toward the classroom, he cast a fleeting glance at Shun Shiwen, who was tidying her backpack. However, it was merely a passing glance before he continued on his way. "Did you forget something, Mei He?" Wang Tao inquired, curiosity etched on his face. "Nothing of consequence. Let us move. We're going to have a grand time drinking today." "All right." Wang Tao, invigorated by Mei Wenhua's enthusiasm, felt the thrill of the upcoming escapade. "Shiwen, did you see the look Mei Wenhua just gave?" Yao Siki remarked as she approached Shun Shiwen, her red backpack slung over her shoulder. I was packing my bag. What happened?" Shun Shiwen paused, bewildered. "What else?" "That beach bum Mei Wenhua shot you a rather discomforting glance as he left," Yao Siki replied, her expression revealing her disdain. "Really?" Shun Shiwen was taken aback. While she had sensed someone looking her way, her focus on her packing had obscured the identity of the observer. To learn it was her childhood friend who had cast such a disconcerting gaze left her feeling unsettled, though they were currently at odds. Their history of growing up together made Mei Wenhua's behavior perplexing. He had never treated her this way before, let alone been so guarded. A sense of loss enveloped her, as if something essential had been taken from her heart. Suppressing her own discomfort, Shun Shiwen smiled and suggested, "Perhaps you misinterpreted his expression." Seeing her best friend defend the beach bum, Yao Siki felt a wave of exasperation but chose not to argue further. After all, Shun Shiwen's opinions were hers to hold. All she could do was offer her support during critical moments. Fine, you're not someone easily swayed by such trivialities. I want to say more. Regardless of what you choose, I'll always stand by your side. You're the best, Siki. Don't worry. I'll consider things carefully. You don't need to stress too much. Enough about that. Let us hurry. The milk tea shop might close soon. All right, let us go. We've arrived, Mei Wenhua announced as they stood beneath a sign emblazoned with fragrant grill. Wang Tao hesitated, eyeing the untidy surroundings. "May go. Should we choose somewhere else? I fear my stomach will be in turmoil after eating here. I understand your concerns, but trust me, I assure you on my honor that the food here is exquisite." Mei Wenhua insisted. He was not lying. In a previous life, this hidden gem had been discovered by Wang Tao himself, and although he had initially shared Wang Tao's reservations, one bite had been enough to convert him into a loyal patron. Even when working far from home, he would often return with friends to enjoy a meal here. However, Wang Tao was about to voice another opinion when Mei Wenhua decisively interrupted. "Enough with the buts. Just listen to me. You won't regret it." With that, Mei Wenhua pulled Wang Tao into the establishment. Reluctantly, Wang Tao followed suit. Upon entering, the owner greeted them. "Ah, young men, here for a meal?" "Yes, boss. Just the two of us." "Then you can sit outside. The indoors are full." "That is fine. We can sit anywhere." "Make yourselves comfortable. I'll fetch the menus." With that, the owner departed. "Let us sit over there. It looks a bit cleaner," Wang Tao suggested. "All right, lead the way." Mei Wenhua plopped down in the spot Wang Tao indicated, while Wang Tao first wiped the surface before taking a seat. "Are you really that concerned?" "Of course. If my mom knew I got grease all over me, she'd kill me." Fine, do as you wish." Once Wang Tao had cleaned the table, he surveyed the surroundings, questioning if it was even safe to eat here. Barely 2 minutes had passed when the owner returned with menus in hand. "Gentlemen, what would you like to order?" Mei Wenhua took the menu and, looking down, declared 10 lamb skewers, 10 beef skewers, 5 skewers of chicken gizzards, 5 of oil fried, 5 chicken wings with extra spice, 10 oysters, and a case of beer. "Is there anything else you'd like?" he asked, offering the menu to Wang Tao. No. You order as you see fit. May go." "Very well then, Let's start with this for now. If it's insufficient, we can always ask the boss for more. All right. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. Wang Tao sat quietly on a small plastic stool, awaiting the arrival of their dishes. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Mei Wenhua was staring intently at him. What is the matter, Mei Ge? Wang Tao inquired curiously, lifting his head. I'm just a bit curious. I distinctly remember you returning to your seat after our chat at noon. So why did you walk in from outside during class? Moreover, Yusiki shot you a warning glance upon seeing you. Wang Tao felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was at a loss for words. If he revealed to Mei Wenhua that he had shared his name with Shun Shiwen, he would not only expose himself, but also reveal that Shun Shiwen had confided in him about keeping secrets from Mei Wenhua. This predicament would put him at odds with two individuals, leaving him in a rather uncomfortable position. Noticing Wang Tao's hesitation, Mei Wenhua seemed to have an epiphany. He leaned closer and whispered, "You can't possibly have developed a preference for Yusiki, can you? And she has discovered it." Wang Tao, initially anxious, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Mei Wenhua's words. "Mei Ge, how could you think such a thing? Of course, if it weren't for your feelings for Yusiki and her knowing about it, she wouldn't have given you that warning look, would she? Surely, you didn't divulge our conversation to them? Ha, Mei Ge, you're just joking. There's no way I would do such a thing." Wang Tao laughed, trying to lighten the mood. "Indeed, we are good brothers. You would never betray me." Yes, we are indeed good brothers. Rest assured, Wang Tao. Although Yusiki has a fiery temperament, as the saying goes, a spirited horse becomes exhilarating when tamed. You can count on me to assist you. Mei Wenhua confidently patted his chest. "Thank you, Mei Ge. No need for thanks. We're like family." Mei Wenhua replied cheerfully. In his previous life, he had failed to notice Wang Tao's affections for Yusiki, resulting in Wang Tao passing away without leaving any descendants. But this time, he was determined to help Wang Tao win Yusiki's heart, ensuring that his lineage would continue even after his own demise. With this thought, Mei Wenhua couldn't help but commend himself for being such a good older brother. Chapter 30, The Bet. "Excuse me, young man, may I interrupt? Here, that's the beer you ordered." The boss approached Mei Wenhua and Wang Tao, carrying a crate of beer. Thank you, boss," Wang Tao said, accepting the drinks with gratitude. "No problem. Your skewers will be ready shortly. Please wait a moment." All right. After exchanging a few words with the two, the boss smiled and walked away. "Here you go, Mei Ge." Wang Tao handed a bottle of beer across the table to Mei Wenhua. "Good." Mei Wenhua accepted the beer and, using a bottle opener from the table, popped it open with a satisfying sound. However, instead of drinking immediately, he pulled out his phone and snapped several pictures of his hand holding the beer. Curious about Mei Wenhua's odd behavior, Wang Tao asked, "Mei Ge, aren't you going to drink? Why are you taking pictures?" Mei Wenhua set the beer down, his eyes glued to the phone screen as he typed away. "I want to show you my first step in winning Shun Shiwen over." Wang Tao, puzzled by Mei Wenhua's statement, responded, "What are you talking about, Mei Ge?" "Oh, just look at the moments shared in the green bubble." Mei Wenhua impatiently placed his phone down and gestured to Wang Tao. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao pulled out his own phone and opened the green bubble's moments, discovering that the first post was from Mei Wenhua. The content was simple, a picture of him holding beer, clearly taken moments ago, but the accompanying caption left Wang Tao bewildered. "In a world without you, I can only drown my sorrows in drink." Looking at the perplexing caption, Wang Tao closed his phone and asked the self-satisfied Mei Wenhua, "Is this what you meant by your first step in winning Shun Shiwen?" After taking a sip of beer, Mei Wenhua confidently replied, "Of course. How about we place a bet?" "A bet on what?" "Let us wager that within 5 minutes, Shun Shiwen will comment under my post to check on me." "Mei Ge, don't be ridiculous." Wang Tao was skeptical of Mei Wenhua's claim, knowing that Shun Shiwen and Mei Wenhua's relationship had changed significantly since noon. "Just tell me, do you dare? If you lose, you have to call me an idiot in class tomorrow, or you can concede now." Faced with Mei Wenhua's provocation, Wang Tao refused to back down from this harmless wager. "Fine, I accept your challenge." Seeing Wang Tao agree, Mei Wenhua smirked and said, "Then prepare yourself mentally during these 5 minutes." Wang Tao chose not to argue further and patiently awaited the inevitable victory he was sure to achieve. Noticing the calmness in Wang Tao's demeanor, Mei Wenhua couldn't help but smirk internally. Wang Tao, just get ready to concede. In his previous life, he had been rejected by Shun Shiwen and had come here to drown his sorrows. After posting a similar moment, Shun Shiwen had commented within 5 minutes, advising him not to drink so much. Initially, he thought it was merely a concern from a childhood friend, but he later realized that she had developed feelings for him. Unbeknownst to herself at the time, as the 5 minutes elapsed, their skewers arrived at the table. As Mei Wenhua had said, despite the establishment's less-than-ideal ambience, the flavors were impeccable. Wang Tao savored skewer after skewer, while Mei Wenhua chewed slowly, his focus entirely on his phone. All right, time us up. Let us see who the winner is. Though he spoke confidently, he was already certain of his victory. However, when he opened his phone to check his post, he found no trace of Shun Shiwen's presence, not even a like, aside from a few comments from other friends. Mei Wenhua stared at the screen in disbelief. Wang Tao, noticing Mei Wenhua's expression, knew he had won. So, Meigu, it appears I've won. No, this can't be right. She must have been busy and forgotten to comment. Yes, that must be it. But we agreed on 5 minutes. She didn't comment during that time. Wang Tao continued to enjoy his skewers. Wait, I think I was a bit hasty. We should wait for 10 minutes to be fair. Seeing Mei Wenhua trying to backtrack, Wang Tao shrugged it off, knowing he would win regardless of how long they waited. All right then, we can wait a little longer. Upon hearing Wang Tao's agreement, Mei Wenhua smiled and said, "That is why you're my good brother." He set his phone aside, but his gaze remained fixated on the screen. Even as half of the skewers lay untouched on the table, Mei Wenhua showed no concern. Meanwhile, Wang Tao, adhering to his principle of not wasting food, reluctantly helped finish Mei Wenhua's share. In a fleeting moment, 5 minutes slipped by, and Mei Wenhua hastily unlocked his phone, navigating to his social media feed, his hand trembling as he gradually revealed the screen. As his fingers slowly retreated, his heart began to race, pumping adrenaline through his veins. It felt as though his heart had leapt to his throat, but with the complete removal of his hand, it plummeted to the depths of despair. Impossible. This cannot be true. Mei Wenhua stared at the unchanged post, his phone incessantly refreshing, yet it bore none of the information he so desperately sought. He lifted his gaze. Anxiety etched across his face, and turned to Wang Tao, exclaiming, "I think," but before he could finish his thought, Wang Tao interrupted. "Brother Mei, one must uphold integrity, right?" Upon witnessing Wang Tao's serious demeanor, Mei Wenhua realized he had overstepped. Continuing might diminish Wang Tao's trust in him, and as he would require Wang Tao's assistance in the future, he chose to concede. "This wager I have lost. It's fine, Brother Mei, our bet was merely in jest. Do not take it to heart." Hearing these words, Mei Wenhua felt a swell of gratitude. Truly, he was blessed with a lifelong brother. "Come now, Brother Mei. Do not be disheartened. Perhaps Shun has encountered unforeseen circumstances. Let's enjoy a few drinks." "Very well." Mei Wenhua lifted his glass and joined in the revelry. Meanwhile, Shun Shiwen, upon returning home from purchasing milk tea with her friend Yusiki, noticed the message Mei Wenhua had sent. Initially, she intended a comment, but recalling the words exchanged earlier that day with her close friend, she dismissed the thought. "Shiwen, I saw you were returning to elementary school. What happened to that?" Yusiki asked curiously, sipping her richly flavored milk tea. Shun Shiwen was taken aback for a moment before smiling and replying, "It's nothing, just an inconsequential message." Seeing Shun Shiwen's nonchalance, Yusiki felt no concern. After all, Shun Shiwen was her good friend, and if something significant had occurred, she would surely confide in her. Chapter 31. Waiting for an opportunity, Mei Wenhua, in a state of agitation, absent-mindedly skewered meat on a stick, his hand intermittently checking his phone. Yet no matter how many times he refreshed, the desired information eluded him. Just as confusion began to settle in, the owner approached. "Gentlemen, may I interrupt? There are a few young men dressed in uniforms like yours who wish to share your table. Would that be acceptable?" Mei Wenhua glanced at the owner and then around the venue, realizing that unbeknownst to him, the outdoor seating had filled up. He turned to Wang Tao, who was voraciously devouring his food, and inquired, "What do you think?" "No problem," Wang Tao replied nonchalantly, chewing his food. He saw no issue as long as they did not disturb each other. "Very well then, please bring them over," Mei Wenhua instructed the owner. Ah, young man, with such good looks, I can tell you have a kind heart. I shall give you a discount on your bill today, the owner cheerfully remarked before hurrying off. Flattered, Mei Wenhua felt a sense of pride swell within him. Before long, the owner returned, leading a group of young men who appear to be of similar age to Mei Wenhua and his companions. Gentlemen, these two are willing to share a table with you, the owner announced with a smile, stepping aside to introduce them. Li Yang, Mei Wenhua, they both exclaimed in unison, pointing at one another. The owner's delight grew upon realizing their acquaintance. Since you two know each other, I shall leave you to it, he said, departing to fetch the menus. What are you doing here? You're not planning revenge, are you? Just so you know, I've settled my debt. We are even now, Mei Wenhua said, his voice tinged with trepidation as he faced Li Yang and his crew. Who wants to take revenge on you? Hitting you would only dirty our hands. Ren Xianqi stepped forward, visibly displeased. Indeed, do you really think you're worthy of our attention? The others echoed from behind Li Yang. Humiliated, Mei Wenhua felt a wave of indignation wash over him. He was once a figure of considerable stature, one who commanded respect from governments worldwide. Yet, confronted by a larger group, he recognized the futility of acting out in anger, forcing himself to suppress his fury. Enough. If that's the case, kindly vacate the premises. Do not disturb us while we eat. Ren Xianqi and the others bristled at Mei Wenhua's dismissal. Why should we leave? We came here to eat as well. Indeed. Why should we? Just because you claim this table? I don't want to share with you. Then hurry up and scram. What's wrong? Not satisfied? If you dare, come at me. Mei Wenhua's provocative demeanor incited Ren Xianqi, who was ready to retaliate, only to be restrained by Li Yang. Brotherly, why are you stopping me? I want to wipe the floor with this guy. Enough. Don't stir up trouble. We've already caused enough for Brother Zhou today. Are you looking to add to his burdens? Li Yang's reprimand brought a semblance of calm to Ren Xianqi and the others. Once they had settled down, Li Yang noted, besides, they were here first. If they don't want to share, we cannot force them. Let's South find another place. With Li Yang's suggestion, they turned to leave, and the owner, who had just retrieved the menus, rushed forward, anxious. Gentlemen, why are you leaving? Aren't you dining here? No, they don't want to share, Li Yang replied. That's impossible. I had just arranged it with them. The owner, surveying Li Yang's expression and then glancing at Mei Wenhua, who appeared quite pleased as he watched them depart, realized the jest was not at play. Acknowledging the situation, the owner ceased his attempts to persuade them to stay. Very well, gentlemen, take care. I apologize for the inconvenience. Next time you visit, I shall offer you a discount. Thank you, sir, they replied as they departed. Brother Mei, why did you send them away? If we shared the table, we could enjoy a discount and save money for better food. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Let me make this clear. I, Mei Wenhua, would rather die than share a meal with them, understand? What is wrong with wanting to eat? Isn't that better than you daydreaming all the time? Wang Tao muttered under his breath. What did you say? Mei Wenhua leaned in, questioning Wang Tao's whispered words. Oh, nothing, nothing. Just agreeing with you, Brother Mei, Wang Tao stammered. Mei Wenhua shrugged, fine, whatever, and resumed his skewering. That insufferable Mei Wenhua truly infuriates me. If it weren't for you, Brother Li, I would have knocked him out. Zhao Daoan, Li Yang replied. Aren't you upset by slander? Ren Xianqi asked, voice trembling. Why don't you just let me handle him? Li Yang turned his gaze to the sky, a calm yet ominous smile gracing his lips as he regarded his companions. We were in the wrong earlier. If we had fought, it would have been us who suffered. Moreover, as I mentioned, we cannot continue to create trouble for Brother Zhou. Listening to Li Yang's words, Ren Xianqi anxiously inquired, when shall we take action against him? Do not rush. We must await the opportune moment, Li Yang replied. What opportunity are you referring to? Ren Xianqi asked, his curiosity piqued. Li Yang feigned mystery as he stated, we must wait for a moment favorable to us. And when might that opportunity arise? Feign, Xiang qui preste. That depends on you, Li Yang said, gesturing towards him. Me? Indeed, do you not have a friend in Class 1? Asking to keep an eye on Mei Wenhua for any peculiar behavior. Having endured such an incident, I doubt he will simply let it go. Therefore, we must track Mei Wenhua's movements to identify a moment advantageous for us. At that point, we shall be justified in our actions. Listening to Li Yang's words, Ren Xianqi and the others were taken aback. Was this truly the impulsive Li Yang they knew? Realizing Li Yang's intent, Ren Xianqi excitedly declared, "All right, brotherly, I will contact my good buddy right away. This time, I will ensure Mei Wenhua receives a thorough beating." "Calm down. Let us first have a meal," Li Yang instructed. What shall we eat?" Ren Xianqi asked. "Let us indulge in hot pot today, my friends," Li Yang declared. "Hooray, hot pot!" With that, Li Yang led Ren Xianqi and the others away. Li Yang's earlier remarks were relayed to him by Zhou Ye just before school ended. Zhou Ye had merely advised him not to act impulsively, suggesting they wait until Mei Wenhua revealed a vulnerability before taking action. Otherwise, given Li Yang's character, he would have already confronted Mei Wenhua without hesitation, rather than leisurely enjoying barbecue as he had just moments ago. Chapter 32. I would rather be stabbed in the back than betrayed. Wang Tao. Mei Wenhua slurred, "I assure you, I will undoubtedly succeed in the future. You must believe in me. As for that scoundrel Zhou Ye, I do not regard him at all. Once I achieve success, I can eliminate him in an instant." Wang Tao, observing Mei Wenhua's dazed expression as he clutched a bottle, felt somewhat helpless. "All right, Mei Ge, you should drink less. Look at you. You're already intoxicated." As Wang Tao attempted to take the bottle from Mei Wenhua, he forcefully swatted Wang Tao's hand away. "I'm not drunk. I'm merely a bit tired. Let us continue drinking. You claim you're not drunk, yet you're babbling nonsense. Trust me, stop drinking." Hearing Wang Tao's words, Mei Wenhua slammed his palm on the table, his voice booming. "What nonsense? Everything I say is true. Do you not even believe me?" Feeling the eyes of those around them upon them, Wang Tao felt a twinge of embarrassment. He quickly reassured Mei Wenhua, "Of course I believe you. You're my good buddy. Now sit down." Reluctantly, Mei Wenhua complete. "Wang Tao, do not fret. Although I may lack abilities now, as the ancients say, time will prove all." Yes, you are right. "Hey, how much longer do you need?" "We are about to close," came the voice of the vendor, the proprietor of the food stall. Wang Tao turned to see the owner and noticed many patrons beginning to leave. "My apologies, we're just about to wrap up," he said apologetically. "All right, your total comes to 185. How will you be paying?" "Just a moment." After responding to the owner, Wang Tao turned to Mei Wenhua. To his surprise, Mei Wenhua had already fallen asleep on the table. "Mei Ge, wake up. It's time to settle the bill so we can head back." "Stop it. Xuan, let me sleep for 5 more minutes," Mei Wenhua mumbled, smiling as he swatted Wang Tao's hand away. "Come on, don't do this, Mei Ge. You need to wake up. I didn't bring any money." "Young man, do you intend to dine and dash?" the owner asked, placing a hand on Wang Tao's shoulder and looking kindly at the pair. Wang Tao slowly turned his head, offering an awkward smile. "Please don't worry. We will certainly pay." Without giving the owner a chance to respond, Wang Tao turned back, his hands delving into Mei Wenhua's pockets. Feeling around, he wasn't certain if he had found the wallet, but he pulled out everything he could, placing it on the table. Amidst the clutter, he finally spotted the wallet, retrieving it and extracting 2 red bills to hand to the owner, finally breathing a sigh of relief. "Please wait while I fetch your change." The owner departed with the money. Gazing at the still sleeping Mei Wenhua, Wang Tao clasped his hands together apologetically. "Do not blame me, Mei Ge. You insisted on treating me. Hence I didn't bring money. Otherwise, neither of us would be able to return." Afterward, Wang Tao stuffed the items back into Mei Wenhua's pockets. However, while doing so, he stumbled upon something peculiar. Why does Mei Ge carry several erasers with him when he goes out? Curiosity piqued, Wang Tao picked one up and noticed something peculiar inside. As he peeled away the outer packaging, he was taken aback to find a small knife-like object engraved with a name he recognized all too well, Shun Shiwen. Wang Tao glanced at Mei Wenhua, who lay blissfully asleep, and felt a sense of incredulity. How old is he? Yet he still believes in such things. Placing it back down, he examined the other 3 erasers, feeling a sense of curiosity stir within him. He tilted his head aside, his hand inching toward the erasers on the table. Once he grasped one, he quickly opened it, ensuring no one was watching, and revealed what was inside. "Mei Ge, do not hold this against me. I merely wish to help you avoid being deceived by a wicked woman." Opening one, he discovered it was engraved with the name Su Qiubai. Wang Tao recalled her vividly. She was the girl he had encountered in the office of the disciplinary director. He was astonished to learn that Mei Wenhua had feelings for her. Alas, Mei Gu, why must you set your sights on Zhou Ye as acquaintance? This seems a futile endeavor. After lamenting over the inebriated Mei Wenhua, Wang Tao casually picked up another eraser. Let us see who this little girl is. As he slowly opened it, he found a name Jiang Wanwan etched upon it. Who is this Jiang Wanwan? I've never heard Mei Gu mention her. Wang Tao pondered, perplexed. Logically, he should know most of the girls Mei Wenhua interacted with, at least by name. Yet, this Jiang Wanwan was entirely unfamiliar to him. Could this be a case of Mei Gu engaging in online romance? After contemplating for some time, Wang Tao decided to abandon the thought. Forget it. Let us see who the last one is. He focused intently on the eraser, fearful of missing any crucial information. However, upon finally discerning the name inscribed upon it, he felt a chill run down his spine. Wang Tao stared in shock at the engraving, rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not hallucinating. Realizing it was not an illusion, he hastily tossed the eraser to the ground. Staring at the eraser bearing his name, he felt a sharp pang of discomfort in his chest. Looking at the still slumbering Mei Wenhua, Wang Tao found himself at a loss for words. Calm down, Wang Tao. Perhaps this is merely a prank devised by Mei Wenhua. Remain composed. As Wang Tao was on the verge of regaining his composure, Mei Wenhua's sudden rise startled him, causing him to retreat a few steps. Don't move. I can't find the hole, he exclaimed. Upon hearing Mei Wenhua's words, his mind descended into utter chaos. Hey, young man, here is some money for you. The voice from behind startled Wang Tao, who instinctively turned around and covered his posterior with his hand. Only after realizing a newcomer was his boss did he breathe a sigh of relief. What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? The boss inquired, moving closer to Wang Tao. Ah, I'm fine, really. You needn't concern yourself with me. Are you sure? Absolutely, I assure you. Seeing that Wang Tao was adamant, the boss relinquished his probing, handing over the money before departing. You all should hurry and clean up. It's time to turn off the lights. All right, we'll head back shortly. Wang Tao nodded in acceptance as he received the money. Watching the boss walk away, he turned back to Mei Wenhua, who was still slumped beside him. Initially, he had contemplated carrying him, but the memory of recent events stirred a pang of unease within him. After much mental preparation, he finally placed his hands on Mei Wenhua's shoulders and helped him to his feet. As for the eraser, Wang Tao had already picked it up and tucked it away in his pocket. Chapter 33. The Crowd. We mourn for you. In the early morning, Zhou Ye awoke from his expansive bed, which could comfortably accommodate four. Rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn, he descended the stairs. Son, you're awake. Xiawanshu, clad in a purple nightgown, approached him. Good morning, Mom. What time is it? It's nearly 7. Come eat. After breakfast, your Uncle Pong will take you to school. What about Dad? Your father said he wouldn't be going to the office today. He'll work from home. Oh, all right. Stop dawdling and come eat. The food will get cold. Coming. Zhou Ye made his way to the kitchen table, where Xiawanshu set down a plate in one hand and a cup filled with milk in the other, placing them in front of him. Eat up and let me know how my newly learned sandwich tastes, she said, her face brimming with anticipation. Zhou Ye picked up one sandwich and took a hefty bite. How is it? Xiawanshu leaned closer, curious. Chewing thoughtfully, Zhou Ye gave her a thumbs up. Satisfied with his response, she smiled and departed. Take your time eating. I'm going to check on your father. Don't forget to finish your milk. Zhou Ye nodded and continued to savor his sandwich. However, as he ate, he felt something was amiss. Glancing at the somewhat bare table, he realized what it was. He dashed upstairs to retrieve his phone. I thought something was missing. Turns out it was my phone. Zhou Ye placed the phone on the table, scrolling through it while still munching on his sandwich. Ah, now this feels right. Soon, he devoured the last bite of his sandwich and, after downing the milk beside him, grabbed the backpack that Xiawanshu had prepared for him before leaving the house. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Qi Penghui waiting for him in the distance and jogged over. Uncle Qi, have you been waiting long? Not at all, I just arrived. Qi Penghui replied with a smile. All right, let us go then. Zhou Ye opened the car door and settled inside. Yes, young master, please make yourself comfortable. Let us go. Understood. At Zhou Ye's command, the vehicle headed toward his school. Stop dozing off, son, or you'll be late. Wang Ying, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, called out to Mei Wenhua. Slowly, Mei Wenhua opened his eyes to the all-too-familiar room. Mom, what are you doing here? I was with Wang Tao. What Wang Tao? I don't know. All I know is that when I saw you yesterday, you were completely intoxicated. Didn't I tell you to avoid those dubious characters? Look at what you've learned from them. Wang Ying admonished Mei Wenhua vehemently. Listening to Wang Ying's relentless tirade, coupled with the lingering effects of last night's drinking, Mei Wenhua felt as if his head might explode. All right, Mom. Please step out. I need to change. Oh, so now I'm a nuisance, am I? Everything I do is for your own good. Despite her words, Wang Ying opted to leave the room. Hurry up and get dressed. Otherwise, you'll be late. I know. Mei Wenhua replied, feigning acquiescence. Once Wang Ying exited, he lay back down, staring blankly at the ceiling as he recollected the events of the previous night. However, after much contemplation, he could only recall chasing away Li Yong and then drinking with Wang Tao. Everything that followed remained a blur. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Springing upright, he searched for his school uniform from the night before, rummaging through the pockets. After a prolonged search, he finally unearthed 3 erasers. Mei Wenhua quickly unwrapped the erasers, and, upon discovering that the one engraved with Wang Tao's name was missing while the others remained, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, at least I haven't lost everything. As for the one with Wang Tao's name, aside from a twinge of regret over the money spent, he felt indifferent, as it had merely served as practice for him. If it was gone, so be it. Mei Wenhua, hurry up. Wang Ying's voice from downstairs jolted him back to reality. He swiftly dressed and hurried downstairs. Mom, I'm awake. No need to rush. He complained. I wish I weren't in a hurry. Just gonna move on. Do you even plan to go to school today? Wang Ying exclaimed, placing a plate on the dining table. Hurry up and eat. After you finish, you must head to school. Mei Wenhua approached the table and, upon seeing 2 flat slices of bread with a slightly burnt fried egg in between, lamented. Why is this all there is? Who else can you blame? Someone got up too late and made me call out for him repeatedly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Mei Wenhua swiftly changed the subject. Where's Dad? I haven't seen him. Your father left already. Well, I won't keep you. I need to head to work. Finish your breakfast and make your way to school, Wang Ying said before removing her apron and changing her clothes to leave. Hearing the door close behind her and glancing around the now empty house, Mei Wenhua silently vowed that in this lifetime, he would ensure his parents would no longer have to toil so hard. With that thought in mind, he hastily finished his breakfast, grabbed his backpack from the sofa, and left the house. Wow, look, whose car is that? It's so cool, exclaimed a girl in the same school uniform as Zhou Ye, pointing at the vehicle parked outside their school. Keep your voice down. The girl who had exclaimed turned to her companion in curiosity. Why? Don't you know? That's Zhou Ye's family car. He's the notorious troublemaker at our school. What? You mean the Zhou Ye who fights anyone he doesn't like, regardless of who they are? Exactly. Let us get out of here. The girls hurriedly left, anxious that Zhou Ye might notice them. Zhou Ye opened the car door and stood before it, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. After all, the allure of a luxury vehicle coupled with a handsome young man is undeniably potent for adolescents, particularly when presented together. However, Zhou Ye remained oblivious to the gazes directed at him. After surveying his surroundings, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Uncle Qi, you may leave now. I must head into the school. Understood, young master. I shall take my leave. Before Qi Penghui could finish his sentence, Zhou Ye had already vanished from sight. Qi Penghui, unperturbed, started the car and drove away. As Zhou Ye sprinted past them, the onlookers quickly averted their gazes, fearful of making eye contact. Once they realized that Zhou Ye was no longer within earshot, they collectively exhaled in relief, only to glance up and discover Zhou Ye making his way towards a girl, who was walking with her head down, carrying a somewhat tattered backpack. Upon seeing her targeted by Zhou Ye, they silently mourned for her fate. Chapter 34. Is this person not a fool? Hey, what are you pondering, Qiubai? Zhou Ye approached Su Qiubai from behind and gently tapped her shoulder. Su Qiubai jumped at the sudden touch, but upon turning around to find Zhou Ye, she sighed in relief. Noticing her startled reaction, Zhou Ye quickly apologized. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. It's all right. I was just too focused, Zhou classmate. Zhou Ye narrowed his eyes and leaned closer to Su Qiubai, teasingly asking, what did you call me? As he drew nearer, Su Qiubai instinctively pushed him away, but his strength was overwhelming, so she surrendered. All right, Zhou Ge. Zhou Ye, satisfied, replied, yes, that's more like it. Let us walk together. Sure. The two of them strolled side by side towards their classroom. As they walked, Zhou Ye noticed Su Qiubai displaying signs of fatigue and inquired with curiosity, "What's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night?" Startled by his sudden question, Su Qiubai hesitated before bashfully waving her hand. "Ah, it's nothing really. The previous night, as soon as she lay down." Memories of calling Zhou Ye Zhougu in front of many classmates flooded her mind, making it difficult for her to fall asleep. Naturally, she couldn't bear to share this with him. "Perhaps I simply lost track of time while studying," she added. You should indeed study, but do remember to take care of your health. If you wear yourself out, all that studying will be for naught," Zhou Ye admonished gently, rather than feeling annoyed. Su Qiubai nodded. "I understand." Zhou Ye then playfully pinched her cheek, affirming, "Yes, that's right. Now, let us head to class. We can catch up during lunch." "All right. I will also strive to help Zhou Gu with his studies. Bring it on. My brain can accommodate a wealth of knowledge." Zhou Ye's beaming smile was met with an even brighter grin from Su Qiubai. Mei Wenhua soon arrived at school, and upon entering the gates, he overheard numerous conversations centered around Zhou Ye. His frustration escalated upon hearing compliments regarding Zhou Ye's good looks, particularly from a throng of girls, some even fantasizing about marrying him and living a life of luxury. It irked Mei Wenhua that they seemed to have lost their senses, praising a scoundrel and desiring to wed him. Although he begrudgingly admitted that Zhou Ye's looks were indeed comparable to his own, he felt that aside from being handsome and wealthy, Zhou Ye had nothing else to offer. The girls' admiration for Zhou Ye only fueled Mei Wenhua's disdain for them. However, he soon overheard something that incited even greater anger. Hey, the person Zhou Ye was with seems to be Su Qiubai, his classmate." "Yes, I think so too. I even heard that Zhou Ye has been bullying a girl named Su Qiubai lately, apparently to win over his crush." "Really? But I heard that Zhou Ye's crush hasn't been at school for several days." "How would I know? Why don't you ask Zhou Ye?" "Fine. I've realized that you're trying to get me to provoke that devil Zhou Ye for your precious game account. Forget it. You can forget about touching my account ever again." With that, he dashed away. Another boy said a few more words before following suit. At that moment, Mei Wenhua had no interest in the surrounding chatter. He was engulfed in an unprecedented fury, his hands trembling in rage. "Zhou Ye, you scoundrel! Even in the early hours, you dare to bully my little lotus flower. Qiubai, just hold on. I will rescue you from this darkness." "Hey, why are your hands shaking? Do you have Parkinson's?" Following the voice, Mei Wenhua turned around to see a seemingly simple-minded boy, sporting glasses and a buzz cut, with snot running down his face, gazing at him with an oddly wise expression. "My mother always said that if you're sick, you should seek treatment quickly. Otherwise, it will be harder to heal later." Mei Wenhua, feeling an overwhelming urge to vent his anger, found this fool's presence fortuitous, as if a pillow had been provided for his drowsiness. "You're the one with Parkinson's. Your whole family has it. Actually, no one in my family has Parkinson's. You guessed wrong, classmate." "Who guessed?" "I'm insulting you. Do you understand?" "That's not right, classmate. My mother says it's wrong to insult people. You should get a spanking instead. Come on, turn around so I can give you a few taps. Don't worry. I know it hurts. I'll be gentle." With that, he reached out to grab Mei Wenhua's arm. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me." Mei Wenhua struggled to break free, but he never expected that this seemingly dull boy possessed such strength. "Let go, you fool. I'm going to be late." "No, you can't insult people. You need a spanking instead." The boy held onto his shirt tightly. Hey, look. He's playing with that well-known fool from our school. I don't know, but if he can argue with him, he doesn't seem too bright either." Overhearing the whispers around him, Mei Wenhua wished he could find a hole to hide in. As he watched the number of students heading towards the classroom dwindle, he realized he could no longer afford to waste time here. "Hey, look over there. A UFO is flying," Mei Wenhua exclaimed, pointing at the sky in feigned astonishment. However, the boy ignored him, staring at Mei Wenhua as if he were the village idiot. "Classmate, that's so klitsch. Even my mom knows there are no UFOs in this world. You should ask your mom to buy you some walnuts." Mei Wenhua felt his fists harden with an inexplicable resolve. Suddenly, He bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Hello, teacher." The boy, seeing Mei Wenhua's gesture, quickly turned around and bowed to the air as well. "Hello, teacher." Seizing the opportunity, Mei Wenhua dashed away, laughing. "Ha, fool, you fell for it. Bye-bye, I'm leaving first." Hearing the voice behind him, the boy looked up, finally realizing there was no teacher in sight. He turned around to gaze at Mei Wenhua, who was sprinting away, and shouted after him, "Wait for me. I will surely get you." However, Mei Wenhua, indifferent to his words, had long since vanished from sight. Chapter 35. The confrontation with Mei Wenhua. Breathless, Mei Wenhua rushed into the classroom. Upon seeing him panting, his classmates merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to their own affairs. Mei Wenhua plopped down at his desk, dropping his backpack with a thud. Observing his condition, Wang Tao approached him with curiosity, inquiring, "Meigo, what's wrong with you? You look as if you've just completed a 1,000-meter dash." After catching his breath, Mei Wenhua began to grumble. "Don't even get me started. When I arrived at school earlier, I encountered someone who seemed mentally underdeveloped. He asked if I had Parkinson's disease, and when I cursed at him, he insisted on spanking me, claiming that his mother had told him that swearing would lead to such consequences. If I hadn't devised a clever ruse, I might still be entangled with him." Listening to Mei Wenhua's complaints, Wang Tao could only chuckle awkwardly. "It's all right, Mei Ge. Engaging with that sort of person would only diminish your stature." Mei Wenhua, reflecting on Wang Tao's words, nodded in agreement. "You're right. How could I stoop to their level?" He then recalled, "By the way, thank you for yesterday, brother. I had promised to treat you, but ended up having you pay and drive me home." Wang Tao responded with an embarrassed smile. "Oh, come on. We're good friends. Why would we worry about such trivial matters?" This affirmation only solidified Mei Wenhua's belief that Wang Tao was indeed his true friend. "Rest assured, I will definitely help you win over Yusiki," he declared, standing up to pat Wang Tao on the shoulder. "No worries, it's just a minor issue." "How can that be? We're brothers. I must assist you," Wang Tao insisted. Just then, the classroom door swung open, revealing Shen Shiwen, who had neglected to like or comment on Mei Wenhua's social media post the previous night. Accompanied by her close friend, Yusiki, Shen Shiwen appeared somewhat unwell, while Yusiki expressed concern for her. "Shiwen, are you all right? You should go to the infirmary," Yusiki said, worry etched on her face. Shen Shiwen quickly waved her off. "I'm fine, really. Just a bit of stomach pain. It will pass." "But you look quite unwell," Yusiki pressed. "Trust me, you have unfinished English homework, right? The first class is English." Upon hearing this, Yusiki remembered her incomplete assignment. Knowing full well how strict her English teacher was, if caught, her parents would be notified. Yet, seeing her dear friend in discomfort made her hesitate. "All right, go finish your homework. If I can't bear this little issue, I'll head to the infirmary," Shun Shiwen insisted. Reluctantly, Yusiki agreed. "Fine, I'll go complete my homework. If you truly can't endure it, come find me, and I'll take you to the infirmary." "Okay." With that, Yusiki left Shun Shiwen's side and returned to her seat, diving into a frenzy of homework. Meanwhile, from a distance, Mei Wenhua spotted Shen Shiwen and contemplated confronting her about her lack of engagement with his social media post, oblivious to the discomfort etched on her face. Just as he was about to make his move, Wang Tao seized him by the arm. Curious, Mei Wenhua turned to Wang Tao, asking, "What is it? Do you have something to say?" Wang Tao fidgeted, glancing at Mei Wenhua with hesitation. He seemed to struggle with his words, wanting to speak, yet holding back. Growing impatient, Mei Wenhua thought he should seize the moment to question Shen Shiwen before class began. But time was slipping away. "Wang Tao, if you have something to say, just spit it out." Hearing Mei Wenhua's words, Wang Tao seemed to muster his resolve. Leaning closer to whisper, "Mei Ge, but is only meant for relieving oneself. At least that's how it is for me." The absurdity of this statement nearly caused Mei Wenhua's mind to glitch. He stared at his friend, bewildered, but noticed that Wang Tao's expression bore no hint of jest, leaving him even more flummoxed. After uttering those words, Wang Tao felt a sense of relief. He had pondered all night about how to convey to Mei Wenhua that he was not interested in a dual male lead scenario. He had finally settled on such a straightforward and comprehensible phrase. He didn't expect to change Mei Wenhua's mind. He merely wished for him to refrain from pursuing that path. After a few moments of silence, Mei Wenhua recalled that he had more pressing matters to attend to and snapped back to reality, replying to Wang Tao, "I understand." Before walking away, Wang Tao, relieved that Mei Wenhua had grasped his meaning, exhaled deeply. At that moment, Shen Shiwen sat at her desk, cradling her stomach with a pained expression. She hadn't anticipated that skipping breakfast would lead to such discomfort. Normally, Mei Wenhua would ensure she had a meal, bringing her a portion every day. Now, she wished more than anything for him to stand before her, offering her breakfast. Just as Shen Shiwen was lost in her thoughts, Mei Wenhua approached her. Sensing someone near, she looked up, her curiosity piqued, only to find it was the very person she longed to see. A flicker of hope crossed her face as her gaze darted to his hands. However, that glimmer of hope extinguished instantly upon realizing he bore no food. Disappointment washed over her as she lifted her gaze to ask, "Mei, is there something you need?" "Shiwen, why didn't you like my post yesterday? Do you have any idea how many times I embarrassed myself in front of others because you didn't comment or like it?" The accusatory tone in Mei Wenhua's voice pierced Shen Shiwen's heart like 1,000 silver needles. After expressing his grievance, he turned and strode away, leaving behind a striking silhouette. Watching him depart, Shen Shiwen found herself at a loss for words. She had hoped that seeing her in such a state would prompt him to offer some words of concern, considering they had grown up together. Although their bond had waned over trivial matters, she had never expected him to confront her about her social media engagement. After all, she could like or comment on whomever she pleased. It was none of his business. Why should she be blamed for his embarrassment when she was completely unaware? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a pang of hurt welled up within her, and tears began to flow. Shen Shiwen sprang to her feet and dashed out of the classroom. Seeing this, Yusiki quickly set down her pen and rushed out to chase after her best friend. Realizing that Mei Wenhua was the root of the trouble, yet feeling helpless to intervene. Chapter 36. "See you on Saturday, all right. Enough studying. It's lunchtime. Let's go eat," Zhou Ye announced as he approached Su Qiubai's desk. Hearing the sound of the desk being tapped, Su Qiubai finally lifted his head from the sea of questions. Upon the realization that it was Zhou Ye, Su Qiubai quickly set down her pen and stood up, addressing Zhou Ye with a casual, "All right, brother Zhou, let us go." "Sukulasmate," Zhou Ye replied. The two then proceeded towards the cafeteria, engaging in light conversation along the way. Before long, they arrived at the cafeteria, where Zhou Ye took the initiative to fetch the meals while Su Qiubai claimed a table. Zhou Ye approached the same counter as the previous day, ordering the same meal, but adding a bit more meat to Su Qiubai's portion. With 2 lunches in hand, Zhou Ye scanned the room for Su Qiubai. Fortunately, the crowd today was not as overwhelming as the day before, and he soon spotted her sitting quietly at a table, with her chair positioned opposite to the one she had reserved for him. Su Qiubai occasionally glanced around, searching for Zhou Ye. Upon noticing that she was not being accosted by Chen Jiahao and his friends as she had been the previous day, Zhou Ye exhaled in relief. Had he encountered Chen Jiahao harassing Su Qiubai again, he would have unhesitatingly smashed his lunch tray in the man's face. As Su Qiubai scanned the area, her gaze fell upon Zhou Ye approaching her. She stood up, intending to assist him, but hesitated, fearing that someone might seize the spot she had so painstakingly claimed. Just as she wavered between helping Zhou Ye and remaining seated, he arrived before her. "What are you doing? Why aren't you sitting down?" Zhou Ye inquired, placing his tray down with curiosity. "I wanted to help you, but I was worried someone might take my seat," she replied, amused by her response. Zhou Ye playfully pinched her cheek and remarked, "You're so clever in your studies, yet you seem rather dim here." "I'm not dim, so you vaidi tortif." Though in Zhou Ye's ears, it sounded more like a playful protest. Observing her, Zhou Ye withdrew his hand and cleared his throat, saying, "All right, you're not dim. In the future, just place something on the chair to reserve it. If anyone dares to question you, tell them you're my little brother, and I'll see who dares to touch you." Su Qiubai laughed heartily at his words. "All right, let us eat before the food gets cold." "I'm so sorry. Brother Zhou, I didn't know you'd come here, so I took the seat opposite. You should sit here, and I'll move across." Her tone brimmed with regret. "No need for that. I see no one beside you, so I'll stay here," Zhou Ye replied. "But there is something on that seat," she pointed out. only to realize the item had disappeared. Where her eyes met Zhou Ye's, he simply shrugged and said, "See? It's gone." Puzzled by his nonchalance, Su Qiubai hesitated. "Rest assured, this isn't someone else's seat. It was merely some trash left behind," he assured her. "Really?" she questioned, still skeptical. "If you don't believe me, just wait and see if anyone comes to kick me out." As she contemplated the possibility of someone actually confronting Zhou Ye, she decided to relinquish her seat if necessary, hoping that the person wouldn't be angered by Zhou Ye's presence. After a moment, she nodded. "All right then." The original occupant of the chair, upon seeing someone audaciously throw away his belongings and sit where he had claimed, initially felt anger rising within him. However, as he approached to demand an explanation, he recognized Zhou Ye, the notorious campus figure. Instantly, his resolve to confront vanished. He discreetly retrieved his items and departed hastily, fearful that Zhou Ye might notice him. "Here, this is yours," Zhou Ye said, pushing a meatier portion towards Su Qiubai. Looking at the clearly more generous meal than the previous day, she turned to Zhou Ye and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Zhou." Zhou Ye paused, taken aback by her gratitude, then smiled back. "No need to thank me. But let me put it plainly. If you don't teach me well, be prepared for the sternest of punishments." Rather than appearing intimidated by Zhou Ye's ominous words, Su Qiubai confidently assured him, "Don't worry, Zhou Ye. I will definitely teach you well." "All right, let us eat." From a distance, one of the group members remarked, "Brother Chun, are we still going for it?" "What do you mean? Can't you see Su Qiubai is sitting next to Zhou Ye?" Chun Jiahao retorted, slapping the speaker on the head. The slapped individual rubbed his head, feeling disgruntled but dared not show it, as none present could match Chun Jiahao's strength. "Damn, why has Zhou Ye been shadowing Su Qiubai lately?" Chun Jiahao grumbled. "What should we do now, boss?" "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Chun Jiahao replied. "How about we corner Su Qiubai in that alley after class and interrogate her about Song Jie's whereabouts? Get lost. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. I'm not done living yet." Chun Jiahao scolded. The reprimanded individual bowed his head and resumed his meal. Chun Jiahao gazed at the pair in the distance, perplexed by how they had become close, seemingly improving their relationship. "By the way, when are we meeting for tutoring on Saturday?" Zhou Ye paused his chopsticks, looking at the other person. Simultaneously, Su Qiubai halted as well, pondering before suggesting, "How about we meet at the library?" "The library?" Zhou Ye considered it and agreed that it was indeed a suitable location for study. "Is that all right, Brother Zhou?" "No problem, of course. What time should we gather?" Su Qiubai proposed, "How about 2 in the afternoon?" Initially, she had hoped for an earlier time, knowing mornings were optimal for memory retention, but considering Zhou Ye might not wake up and her own work commitments in the morning, she settled on this time frame. "That works for me." "All right, we'll meet at the library at 2 on Saturday." "Sound good. By the way, Brother Zhou, which subject do you prefer to focus on for tutoring?" "I want to plan accordingly." Zhou Ye thought for a moment and replied, "I can manage everything except English." "Got it, I'll keep that in mind." "Thank you, Teacher Su." Hearing Zhou Ye call her Teacher Su, Su Qiubai felt an inexplicable shyness wash over her. Chapter 37. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Mei Wenhua sat in the classroom, retrieving his phone from the drawer. His fingers incessantly refreshed the screen. Wang Tao, noticing, approached him with curiosity. "Mei, what are you up to?" "Oh, nothing much. I was just wondering why Shinshuan hasn't liked my posts on WeChat yet." Wang Tao felt taken aback by Mei Wenhua's seemingly foolish inquiry. "You made her cry. How could she possibly pay you any mind? Perhaps she hasn't seen it yet." After all, the homeroom teacher mentioned that Shun was feeling unwell and went home after the morning reading. Mei Wenhua nodded. "You have a point. Regrettably, I failed to notice that Shiwen was unwell. I have proven to be a rather inadequate prospective boyfriend." As he spoke, Mei Wenhua shamefully patted his own chest. Listening to Mei Wenhua's unabashed remarks, Wang Tao felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. However, considering that he was his close friend, Wang Tao managed to restrain himself. Nevertheless, he ventured to remind Mei Wenhua, "Brother Mei, I believe it might be a tad premature for you to declare yourself as Shun Shiwen's prospective boyfriend. If this reaches her ears, it could lead to unfortunate consequences." "Don't worry about it." Mei Wenhua nonchalantly waved his hand at Wang Tao. "Believe it or not, Shiwen will eventually be begging me to date her. Hearing Mei Wenhua's audacious claims and observing his confident demeanor, Wang Tao was uncertain whether Shen Shiwen would indeed date Mei Wenhua. But he was certain of one thing. If he lingered any longer, he might very well lose his temper with Mei Wenhua. Well then, good luck, Brother Mei. I need to use the restroom. All right, Mei Wenhua replied. After watching Wang Tao leave, he retrieved his phone from the drawer and opened the chat with Shen Shiwen. His fingers danced rapidly across the screen, and soon enough, he composed a message that he found quite satisfactory. After reading it through a few times in his mind, he finally hit send. He, Shen Shiwen, prepare to witness my mercilessness. Mei Wenhua chuckled sinisterly. Meanwhile, feeling unwell and irritated by Mei Wenhua, Shen Shiwen lay on her bed scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, her phone chimed, and she realized Mei Wenhua had sent her a message. Curiously, she opened it but soon exited in anger upon reading its content. The message was a rather self-satisfied reminder from Mei Wenhua. Classmate Shun, your physics group assignment has yet to be submitted. I hope you can turn in promptly. How infuriating. It was evident just how enraged Shen Shiwen was, as she, who had never cursed in her life, found herself uttering such words. She tossed her phone aside, initially expecting a message of concern from Mei Wenhua. Instead, reality struck her with a harsh blow. Not only did Mei Wenhua fail to express any concern for her well-being, but he also had the audacity to remind her about the overdue assignment, implying that she was a burden to him. This only fueled her anger further, especially since it had always been Mei Wenhua who pleaded with her to assist him with his physics assignments. Yet, for reasons unknown to her, she found herself unable to harbor any real anger towards him. Instead, his newfound indifference left her feeling an inexplicable void. As Mei Wenhua sat at his desk, he occasionally checked his phone in the drawer, but after a considerable wait, he received no response from Shen Shiwen, not even a single pinyin character. This bewildered him. This shouldn't be, he thought. Logically, she should be feeling my gradual withdrawal and feel anxious enough to message me, questioning why I don't care about her or her health. At the very least, I should receive an acknowledgement. With that in mind, he prepared to send her another message. Just as he was about to do so, Yusiki approached him from distance. Noticing her, Mei Wenhua quickly tucked his phone back into the drawer. Yusiki soon stood before him, her demeanor suggesting she was not in a friendly mood. Mei Wenhua, however, remained unfazed and adopted a congenial facade. He believed she posed no real threat to him, but he also recognized her as Shen Shiwen's close friend, which lent weight to her words. What brings you here, classmate you? Mei Wenhua asked in the most amiable tone he could muster. Yusiki disregarded his cordiality and, with a firm tone, demanded, What did you say to Shiwen this morning? Although Mei Wenhua felt a flicker of anger at her brusque tone, he endeavored to maintain his composure. That's a matter between me and Shiwen. Why should I tell you? You, what about me? He interrupted. Classmate you, I must advise you to refrain from meddling in my affairs with Shiwen. She will undoubtedly become my partner, and I assure you, she will be happy. I suggest you mind your own business. You're delusional. How could Shiwen ever be interested in someone like you? Very well. Let us see. We shall witness whether Shiwen chooses to heed your words or pursue a relationship with me. Fine, we shall see. With me, Yusiki, in the picture, you two will never be together. With that, Yusiki prepared to turn and leave. Wait, Mei Wenhua called after her. Are you conceding defeat? Have you finally realized you are unworthy of Shiwen? Concede defeat? How absurd. I merely wish to inform you that fortunes shift. Do not underestimate the young. One day, you will come to understand that Shiwen and I are the perfect match. Huh, do you think this is a web novel? Spare me your clichés. With that, Yusiki turned and walked away. At that moment, Wang Tao, having just returned from the restroom, brushed past Yusiki. He glanced at Mei Wenhua, and then at the departing Yusiki, curiosity piqued. What is going on, Brother Mei? I just heard something quite intense. Nothing much, brother, but I must apologize to you. Ah, why this sudden apology? Wang Tao was taken aback by Mei Wenhua's unexpected demeanor. It's just that I have come to an impasse with Yusiki, so I might not be able to assist you in pursuing her. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao let out a sigh of relief. Oh, is that all? That actually works in my favor. If you had truly helped me pursue Yusiki, that would have been a dilemma. After all, She is renowned as the mother tiger of our class. I can't afford that. He patted Mei Wenhua on the shoulder, saying, "No worries, brother. Whatever you choose to do, I support you." Touched by Wang Tao's words, Mei Wenhua replied, "All right, my good brother. I will not betray your trust. I shall find you a woman who surpasses her by tenfold, if not 100. I believe in you." Chapter 38, The Rice Ball Girl. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was Saturday. Zhou Ye awoke in his large bed, blinking at the faint light filtering through the curtains. He reached for his phone, discovering it was barely 6 in the morning. Deciding to continue his slumber, he closed his eyes, finding a comfortable position to adjust his breathing in preparation for sleep. However, after nearly 30 minutes, he found himself still wide awake, staring at the ceiling of his room with a look of despair. I wish I could just slap myself. My biological clock is truly troublesome. Eventually, Zhou Ye resolved to abandon sleep altogether, got up, changed his clothes, and headed downstairs. Hearing the sounds echoing from the staircase, Xia Wanshu curiously glanced over, only to see Zhou Ye descending with an expression of utter disillusionment. Upon recognizing him, Xia Wanshu gazed at Zhou Ye in disbelief. "Oh, my dear son, has the sun risen from the west today? You, of all people, are up so early on a weekend." "Huh, I wouldn't want to be, but sleep eludes me," he replied. Sometimes, rising early could indeed be a blessing. Xia Wanshu approached Zhou Ye to offer him some comfort. "I beg to differ," he retorted. "By the way, Mom, what brings you up at this hour?" "Ah, I have made plans with a few of your aunts to go out for some morning fun. Hence the early rise to prepare," she explained. "Oh, I see. Youth is indeed a blessing," he remarked. Hey, well, your words warm my heart. You, too, are young. It's time to adopt a more positive outlook. Let's see. I feel quite drowsy, yet slumber eludes me." Zhou Ye yawned as he spoke. At that moment, Qi Pengwei approached them respectfully, saying, "Madam, breakfast is ready for the young master." "Yes, I understand," Xia Wanshu nodded. Normally, she prepared breakfast herself, but today, due to her plans, she had to rely on the household staff. "Come, son, although at ISN to your mother as handiwork, I believe it will be quite delectable." "No, thank you. You enjoy it. I'm not hungry yet. I want to take a stroll first," Zhou Ye declined. Seeing his insistence, Xia Wanshu refrained from pressing him further. "All right then. Do you need someone to accompany you?" "No need. I'll wander about nearby alone." Zhou Ye waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. Just be cautious," she advised. "I will," he assured her, then slipped on his shoes and stepped outside. Zhou Ye opened the door and entered his family's courtyard, taking deep breaths of the fresh morning air as he ventured forth. As he walked, he observed the surrounding scenery and the bustling people toiling for their livelihoods. He couldn't help but reflect that not long ago, he was just like them, scurrying about to make ends meet, yet now he found himself carelessly squandering precious time. This realization evoked a sense of surrealism within him, and before he knew it, he had wandered into a park. Snapping back to reality, Zhou Ye noticed he had strayed quite far. Checking his phone, he realized it was already nearing 7 o'clock. He decided to find a place to rest before heading back. Scanning the area, he spotted a bench beneath a large tree and made his way toward it. Just as he was about to sit down, a girl with a high ponytail clad in athletic shorts and a quick-drying top occupied the seat. Their eyes met, and sensing Zhou Ye's intent to sit, the girl shifted slightly to make space for him. Not wanting to refuse her kindness, Zhou Ye settled into a corner of the bench. After sitting down, neither spoke. They were both absorbed in their own pursuits. Shun Shiwen took out her phone to check if her hair had been tousled by the wind, while Zhou Ye looked at his device, though his gaze frequently wandered toward the girl beside him. Noticing his attention, Shun Shiwen curiously asked, "You've been looking at me for a while. Is there something on your mind?" Zhou Ye exclaimed, caught off guard, his phone slipping from his grasp. Observing his flustered reaction, Shun Shiwen couldn't help but chuckle. "You needn't be so alarmed. I merely wondered if you were scolding me." Zhou Ye, regaining his composure, managed an awkward smile. He had initially intended to leave after being discovered, as he felt too embarrassed to remain after being caught stealing glances. Yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to move. Darn it, he thought to himself. I was able to move moments ago. Why can't I now? Shun Shiwen, unfazed by his presence, rummaged through her pocket, and pulled out a perfectly triangular rice ball to eat. Ever since learning the consequences of skipping breakfast in class, she had made it a point to eat on time every day. The enticing aroma of her rice ball wafted through the air, reaching Zhou Ye's nostrils, and his stomach grumbled in response. Gurgle, gurgle. Embarrassed, he wished he could vanish into thin air. After a sheepish smile, he resolved to stand up and escape this awkward situation. Just as he was about to leave, Shan Shiwen called out to him, "If you don't mind, I can share this with you." Turning around, Zhou Ye saw the girl offering him a half-eaten rice ball in one hand and a pristine one in the other. "No, it's all right," he protested. "Don't worry, I haven't bitten this one," she reassured him. "Aw, no, that's not," before he could finish a sentence. She pressed the rice ball into his hand. "Just accept it. The food in this park is much pricier than elsewhere. Besides, if you skip breakfast, your stomach might start protesting," she advised. Hearing her words and feeling his own stomach grumble in agreement, Zhou Ye nodded in gratitude and sat back down to eat. Unwrapping the rice ball, he revealed the fluffy white rice within. Eagerly, he took a bite. As the flavor hit his palate, he exclaimed, "Wow!" Hearing his astonishment, Shan Shiwen felt a swell of pride. This reaction was genuine. Zhou Ye had not anticipated such deliciousness from a seemingly simple rice ball. The initial chew revealed the delightful stickiness of the rice, and soon the savory filling burst forth, enveloping his taste buds in an explosion of flavor. Curiously eyeing the filling that resembled chicken, he asked her, "Is there chicken in here?" "Yes, indeed. I marinated the chicken myself." "Isn't it delectable?" "Absolutely, it's fantastic," Zhou Ye exclaimed, taking another generous bite. Relishing the delightful taste, his spirits lifted considerably. Before long, the small rice ball was devoured. "Here's a tissue." He turned to see her extending a piece of napkin toward him. With a smile, he accepted it, wiping his mouth before thanking her. "Thank you for the rice ball. It was truly delicious." "No problem at all. I'm glad it suited your taste." Chapter 39. This is Youth. Zhou Ye tucked the tissue into his pocket and inquired, "Did you just finish jogging?" Shan Shiwen also placed her used tissue in her pocket and replied, "Yes, that's right." "Do you come out to jog at this hour every day?" he asked. "Not quite. During the weekdays I have school, so I usually head out earlier than today. But since it's the weekend, I allowed myself a little extra time," she explained. "Ah, so that is how it is. Your dedication to running every day is truly commendable," Zhou Ye remarked. Shan Shiwen waved her hand dismissively, claiming it was nothing special, asserting that anyone could achieve it. "Is that so? I must say, I find it quite impressive. The thought of rising early to run during my school days seems utterly fanciful, which is why I still believe you are remarkable." Upon hearing Zhou Ye's praise, Shan Shiwen refrained from rejecting it this time. After all, who does not relish being complimented? "Thank you," she replied. "Oh no, I should be thanking you for the rice ball," she added, just as they were about to express their gratitude to each other. Shan Shiwen's phone chimed a few times. After glancing at her phone, she stood up and said to Zhou Ye, "My mother just messaged me to come home." "All right, goodbye. Let us chat next time," he replied. "Yes, see you," she said, and with that, Shan Shiwen dashed away. Zhou Ye watched as the figure of the girl gradually faded from view, and after shaking his legs to confirm they could move, he too rose and headed in the direction of home. Meanwhile, during the time Zhou Ye and Shan Shiwen were conversing, Mei Wenhua had already dressed and made his way to a milk tea shop, ordering a cup while sitting outside, his eyes intently fixed on a girl in the distance who was diligently handing out flyers. "Mei, did you drag me out here early just to sip milk tea and sit around? Didn't you mention something important?" Wang Tao asked, propping his head on one hand. A straw lodged in his mouth. Observing Mei Wenhua's silence, Wang Tao felt quite displeased. After all, it was a weekend, and he had hoped to enjoy a leisurely sleep-in. But early in the morning, Mei Wenhua had called him to gather here, claiming there was something crucial at hand. Upon hearing the seriousness in Mei Wenhua's tone over the phone, he hastily got up and took a cab to this location. Yet now, having done nothing but sit for nearly an hour, Wang Tao felt as if he were about to meld into the chair. "Don't fret. I assure you, there will be something significant. Just be patient for a moment. How about this? I'll treat you to lunch, and you can think about what you'd like to eat," Mei Wenhua said. Hearing that Mei Wenhua would treat him to lunch, Wang Tao's irritation dissipated, and he began to ponder how best to take advantage of Mei Wenhua to compensate for his lost Saturday morning. After calming Wang Tao, Mei Wenhua turned his attention back to the girl who was tirelessly distributing flyers. At that moment, Su Qiubai handed a flyer to a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. However, he disregarded her entirely, not even sparing her a glance as he walked away. Su Qiubai visibly deflated after being rejected, but she quickly rallied her spirits and resumed handing out flyers to passersby. Witnessing this, Mei Wenhua was filled with indignation. How despicable! What does that fellow mean by ignoring my little lotus while she offers him something? How could he not accept? Yet, seeing Su Qiubai bounce back from her disappointment, Mei Wenhua's anger evaporated instantly. Oh, my little lotus is so resilient. Fear not, Qiubai. I shall rescue you from that scoundrel Zhou Ye. After a brief moment of watching, Mei Wenhua noticed a woman in her 30s stepping out from behind Su Qiubai. Xiao Qiubai. Su Qiubai turned at the sound of her name, surprised to see the woman. Sister Ranran, what brings you here? The woman, whom Su Qiubai called Sister Ranran, was Lu Ranran, the owner of Su Qiubai's workplace. Oh, really? I called for you several times from inside, but you didn't hear me. I'm sorry, Sister Ranran. I was too focused and didn't hear you. Su Qiubai replied apologetically. No worries, I'm not blaming you. But, if you don't mind my curiosity, why are you suddenly working a whole morning today? Lu Ranran inquired, leaning closer with interest. It's not that Lu Ranran was particularly nosy. It was simply common for employees to take half a day off for personal matters. However, she knew that Su Qiubai had few friends at school, and it struck her as odd that she would choose to work on weekends without fail. Moreover, understanding Su Qiubai's family circumstances, she was concerned that something might be amiss at home. If you're facing any difficulties, do let me know. I'll find a way to help you, Lu Ranran offered. Su Qiubai felt touched by Lu Ranran's kindness, especially since she frequently looked out for her ever since learning about her home situation. Thank you, Sister Ranran. Rest assured, everything at home is fine. If anything arises, I will definitely tell you, Su Qiubai assured her. Upon hearing that Su Qiubai's family was well, Lu Ranran visibly relaxed, relieved that the already challenging life of her employee would not be further burdened. So what made you take half a day off? Lu Ranran continued, now even more curious about Su Qiubai's sudden decision. Well, as Su Qiubai hesitated, Lu Ranran's perceptive eyes picked up on her discomfort. Leaning closer, she whispered, could it be that you have a boyfriend? Su Qiubai's face flushed upon hearing Lu Ranran's words, and she quickly denied, No, it's nothing like that. I and Zhou Ye are just friends. Realizing she might have let something slip, Su Qiubai hurriedly covered her mouth. Lu Ranran, undeterred, pressed on with a teasing tone. Oh, Zhou Ye sounds rather intimate. Are you truly just friends? No, it's not like that. So you vais chaili pretestiv. I won't tell Sister Ranran anymore. I need to go pack my things. With that, Su Qiubai dashed into the shop. Watching her hurried departure, Lu Ranran couldn't help but murmur, Ah, this is youth. Meanwhile, Mei Wenhua, who had been observing Su Qiubai, resolved to make the other party pay for their actions. Chapter 40, Don't Bark Here. Su Qiubai was in the employee changing room, tidying up her personal belongings. While she appeared focused, her thoughts had drifted to Lu Ranran's earlier comments. Were it not for a colleague entering and noticing her flushed complexion, expressing concern for her health, Su Qiubai might have stood there lost in thought. After being cared for, Su Qiubai snapped back to reality and quickly excused herself, hurrying away. Although the colleague was unaware of what was happening, she sensed that Su Qiubai seemed more lively than before. As she was about to exit, Lu Ranran called out to her. So you vai hotiv. Turning to Lu Ranran with curiosity. Sister Ranran, what is up? Lu Ranran hurried over, handing her an envelope while whispering, I've given you this month as salary early. Don't tell anyone, okay? Upon hearing it was her salary, Su Qiubai's immediate reaction was not joy, but rather panic as she attempted to return the envelope to Lu Ranran. Sister Ranran, it is not feasible for me to accept the salary this month as I have not fulfilled my duties. Lu Ranran pushed the envelope towards Su Qiubai and said, Listen to me, dear sister. This is your first date with your boyfriend. You cannot expect the male to shoulder all expenses. Or he might mistakenly believe that our Bai is a materialistic woman. Just as Su Bai, blushing, was about to clarify that her outing with Zhou Ye was not a date, Lu Ranran interrupted her once again. Isn't your mother's medication running low? It's time to purchase a new supply. Isn't it? Upon hearing Lu Ranran's words, Su Bai froze, her hand still poised to push the envelope away. Indeed, as Lu Ranran had pointed out, her mother's medication was nearly depleted, and the doctor had advised that it should not be interrupted, as doing so could exacerbate her condition. However, if she used the money to buy medicine, their family's living expenses would plummet even further. Her younger brother was at a crucial stage of growth and was already lagging in nutrition. Their household expenses could not afford to diminish any further. The money before her was precisely what she needed in this urgent situation. Noticing Su Bai's hesitance, Lu Ranran continued, "Just accept it. Your mother's health is paramount." With a kind gaze, she gently pushed the envelope back into Su Bai's embrace. Thus, Su Bai relented and did not refuse. Deeply grateful, Su Bai bowed deeply to Lu Ranran, saying, "Thank you, Sister Ranran. Good child, you have endured much over the years. Take this opportunity to relax during your date." Lu Ranran encouraged. Su Bai, not denying her words, bid farewell to Lu Ranran and departed. With a heart full of gratitude, Su Bai carefully tucked the envelope into her small bag as she exited the shop. Just as she was about to look up and continue on her way, she sensed the presence of someone in front of her. When she raised her gaze, she instinctively took a few steps back, her hand warily resting on her bag. Before her stood Mei Wenhua, displaying a congenial smile. In fact, Mei Wenhua had rushed over with an unopened milk tea after noticing Su Bai enter the shop, concealing himself behind a tree to await her emergence. His intention was to forge a rapport with Su Bai while Zhou Ye was absent. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to approach her once they returned to school, as they had been inseparable lately. Su Bai recognized him as the individual who had falsely accused Li Yang and others in the principal's office. Observing the wariness on her face, Zhou Ye took the initiative to speak first. "Bai, do not worry. I harbor no ill intentions." Upon hearing such an intimate address from him, Su Bai felt a twinge of discomfort, yet she chose not to dwell on it. "What do you want, Mei?" she inquired. "If you are here for revenge regarding the last incident, you should know that Zhou Ye will not let you off lightly." Mei Wenhua felt a surge of elation that Su Bai did not object to his familiarity in addressing her, but upon hearing Zhou Ye's name, his expression involuntarily flickered. Quickly, he adjusted his demeanor, striving to convey his benign intentions. No, I assure you, I mean no harm. Look, I even brought you milk tea." He waved the drink in his hand. Without hesitation, Su Bai refused, saying, "You can keep it for yourself. If I wanted milk tea, I would buy it myself." "No, wait, how could you possibly afford to buy it?" he stammered, realizing his misstep. I meant to say, how could you bear to spend money on milk tea?" Understanding the implications of his words, Su Bai retorted, "You needn't say any more. Whether I can afford it or not, that is my own business, and you need not concern yourself with it." With that, she prepared to leave. Seeing Su Bai ready to depart, Mei Wenhua hurriedly stepped in her path. "Bai, let me just say, I am like your son, here to help you escape the clutches of that scoundrel Zhou Ye." Initially puzzled by his strange words, Su Bai felt an inexplicable surge of anger upon hearing him insult Zhou Ye. "Do not speak of Zhou Ge that way," she exclaimed, her voice raised in defense of him. Upon hearing Su Bai refer to Zhou Ye as Zhou Ge, Mei Wenhua lost some of his composure. Zhou Ye. Zhou Ye, he has treated you poorly. Why do you still defend him?" he questioned, advancing closer to Su Bai. Startled by his intensity, she took a step back. Just as he was about to reach for her, a sharp sound rang out as Mei Wenhua's hand was swatted away by another person. Su Bai looked up to see Zhou Ye standing protectively before her, and she instinctively called out, "Zhou Ge." Upon hearing her voice, Zhou Ye turned to her. Concern etched on his face. "Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" Shaking her head, she replied, "No, I'm fine." "But Zhou Ge, what are you doing here?" "As long as you're unharmed, that's what matters. Allow me to deal with this first, and then I'll answer your question." Zhou Ge, please don't fight, okay?" Zhou Ye checked it. Roofing had have. All right, I promise. After his hand was swatted away, Mei Wenhua regained his composure. Reflecting on how he had nearly harmed his precious little lotus, he felt a pang of regret. Upon seeing Zhou Ye, all his pent-up frustration was redirected toward him. It's your fault, Zhou Ye. Why can't you just follow my recollections and bully Su Qiubai properly? If you did, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble to impress her today. Noticing Mei Wenhua muttering to himself, Zhou Ye scolded, "Quit talking to yourself and get lost. Stop barking here." After hearing Zhou Ye's derision, Mei Wenhua raised his hand, charging at him. Chapter 41. The Intellectual Big Sister. As Mei Wenhua lunged toward Zhou Ye braced himself for the encounter. However, before Mei Wenhua could reach him, he was intercepted by the hurriedly arriving Wang Tao. "Mei bro, calm down. There are so many people watching. If you actually fight Zhou Ye, you'll be in serious trouble." Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Mei Wenhua regained some of his rationality. He glanced around and noticed that, unbeknownst to him, a crowd had gathered, some whispering amongst themselves, others recording videos, and a few even live, streaming the spectacle. Realizing the foolishness of his earlier actions, Mei Wenhua took a deep breath and expressed gratitude to Wang Tao. "Thank you for stopping me, Wang Tao. I shudder to think what might have happened otherwise." Seeing Mei Wenhua regain his composure, Wang Tao finally felt relieved. "No worries. Just stay calm. It's worth it to have run the fastest 100 meters of my life." Zhou Ye, feeling ignored by the two, interjected, Hey, what are you two babbling about? If you're done here, hurry up and clear the way. Good dogs don't block the path, understand?" Upon hearing Zhou Ye audaciously insult him, Mei Wenhua initially felt a surge of anger. Yet, the moment he noticed the excitement of those around him, he suppressed his ire. "Zhou Ye, do not revel in your triumph. One day, I shall repay the harm you have inflicted upon me in kind." After delivering his threat, Mei Wenhua swiftly adopted a different demeanor, turning to Su Qiubai, who stood behind Zhou Ye. "Do not be afraid, Qiubai. I understand you must be under his coercion. Rest assured, I shall come to your rescue. Just wait for me." Hearing Mei Wenhua's absurd proclamations, Zhou Ye could not help but roll his eyes. He had witnessed a peculiar talent often found in novels, the art of bravado. Even when clearly at a disadvantage, Mei Wenhua displayed no hint of cowardice in his words. Zhou Ye, unable to tolerate Mei Wenhua's demeanor any longer, pulled out his phone and directed it at him, saying, "If you don't leave, I will call the police." Upon seeing Zhou Ye brandish his phone, Mei Wenhua faltered. "You can't play around like this and threaten to call the police. Mei Wenhua, look down upon you." Despite his bravado, his legs betrayed him, hastily carrying him away. Witnessing Mei Wenhua's retreat, Wang Tao promptly followed suit. "Mei go, wait for me." As the onlookers recognized there was no longer a spectacle to behold, they dispersed in disappointment. During this interval, Zhou Ye turned to Su Qiubai and softly inquired, "Are you all right? Did he scare you?" Su Qiubai shook her head, replying, "No, I'm fine, especially with you here, Zhou Ge. That's good to hear. By the way, how did you end up here?" Su Qiubai looked up, her curiosity piqued. "We had an agreement, did we not? You call me Zhou Ge, and I shall protect you from bullies. I would never breach such a promise." Zhou Ye refrained from mentioning that he had merely stumbled upon the scene while intending to buy a bottle of water after finishing his meal, as admitting this would undermine his authority. Besides, he could not let such an opportunity to impress Su Qiubai slip away. Su Qiubai eyed him skeptically. "Zhou Ge, you're lying. How could you possibly know I was being bullied here?" "Oh dear, little girl, do you not realize that as a subordinate, one must unconditionally believe in the words of their leader?" Zhou Ye pinched herchek playfully. With a muddled response, Su Qiubai mumbled, "The paper has arrived. Qiubai must unconditionally believe in Zhou Ge." Hearing this, Zhou Ye nodded with satisfaction. "Indeed, you are correct." Just as he was affirming her statement, a figure emerged from the dispersed crowd. "Qiubai," Lu Ranran called out, spotting her from afar. Turning at the sound of Lu Ranran's voice, Su Qiubai exclaimed in surprise, "Ranran Jia, I'm over here." As Lu Ranran rushed to her side, she grasped Su Qiubai's arm, inspecting her closely. "Do not worry, Ranran Jia, I am unhurt." Su Qiubai reassured her, But Lu Ranran ignored her words, knowing that even if Su Qiubai were injured, she would likely lie to avoid causing concern. Only after confirming that Su Qiubai was indeed unharmed did Lu Ranran feel relief wash over her. You scared me when I saw a crowd gathering outside. I came to check, only to find you blocked by a boy who seemed intent on causing you harm. I wanted to push through the crowd to save you, but it was too congested. I thought you were being bullied. Thank goodness, everything is all right, Su Qiubai said with a smile. Zhou Ye came just in time to drive him away. Zhou Ye. Upon hearing the name of the mysterious figure who seemed to be Su Qiubai's protector, Lu Ranran's eyes sparkled with interest. She glanced around and noticed a tall young man, resembling Su Qiubai, standing quietly behind her. Lu Ranran promptly released Su Qiubai's arm and approached Zhou Ye. So you're the Zhou Ye Qiubai speaks of. Although Zhou Ye was unsure why she suddenly posed a question, he replied honestly, if you heard about me from Su Qiubai, then that would be me. Nodding, Lu Ranran began to circle Zhou Ye, observing him intently, occasionally lifting his arm or patting his chest while making affirmative sounds. While Zhou Ye felt no discomfort, he glanced at Su Qiubai with a sense of resignation. At that moment, Su Qiubai had already grasped Lu Ranran's hand, attempting to halt her relentless scrutiny. Yet, Lu Ranran was utterly absorbed in her examination, beyond Su Qiubai's control. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Ranran finally returned to face Zhou Ye. Not bad. You are quite handsome. It is no wonder Qiubai has taken a liking to you. Zhou Ye, perplexed, tilted his head towards the now slightly bashful Su Qiubai, asking, Su Tongxue, who is she and what does she mean? Before Su Qiubai could respond, Lu Ranran interjected, since you have sincerely inquired, I shall generously inform you. I am the manager of a delightful milk tea shop, and also Qiubai's wise older sister, Lu Ran. Va Zhou Ye eklemeti astonishment. Clapping his hands after hearing Lu Ranran's self-introduction. Stay low-key, stay low-key. My sister knows she is impressive. No need to be overly amazed. Lu Ranran gestured with both hands, pressing down as if to calm the excitement. Ranran Jia, stop it. This is so embarrassing. Su Qiubai could no longer contain herself, having noticed numerous onlookers observing their interaction. Little Qiubai, if you say such things, it will hurt your sister's feelings. Ah, I'm sorry, Ranran Jia. Please stop. All right, I understand. Now that I know you are unharmed, I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow, Qiubai. See you tomorrow, Su Qiubai echoed as she bid farewell to Lu Ranran. As Lu Ranran turned to walk away, she suddenly glanced back, causing Su Qiubai to feel puzzled. Ranran Jia, is there something else? Hey, young man, I must warn you. If you ever dare to let Qiubai down, I won't hesitate to send you off to Siberia to dig potatoes. Ranran Ye, Su Yuvai exclaimed, turning to Zhou Ye. Zhou Ge, you needn't take her words to heart. She is merely joking. Zhou Ye, assuming she was aware of his previous bullying of Su Qiubai, called out to Lu Ranran, rest assured, I would never go to Siberia to dig potatoes. After receiving Zhou Ye's assurance, Lu Ranran turned around, waving her arm as she walked away. As Zhou Ye watched Lu Ranran's graceful departure, he couldn't help but think she was somewhat charming. Zhou Ye. Su Qiubai shook his arm to regain his attention. Zhou Ye snapped back to reality. What is it, Su Tongxue? I apologitza, Zhou Ye. Ranran Jia said some strange things. Oh, that? It's nothing. I'm not bothered. Zhou Ye patted Su Qiubai's head dismissively. By the way, we still have some time before heading to the library. Would you like to take a stroll and grab some lunch first? Su Qiubai contemplated for a moment, realizing she indeed needed to purchase a few items, and then remarked, all right, could you accompany me, Brother Zhou, to buy some things? Of course, he replied. I have nothing in particular that I wish to buy anyway. Okay, thank you, Brother Zhou. There is no need for thanks. After all, I am your elder brother. He responded with a smile. Brother may wait for me. However, Mei Wenhua, lost in his own thoughts, did not hear Wang Tao's voice and continued walking forward, muttering to himself, damn it, why does my little lotus favor that scoundrel Zhou Ye so? Doesn't she realize I am her son? Noticing that Mei Wenhua had not responded, Wang Tao considered stopping him to inquire further. Suddenly, Mei Wenhua halted, spun around, and asked Wang Tao, Why doesn't Su Chiobai believe I am here to rescue her? Brother Mei, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand, Wang Tao replied, looking perplexed. Recognizing that he had spoken something rather odd, Mei Wenhua quickly dismissed the thought. It's nothing. Just forget what I said. After uttering this, he turned away, feeling dejected again. Observing Mei Wenhua revert to his earlier demeanor, Wang Tao urgently said, Brother Mei, you just mentioned you were here to save Su Chiobai from Zhou Ye's clutches. Yet, for some reason, she seems no longer afraid of him. Mei Wenhua turned back, nodding disinterestedly. But when a wolf displays kindness to a sheep, it is invariably with ulterior motives. If you reveal Zhou Ye's intentions in front of Su Chiobai, wouldn't you gain her trust? Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Mei Wenhua's eyes lit up. Indeed, how could I not have thought of that? Zhou Ye, that scoundrel, approaching Chiobai, how could he be genuinely kind? He must be plotting something significant. If I expose him before Su Chiobai, everything will return to its rightful course. Wang Tao, you're a genius. Mei Wenhua couldn't help but praise him. Keep it low-key. I usually read books on this subject, Wang Tao replied modestly. Zhou Ye patted his shoulder, saying, You're quite perceptive. Read more in the future. All right, I want to keep you. I need to return home and ponder Zhou Ye's motives. Mei Wenhua declared, rushing off with a beaming face, not giving Wang Tao a chance to speak. Hey, wait a moment, Brother Mei. You promised to treat me to lunch, and now you've run off. However, Mei Wenhua had already dashed far away, oblivious to Wang Tao's words. Watching Mei Wenhua's retreating figure, Wang Tao couldn't help but slap himself. Wang Tao, if you hadn't been so hasty, you could have waited until after lunch to discuss this. Now look, you've wasted precious holiday time and even missed out on lunch. Su Chiobai examined the items in her hands. Medicine for her mother, new clothes for her younger brother, and several extracurricular books he had previously requested. After counting the remaining money and confirming it was sufficient for a month's worth of living expenses, she nodded in satisfaction. Once she tucked the money back in her small bag, she lifted her head and curiously asked Zhou Ye, Brother Zhou, I've finished my shopping. Is there anything else you wish to buy? Zhou Ye looked at the items she held and inquired, Did you really purchase everything? But why do I see nothing in there for yourself? Ah, I don't need anything. I'm not lacking at the moment. Su Chiobai quickly shook her head in response. Zhou Ye, however, was not convinced, for her visibly worn clothing and shoes with peeling soles betrayed her words. Yet, he refrained from confronting her, instead pretending to ponder. Now that you mention it, something has come to mind. What is it? That's none of your concern. Just come with me. Seeing Zhou Ye's reluctance to elaborate, Su Chiobai nodded in agreement. All right, I'll call a ride. Zhou Ye effortlessly summoned a ride through his phone. Soon, the car arrived, and Zhou Ye held the door open, gesturing for Su Chiobai to enter. She obediently complied, followed closely by Zhou Ye. Driver, to Wanli Shopping Mall. Sure, please fasten your seatbelt. We're on our way. After securing Su Chiobai's seatbelt, the car set off. Thank you, Brother Zhou, Su Chiobai murmured softly. I've told you, there's no need to be so formal with me. Before long, they arrived at Wanli Shopping Mall. After paying, Zhou Ye led Su Chiobai out of the car. Gazing at the imposing mall before her, Su Chiobai was momentarily taken aback. Why are you just standing there? Let us go, Zhou Ye urged. Ah, wait for me, Brother Zhou, she exclaimed, running to catch up with him. Chapter 43, Buying Shoes. As Su Chiobai followed Zhou Ye into the mall, she was once again awestruck by the interior. She had initially thought the exterior was lavish enough, but the inside surpassed her expectations by leaps and bounds. Observing the grandeur and spaciousness that eclipsed all the malls she had previously visited, Su Chiobai couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Yet, as stylishly dressed individuals strolled past her, her sense of inferiority began to creep in. She felt somewhat out of place in this environment. Brother Zhou, why don't you go ahead and shop? I'll wait for you outside, she suggested softly, tugging at his sleeve. Zhou Ye turned, puzzled, and replied, What are you saying? I came here to buy things for you. How can I know what you like if you, the protagonist, aren't here? Upon realizing that Zhou Ye's purpose for being there was to shop for her, Su Chiobai gasped in surprise. What? You're buying me things? Of course. What else would I be doing? Zhou Ye answered, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. But, Brother Zhou, Didn't you say you needed to buy something for yourself? Would you have followed me if I hadn't said that? Su Qiubai contemplated and acknowledged that had she known he intended to buy for her, she would never have come along. But I don't need anything. You don't have to buy for me. I don't quite agree with that, Zhou Ye said, his gaze shifting to her worn shoes. Su Qiubai noticed where he was looking and shyly lowered her head, tugging at her clothes in an attempt to cover her tattered shoes. Zhou Ye knelt down, resting his hands on his knees, and gently said to Su Qiubai, "You always think of buying for others as soon as you have money, never considering yourself. You're still a little girl who wants to play with her friends." Seeing Su Qiubai remain silent, Zhou Ye gently patted her head and continued, "So, you should agree to Brother Zhou, at least in front of me. Let go of the burdens you carry and give yourself a chance to breathe. Take care of yourself and enjoy your youth, all right?" Upon hearing Zhou Ye's words, tears shimmered in Su Qiubai's eyes. Despite her efforts to hold them back, they eventually slipped down her cheeks. Su Qiubai found herself at a loss as to when she last felt such concern for another. All she knew was that ever since her father had taken his own life due to a mountain of gambling debts, her mother had succumbed to a severe lung illness while striving to repay those debts, rendering her incapable of continuing her work. Faced with exorbitant medical expenses, her mother could only resort to medication to alleviate her symptoms. As time passed, her mother's condition worsened. Furthermore, with a younger brother still in elementary school, the weight of the family's burdens had long since settled upon her frail shoulders. She had to juggle both her studies and the family's livelihood, leaving no room for complacency. As Su Qiubai's sobs intensified, Zhou Ye raised his hand and gently wiped her tears with his sleeve. Realizing it was Zhou Ye's sleeve, Su Qiubai quickly turned her head and choked out, "Brother Zhou, please don't. Your clothes will get dirty." Zhou Ye disregarded her protest and continued to wipe her face, reassuring her, "It's fine. If the clothes get dirty, they can be washed. All I hope for now is that Qiubai can stop crying, all right?" Su Qiubai nodded softly in agreement. "All right then, take a moment to gather yourself. Once you're ready, we can leave," Zhou Ye said. After hearing her response, he stood up, took the items from her hands, and stepped away to give her some personal space to collect herself. In less than 5 minutes, Su Qiubai approached Zhou Ye and whispered, "Brother Zhou, I'm okay now." Noticing the remnants of tears in the corners of her eyes, Zhou Ye curiously asked, "You're not crying anymore?" Su Qiubai nodded with a smile. "No, I'm not." "Then let us be off," he replied. "Brother Zhou, is it heavy? Perhaps I should carry it," Su Qiubai inquired, glancing at the items in his other hand with concern. "Who do you take me for?" "This weight is as light as a feather to me," Zhou Ye boasted, flexing his muscles. "Su Yubai clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Broter so. You're so strong, so handsome. Look at those muscles." With her flattery, Zhou Ye found himself momentarily lost in admiration for his own physique, feeling as if he could lift a bull. After a brief lapse of self-absorption, Zhou Ye regained his composure and earnestly told Su Qiubai, "From now on, just do what you wish while you're with me. If you need anything while out, just let me know, and I'll help you." Hearing his words, Su Qiubai nodded vigorously. "I understand, Brother Zhou. Thank you." Zhou Ye ruffled her hair and replied, "No need for thanks. After all, you call me Brother Zhou. By the way, do you have a particular style in mind for shoes?" he inquired. Su Qiubai lowered her head in thought before suddenly looking up and saying, "As long as they are affordable and durable, I'm fine with anything." Zhou Ye chuckled. "You've presented me with a challenge. It's quite difficult to find shoes in this mall that meet both criteria." Su Qiubai felt the upscale nature of the mall far surpassed her usual shoe shopping venues, making her doubt the chances of finding what she desired. Feeling a sense of disappointment, she resigned herself to, "Then just something inexpensive will do. Don't concern yourself with saving me money." Zhou Ye smiled. "My father is the largest shareholder of this mall, so I can procure items at the lowest prices. That's even more unacceptable. Uncle works hard for his money. How can we spend it frivolously?" Zhou Ye, unwilling to argue further, urged, "Let us go see what's available, shall we? If it fits, we'll buy it. If not, we'll decide then." "All right," she replied with a nod. As they wandered through the mall, Zhou Ye paused in front of a store. "Shall we go in and take a look?" No, I don't think it'll be affordable inside. I'd rather buy from a roadside market," Su Qiubai insisted. Zhou Ye, however, would not heed her. Enough talk. Just follow my lead. With that, he took her hand and led her inside. Upon Zhou Ye's arrival, a saleswoman quickly approached. Young Master Zhou, you're here. Are you here to buy shoes for Miss Song? Upon realizing that the young lady beside him was not Song Jie, her expression faltered momentarily. Just introduce your products. No need for excessive chatter, Zhou Ye stated coldly. Ah yes. I apologize, young Master Zhou, the saleswoman stammered. All right, bring me a few pairs suitable for her, he commanded. Certainly, please wait a moment, she replied, darting off. Chapter 44, My Treat. After the saleswoman left, Zhou Ye turned to Su Qiubai and suggested, let us sit on the sofa over there. Ordait, Su Yuai Nadif. Zhou Ye led her to a nearby sofa and placed the items at his feet. As Su Qiubai sat, she surveyed her surroundings. What's wrong? Do you see anything you like? Zhou Ye inquired with curiosity. Oh no, not really. I'm just browsing. She replied. If you find something you like, let me know, and I'll have them bring it over for you to try, he encouraged. Okay, she agreed. Before long, the saleswoman returned with several pairs of shoes. Young Master Zhou, I've selected a few styles suitable for this young lady. And we've also prepared some fruits for you, she said, gesturing to a staff member carrying a fruit platter. Please enjoy. All right, let her try them on. Zhou Ye instructed. Of course, the saleswoman replied. Miss, my name is Li Jingna. May I have your surname? I'm Su Qiubai, she answered. Nice to meet you. Me Su. I'll help you try on the shoes, and feel free to ask me any questions, Li Jingna said as she prepared to remove Su Qiubai's shoes. Oh no, that is not necessary. I can do it myself, Su Qiubai quickly refused. You don't need to be so formal. It's our duty. Li Jingna's milat reasuringli. Su Qiubai glanced over at Zhou Ye, who was enjoying the fruit platter, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Zhou Ye comforted her, don't worry. They've been trained for this. If they don't perform their duties, they might face penalties. Just consider it an opportunity to experience having someone else assist you with trying on shoes. Hearing that, Su Qiubai felt a pang of guilt for refusing. Well, if you insist, I suppose it's all right. Thank you for your help. Li Jingna beamed. It's no trouble at all. It's what we're here for. With genuine warmth in her smile, Li Jingna slipped a pair of light blue sneakers adorned with white letters onto Su Qiubai's feet. What do you think of these? Misu? Su Qiubai wiggled her toes, savoring the sensation. There's a mirror here. You can take a look, Li Jingna indicated, placing a square mirror in front of Su Qiubai. She examined the shoes from different angles. How much are these? They retail for $699. But since you're with young Master Zhou, we can offer them at the lowest price of $599. Upon hearing that the price was nearly equivalent to a week's worth of her family's groceries, Su Qiubai shook her head. I think I'll continue looking. All right, let me fetch another pair for you. Please take a look at this pair of off-white Asics running shoes. Its design epitomizes the current fashion trends. Moreover, the sole is crafted from the latest cushioning materials, making it suitable for both daily wear and athletic pursuits, thus presenting an excellent value for a high-end brand. May I inquire about the price of this pair? This pair is somewhat less expensive than the previous one. If you desire it, it is merely $580. Perhaps we should explore another option. Very well, please hold on, Miss Su. Take a look at this pair. It has been designed by a niche designer we sought out, featuring a sweet pastel color palette that is both eye-catching and versatile. Its unique design allows for seamless coordination with your wardrobe, enabling you to exude a high-end aura without spending excessively. More importantly, it is quite rare, ensuring you won't find many others sporting the same style. What is the price of this pair? You see, miss, since it has been specifically designed by a niche designer, it is priced slightly higher than the previous two, at $899. Upon hearing the steep price of the shoes, Su Qiubai felt an overwhelming urge to remove them immediately, fearing she might inadvertently soil them. Let us find another pair. Certainly. After some time had passed, Li Jingna stood before Zhou Ye, say young Master Zhou. Miss Su has perused all the suitable shoes I found for her, yet she still hasn't selected a pair she fancies. In fact, she has been inquiring about prices without even trying them on. Zhou Ye waved his hand and said, All right, I understand. You may attend to your own matters. I shall speak with her. Very well, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, just call for me. Understood. Once the other party departed, Zhou Ye approached Su Qiubai. What seems to be the problem? Have you not found anything to your liking? Ah, no. All the shoes here are quite appealing. Then why not select a pair? Zhou Ye, let us depart. The shoes here are excessively priced. With this money, I could purchase several pairs of the market. Zhou Ye. Why do you still cling to that market? It's not your money being spent, so why fret? Even if it is not my own money, I cannot be extravagant. After all, Zhou Ye's funds did not come from thin air. While you make a valid point, I regret to inform you that you must select at least one pair from this store today. Otherwise, how would it reflect on the son of Nan City's wealthiest man, accompanied by his entourage, purchasing shoes at a market? Please, Zhou Ye, let us buy elsewhere. With a pout, Zhou Ye's pleas were met with a firm refusal from Zhou Ye. No, you have 1 minute to choose a pair, or I will purchase them all for you. I will choose. Zhou Ye, please do not waste money. Ah, that's more like it. Choose, and I shall wait for you for a minute. After a prolonged gaze at the myriad of shoes before her, Zhou Ye finally selected a pair of blue and white sports shoes. Zhou Ye, I have made my choice. Zhou Ye approached, and, noticing the shoes in her hands, curiously asked, Are you certain you wish to get this pair? I believe there are more suitable options available. This one will do. It appears quite durable. In truth, the primary reason Zhou Ye chose this pair was that it was the most affordable among the selection. Fine. If you like it, then let it be this pair. Salesperson. Yes, young Master Zhou. Li Jingna hurried over upon hearing Zhou Ye's call. Please find a new pair at her size and wrap it up. Certainly, young Master Zhou. Miss Su, what size do you wear? 38. All right, young Master Zhou. Miss Su, please hold on. I shall return shortly. Moments latte. Li Jingna arrived with a new pair of shoes before Zhou Ye. Miss Su, would you kindly take a look at this pair? After glancing at the shoes, which were indeed the ones she desired, Zhou Ye nodded in approval. Very well. Let us proceed to the checkout to finalize your purchase. No need. I can change here. Understood, young Master Zhou. Please change your shoes here while I settle the bill. All right. Upon reaching the counter, Li Jingna addressed Zhou Ye, young Master Zhou. The total is 230. You may settle here. With a beep, Zhou Ye completed the transaction. Young Master Zhou, have a pleasant journey, and we look forward to your next visit. After reuniting with Zhou Ye, Zhou Ye checked the time on his phone, noting it was already past 11. Shall we dine before heading to the library? Initially, Zhou Ye had contemplated purchasing a new outfit for her, but upon realizing that Zhou Ye struggled to select a pair of shoes, he abandoned the idea. What would you like to eat? Zhou Ye, allow me to treat you to lunch this time. You wish to treat me? Yes, Zhou Ye has already bought me shoes, so I would like to show my gratitude. Notijin her sincerity, Zhou Ye acquiesced. Be prepared for a lavish meal then. No worries, I have money. Zhou Ye feigned confidence, patting her shoulder bag. Well then, let's be on our way. Chapter 45. Brother was once the campus heartthrob. Zhou Ye, what shall we eat? Zhou Ye inquired curiously. Shall I choose? Zhou Ye gestured towards himself. Yes, Zhou Ye, you decide. Seeing her eagerness, Zhou Ye ceased to resist. Let me think. Zhou Ye patiently awaited his decision. Shortly after, Zhou Ye turned to her and suggested, How about we have spicy hot pot? Sound good. I'll follow your lead, Zhou Ye. Zhou Ye nodded in agreement. All right. I will search for a good hot pot place nearby. With that, Zhou Ye pulled out his phone and began searching on the map. Zhou Ye moved closer to Zhou Ye, assisting him in the search while on the subway. Zhou Ye clicked on a location and turned to Zhou Ye. What do you think of this one? Zhou Ye shook her head. I'm not sure, but I believe we can give it a try. The timing is perfect for us to reach the library afterward, and it is conveniently located nearby. I think it's a good choice. Let us go there. All right. Once they had decided on their destination, they exited the mall together. Outside, Zhou Ye hailed a taxi. Driver, to this restaurant, please. After glancing at Zhou Ye's phone, the taxi driver nodded. All right, young man, please buckle up. I'm starting now. As the taxi set off, Zhou Ye felt his eyelids growing heavy. He shook his head, attempting to stay awake. Zhou Ye, what's wrong? Zhou Ye inquired, observing his actions with curiosity. It's nothing. I simply didn't sleep well this morning and feel a bit tired. You need not worry about me. Then Zhou Ye, please rest. I will wake you when we arrive. No need. It's just a moment, and I'll be fine. But Zhou Ye, if you don't rejuvenate, your efficiency in studying will diminish. Upon hearing Su Qiubai's words, Zhou Ye contemplated the truth in them. If he continued feeling this way at the library, his extravagant lifestyle would drift further from reality. Fine, I shall take a short nap. Wake me when we arrive. Rest assured, Zhou Ge. After their exchange, Zhou Ye crossed his arms and leaned his head against the car door, drifting into slumber. Before long, his breathing became regulated and gentle. As she gazed at Zhou Ye, who was dozing against the car door, Su Qiubai could not resist the urge to secretly capture a photograph with her phone. After indulging in her little triumph, she hastily turned around and lowered her head, as if guilty of a misdeed and fearing discovery. Observing the sleeping Zhou Ye in her phone, a smile involuntarily crept upon Su Qiubai's lips. The taxi driver, catching sight of her through the rearview mirror, couldn't help but comment, "Little girl, out shopping with your boyfriend for the weekend, are you?" Startled by his words, Su Qiubai quickly lifted her head and shut off her phone. With a hint of panic, she waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, we are not a couple." She then glanced at Zhou Ye, and upon noticing no signs of him waking, she let out a sigh of relief. The taxi driver reassured her, "It's all right, dear, don't be shy. I've been through that phase too. But we really aren't a couple. So you vai iterativ." All right, I understand you're not a couple," he replied. Just as Su Qiubai began to relax, he added, "But you should seize the opportunity. This young man reminds me of my youth, and I'm sure many young ladies would be fond of him. Don't let a moment of carelessness cost you." Driver. Even the typically good-natured Su Qiubai couldn't help but raise her voice. The taxi driver, oblivious to her plea, continued reminiscing, "Back in my day, I was quite the dashing young man, the heartthrob of the school. I even had rumors swirling about my romantic exploits that made some girls reluctant to attend classes. It could be said that suitors lined up for me all the way to France just for me. Alas, time is unforgiving. The handsome lad I once was as transformed into this greasy middle-aged man. Even the one who vied for my affection has long since departed. It's quite tragic, really. So, dear girl, never underestimate any middle-aged man. He might have once been your type." Su Qiubai nodded, only half comprehending his words. "All right, you've arrived at your destination. It's time to wake him." Upon hearing this, Su Qiubai reached out to shake Zhou Ye's arm, but despite her efforts, he showed no signs of waking. "You want to succeed like that. You need to shake him while calling out to him," the driver suggested. "That is how they used to wake me." Although feeling a bit shy, Su Qiubai was aware that if she didn't rouse him soon, they would waste time. Blushing fiercely, she leaned closer to Zhou Ye's ear and softly called, Zhou Ge, it's time to wake up. We'll be late if you keep sleeping." As she shook him with increasing urgency, Zhou Ye began to awaken, sensing a tingling sensation in his ear and the gentle motion of his arm. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Halfway through earning his fare, he caught a whiff of a delicate jasmine fragrance. Curious, he turned his head to seek the source of the scent, only to find his nose brushing against Su Qiubai's. Their eyes locked in surprise. The first to react was Su Qiubai, who quickly retreated to sit in the corner near the door, her face reddening at an alarming rate. Zhou Ye, still dazed, stared at her in confusion, recalling the jasmine scent, but puzzled as to how their noses had ended up so close. Before he could ponder further, the taxi driver chimed in, "You too. Your destination has arrived. Aren't you getting out?" The word snapped Zhou Ye back to reality. Noticing Su Qiubai shielding her face with a bag of clothes she had purchased for her brother, he suggested, "How about we get out now?" After a moment of hesitation, Su Qiubai peeked out and nodded in agreement. Chapter 46. I have high hopes for you. Once they exited the vehicle, Zhou Ye promptly paid the driver. "Here you go, sir." "Thank you, young man. You may go ahead," the driver responded. As he started the engine and prepared to accelerate, he called out to Su Qiubai, "Be careful. Little girl, don't let anyone steal your chance. I have high hopes for you." With that, he sped away. Zhou Ye, puzzled by the remark, turned to Su Qiubai and asked, "What did he mean? Is someone trying to take something from you?" Startled by his question, Su Qiubai stammered, "And no, it's nothing. Zhou Ye, I just had a brief chat with him. Let us go grab something to eat." Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Zhou Ye chose not to press further. "All right then, let us go." With that, Zhou Ye picked up the bags and headed toward the nearby spicy hot pot restaurant. Relieved that Zhou Ye had not pushed for more information, Su Qiubai followed closely behind. Upon entering the establishment, They were greeted by a cheerful woman in her 40s with curly hair. "Ah, young man, here for a meal? Please come in. Boss, could you find us a quieter spot?" Zhou Ye requested. "Certainly. Follow me." She led them inside. "How about this spot? I assure you, it's the quietest table we have." Zhou Ye turned to Su Qiubai and asked, "What do you think?" After a brief glance, she nodded in agreement. "Yes, this will do. Great. Please take a seat. Here, we have a self-service system for selecting dishes. You'll weigh them at the front to settle the bill. It's 14 per pound. Choose what you like." "Understood. Thank you, boss." "All right. I won't disturb you further. Just call me if you need anything." Once the boss departed, Zhou Ye and Su Qiubai placed their bags down. "Shall we go choose our dishes?" Zhou Ye invited. "Yes, let us." Su Qiubai replied enthusiastically. "Is it really necessary to be this excited? You're spending your own money." Zhou Ye teased as he handed her a transparent bowl and a red clip before heading off to select his dishes. Zhou Ye immediately gravitated toward the meat section, while Su Qiubai focused on the vegetable area. Soon enough, they had both filled their bowls, Zhou Ye's brimming with an abundance of meat, in stark contrast to Su Qiubai's overflowing with greens. Zhou Ye couldn't help but wonder if she was a reincarnated rabbit. Noticing Zhou Ye's gaze fixed on her bowl, Su Qiubai curiously asked, "What is wrong, Zhou Ge?" "Oh, nothing at all. Let's head to the checkout," he replied. "All right," Su Qiubai said, her excitement palpable. "Is such enthusiasm really necessary? After all, it is your money," Zhou Ye quipped. "As this is my first time treating Brother Zhou to a meal, previously he has always been the one to invite me. It is finally my turn to host him." Zhou Ye, somewhat helplessly, ruffled her hair and remarked, "You're the first person I've met who seems more excited about inviting someone out to eat than the guests themselves." Su Qiubai merely smiled at Zhou Ye without saying a word. Next, as the voice from the front desk chimed, Zhou Ye approached the checkout counter with her. He handed over 2 bowls. "Young man, this one is 30. What flavor would you like? We have mild, medium, spicy, and tomato broth with tender beef." "I'll take it medium spicy." "All right. And what about the other one, priced at 15? Zhou Ye turned to Su Qiubai. After glancing at the menu on the wall, replied, "I'll have the tomato broth." "Very well. Do you want scallions and cilantro with that?" "Only the medium spicy one needs those. No scallions for the tomato. That'll be 45 in total. How would you like to pay?" "Cash." With that, Su Qiubai handed the cashier a 100 yuan bill. "All right. Here's your change of 55. Please keep it safe." Su Qiubai accepted the money and tucked it into her pocket. "Here's your number tag. We'll call you when it's ready." The cashier handed Zhou Ye a tag marked with the number 16. "Got it, thank you." "You're welcome. Enjoy your meal." Zhou Ye and Su Qiubai returned to their seats, quietly awaiting their order. During this time, Zhou Ye picked up his phone and noticed a message from Qi Penghui asking if he was coming back for lunch. Zhou Ye replied he wouldn't be returning and suddenly remembered something important. "After we finish eating, should we go back to get the books or what?" Zhou Ye inquired of Su Qiubai across the table. Initially, he had merely intended to take a stroll, not anticipating this turn of events without bringing anything for studying. Su Qiubai, after listening to Zhou Ye, shook her head and patted her bag, saying, "No need, I've brought it with me. I prepared a secret weapon for you, Brother Zhou." Curiosity piqued. Zhou Ye asked, "What have you prepared?" "Let me see." "Not yet, Brother Zhou. You'll have to wait until we reach the library for the reveal." Su Qiubai's refusal only heightened his intrigue about what was inside. Just as Zhou Ye pondered this, the announcement system chimed, "Number 16, please come to the front to collect your meal." "Stay seated. I'll get it." Zhou Ye interrupted Su Qiubai, who was about to rise, and walked away without looking back. Reluctantly, Su Qiubai settled back into her seat. Zhou Ye approached the front desk and found a plate marked with number 16. It held 2 bowls, one large and one small. After handing the number tag back to the cashier, he carefully carried the plate back. As Zhou Ye approached, Su Qiubai cautiously cleared the clutter from the table. "Here, this is yours." Zhou Ye placed a bowl that emitted a tomato aroma in front of her. "Thank you, Brother Zhou. No need to mention it. I'll go fetch utensils for you." "All right." Su Qiubai dashed to the nearby sanitizing cabinet and returned shortly with 2 pairs of chopsticks, 2 small bowls, and 2 soup spoons. "Here you go, Brother Zhou." "Thanks. You're welcome," she replied with a smile. Zhou Ye, pretending to be stern, said, How dare you mimic my way of speaking? Do you believe I'll give you a punch? Hee, I don't believe Brother Zhou would actually hit me. Faced with Su Qiubai's fearless demeanor, Zhou Ye had no retort. All right, let us eat before it gets cold. Zhou Ye scooped a spoonful, blowing on the chili and grease before tasting it. The rich flavor of the bone broth elicited a murmured compliment from him. Upon swallowing, Zhou Ye felt his taste buds awaken and began to eat earnestly. Chapter 47. The Secret Weapon Revealed. Soon, the two finished their meal. Zhou Ye handed Su Qiubai a napkin and said, "Wipe your mouth. Let us go." Su Qiubai accepted the napkin with a soft After wiping his mouth, Zhou Ye picked up the items by his feet and walked alongside Su Qiubai. "Take care, young man," the cashier called out as they exited, breathing in the fresh air. Zhou Ye turned to Su Qiubai and suggested, "The library isn't far from here. Why don't we walk? It'll help with digestion." "Sounds good." After agreeing, the two set off toward the library. Along the way, they exchanged casual banter, with Zhou Ye doing most of the talking while Su Qiubai mostly listened, occasionally responding to him. Before long, they arrived at the library entrance. "Brother Zhou, since we need to discuss problems, I think we should find a more secluded spot to minimize disruption to others. What do you think?" Su Qiubai asked Zhou Ye. After some thought, he agreed. "That sounds reasonable. Let us follow your lead." "Great, come with me. I know a perfect place." Zhou Ye followed Su Qiubai for nearly 3 minutes. Finally, arriving at the secluded spot, she mentioned after navigating around a large potted plant. "How about this, Brother Zhou? Isn't it wonderfully hidden?" Su Qiubai said proudly. "Isn't it impressive? It took me quite a while to find this super secret little corner." Zhou Ye looked at the well-concealed nook, shaded by a tall potted plant, and praised her. "Indeed, quite impressive. You truly have an eye for these things, Su. How did you discover this place?" Zhou Ye inwarded. "I used to come here alone to study in the library, but I was worried about disturbing others, so after a long search, I found this spot." Su Qiubai replied with a smile. Seeing her cheerful expression, Zhou Ye ruffled her hair and said, "You don't need to worry. You're here to study. So you won't disturb anyone. If you ever want someone to accompany you, just let me know, and I'll join you." "Okay, Zhou Ye. Let us begin studying." "All right, let us get started." Zhou Ye and Su Qiubai sat facing each other. Su Qiubai turned to her bag and pulled out a stack of A4 paper. "Here you go, Brother Zhou." Curious, Zhou Ye took the papers and asked, "What is this?" "This is what I meant by secret weapon." "Secret weapon?" Zhou Ye couldn't help but flip through the pages. After examining a few, he realized they contained various questions: math, history, politics, geography, language, and English. "Did you create all these?" Zhou Ye asked, looking up from the hefty stack of papers. Su Qiubai nodded. "Yes, Zhou Ye. I gathered some fundamental questions to assess your current level, which will help me tailor targeted training for you in the future." Zhou Ye felt a twinge in his heart. He appreciated Su Qiubai's earnestness, though he hadn't anticipated her dedication would be this pronounced. "Thank you, Su." Upon hearing Zhou Ye's words, Su Qiubai hurriedly waved her hand, saying, "It's nothing, really. I do this in my spare time, and didn't we agree? Zhou, you've treated me to so many meals and even bought me shoes. I must put in the effort as well." Despite Su Qiubai's reassurances, Zhou Ye understood the reality. How could someone who had to worry about family life while balancing their studies to gain admission to a prestigious university possibly find time to assist him? It was undoubtedly the result of her nightly endeavors. Just as Zhou Ye suspected, she had indeed been burning the midnight oil, sometimes working so late that she felt drowsy during class. She refrained from mentioning her apprehension about Zhou Ye's potential displeasure regarding her excessive diligence. What truly concerned her was that she had secretly added English to the mix, despite Zhou Ye's earlier advice against it. "I'm sorry, Zhou," Su Qiubai said cautiously. "What is this sudden apology for?" Zhou Ye asked, his gaze shifting from the secret weapon Su Qiubai had prepared to her perplexed expression. "I didn't heed your advice and included English, but it is one of the most effective subjects for improving scores." Zhou Ye chuckled, a hint of helplessness in his smile. "How could I possibly blame you? I'm actually quite pleased. It's just English, after all. With your presence, it's practically a walk in the park." Hearing Zhou Ye's words, Su Qiubai finally felt a sense of relief. "Then, Zhou, shall we begin?" she said, handing him a pen. Zhou Ye took the pen with enthusiasm, declaring, "Great. Let us get started." With that, he plunged into the ocean of knowledge. Watching Zhou Ye's fervor, Su Qiubai couldn't help but smile softly before she too began working on the practice problem she had brought. The two of them remained undisturbed, quietly engrossed in their tasks. Though occasionally, Su Qiubai would glance up to observe Zhou Ye's unwavering dedication. After a while, Zhou Ye stretched and exclaimed, "What a vigorous battle this has been." Upon hearing his words, Su Qiubai paused, lifted her head, and looked at him. "Zhou Ge, why don't you take a break? I'll correct your work while we address any confusion." "All right. Thank you for your hard work. I'll step outside for a bit. Sitting for so long has made my backside feel quite numb," he replied. "Okay, good be, Zhou Ye." After bidding farewell to Su Qiubai, Zhou Ye stood up and exited the library. Once outside, he inhaled the fresh air deeply. Finally out. It was so quiet in there that I was starting to feel uneasy, he mused. The thought that Su Qiubai had grown accustomed to such an environment prompted him to silently commend her. Feeling parched as he surveyed his surroundings, he decided to purchase a drink. He entered a convenience store and, upon pushing open the door, faintly noticed a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s, grinning foolishly at a female live streamer on his phone. Upon hearing a noise at the entrance, the man quickly placed his hands flat on the counter. When he recognized Zhou Ye, he sighed in relief. "What can I get for you, young man?" "It's nothing. I'll just grab 2 bottles of water." "You carry on." Zhou Ye gestured for him to continue. "What are you saying?" "I was just seriously organizing the goods," the man replied, not wanting to engage further. Zhou Ye grabbed 2 bottles of water and approached the checkout. Just as he was about to pay, his gaze landed on a piece of candy on the counter. The man seemed to notice Zhou Ye's interest. "What is up? Do you want to try it?" he asked, pushing the candy toward him. Zhou Ye politely declined. "No thanks. I'm not fond of sweets." "Don't be so hasty to refuse. This isn't just any candy. It's an ultra-cool mint candy." The man insisted. Unable to resist the enthusiasm, Zhou Ye accepted a piece, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Chapter 48. The ultra-cool, super sour lemon candy. At first, Zhou Ye felt nothing unusual, but as he inhaled, a gust of icy air from the Antarctic surged through him, making him shiver in the warmth of May. Observing Zhou Ye's teeth chattering, the man chuckled. "How is that? I was he lying, right? It's quite refreshing." Zhou Ye, spitting out the candy, stammered, "Refreshing? More like I felt my spirit transported to the Antarctic. Of course, I eat one every day while watching the live stream," the man boasted, then quickly corrected himself. I have one every evening while watching to keep me alert." "Never mind that," he continued. "Would you like to try a piece? I also have an ultra-sour lemon-flavored one." Just as Zhou Ye was about to refuse, he suddenly thought about how Su Qiubai might react to it. With that thought, he promptly said, "Boss, I'll take 1 lemon and 1 mint, plus a bag." "Sure thing." The man swiftly retrieved the requested items. "That LLB 8 yuan for the 2 bottles of water." Zhou Ye paid without hesitation. "All right, young man, come back anytime," he replied as Zhou Ye exited the store. Once Zhou Ye left, the man resumed his cautious watch of the female live streamer on his phone. As Zhou Ye approached the library, he took out a lemon candy and tiptoed towards Su Qiubai's spot. Just before reaching her, he quietly opened the packaging. After adjusting his expression, he stepped forward. "Su classmate, open your mouth. I have a delightful surprise for you." Turning at the sound of Zhou Ye's voice, Su Qiubai looked at him quizzically. Nevertheless, she obediently complied when he instructed her to open her mouth. Seeing her acquiescence, Zhou Ye promptly popped the candy into her mouth. Su Qiubai, feeling something unfamiliar in her mouth, curiously licked it with her tongue. But as soon as she did, her brain was bombarded by an overwhelming sensation. She desperately sought a way to spit it out, but could find no escape, so she merely covered her mouth to prevent the drool from spilling out. Seeing this, Zhou Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't it sour? Do you feel your mouth brimming with saliva?" Hearing Zhou Ye's teasing, tears welled in Su Qiubai's eyes, and her cheeks flushed as she glared at him. Realizing he might have gone too far, Zhou Ye quickly fished out a tissue from the plastic bag and handed it to her. After receiving it, Su Qiubai turned away from Zhou Ye to spit out the candy. Once she wiped her mouth, she turned back to face him. Zhou Ye stood there like a child caught in wrongdoing, frozen in place. Su Qiubai turned to him, pouting, "Humph, Zhou Ge, you're so mean." Noticing her displeasure, Zhou Ye quickly approached her, saying, "Don't be upset, Su classmate. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have put you in such a predicament." Su Qiubai continued to pout, turning her head away. Seeing that she was still upset, Zhou Ye pleaded, "What can I do to earn your forgiveness, Su classmate?" Upon hearing Zhou Ye's words, Su Qiubai pondered for a moment and declared, "If Brother Zhou eats one of those candies, I shall forgive him." What's the matter? Brother Zhou, are you unwilling?" She teased. Noticing that Zhou Ye turned his head away, he steeled himself and replied, "Fine, I will eat it, as long as Su classmate forgives me." Upon hearing this, Su Qiubai turned her gaze back to him, as if to say, "Go ahead," with a face full of reluctance. Zhou Ye extracted the candy from the plastic bag and struggled to tear open its wrapper. Gazing at the sugar-coated confection before him, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and placed it in his mouth. The moment his tongue made contact, it felt as if an electric shock coursed through him, the outer layer of the candy twisting into a helix. Observing Zhou Ye's expression, Su Qiubai stifled a laugh behind her hand. After witnessing her amusement, Zhou Ye felt the candy was not so sour after all. But suddenly, Su Qiubai produced a tissue and held it near his mouth. Realizing that saliva had begun to trickle down, Zhou Ye was taken aback. Su Qiubai attentively wiped away the drool. "Thank you, Su classmate," he said. "No problem, Brother Zhou. Let's continue our studies," she replied with a smile. "All right, let us commence our learning," Zhou Ye said as he returned to his seat, only to find that Su Qiubai had already graded his work. "Brother Zhou, while I was grading, I noticed you possess some foundational knowledge. There are questions you can answer correctly, but your grasp is not very solid. For some altered questions, you fail to score. So I have decided to help you solidify your foundation before teaching you anything else. What do you think?" "I will heed your guidance," he replied. "Good. Then let us tackle the questions," she encouraged. "Yes, let's begin." Su Qiubai placed the papers horizontally on the desk, ensuring they were both visible. "Let's first examine this math problem." Her pen danced across the paper, while Zhou Ye listened intently. Before long, they had completed one question. "How about it, Brother Zhou? Did you understand?" Su Qiubai inquired, lifting her gaze to him. "I did," Zhou Ye answered. "Excellent. Now let us move on to the next question," she said, directing her pen toward another problem he had answered incorrectly. Zhou Ye listened earnestly, yet his attention gradually drifted to Su Qiubai's profile. As a ray of sunlight illuminated her features, he found himself momentarily entranced. Sensing his gaze, Su Qiubai felt a hint of shyness and paused her writing to chide him. "Brother Zhou, stop staring at me. Focus on the questions. Otherwise, how will you keep up with my thought process and learn this problem?" Embarrassed of being caught, Zhou Ye sheepishly scratched his head and apologized. "Sorry, I got distracted. I promised to pay attention this time." Hearing his words, Su Qiubai resumed her explanation. Zhou Ye attempted to concentrate on the task at hand, yet he perceived a different aura surrounding Su Qiubai. She seemed more assertive than usual. As she continued her explanation, Zhou Ye fought to maintain his focus. Time slipped away, and eventually, Su Qiubai finished the last question. Both of them slumped back in their chairs. Zhou Ye stood up, opened a bottle of water, and offered it to her. "Su classmate, you've worked hard. Here, have a drink." After taking a few sips, Su Qiubai replied, "You work hard too, Brother Zhou." "Indeed, we both have." Just then, Su Qiubai's phone rang. Upon seeing it was her mother calling, she gestured to Zhou Ye and dashed outside. Chapter 49. I am truly in the library. After Su Qiubai left with her phone, Zhou Ye glanced at his own device and noticed it was nearly 8 p.m. Looking out at the darkening sky, he deduced that Su Qiubai's mother must be calling her for a reason. Shortly, Su Qiubai returned after finishing her call. She spoke softly to Zhou Ye. "Brother Zhou, my mother asked me to come home. I might not be able to stay with you any longer." "No worries, you should head home. I need to go back too. Don't keep your family waiting," he reassured her. "All right, Brother Zhou, see you next time. Bye." With that, Su Qiubai began to gather her belongings and walk toward the library exit. "Wait a moment," Zhou Ye called out to her. Su Qiubai halted and turned, her expression one of confusion. "What's the matter, Brother Zhou? Is there something else? Are you going back alone?" Zhou Ye it. Yes, why? She replied, looking perplexed. That won't do. It's quite late. I can't let you return by yourself. How about I call someone to escort you, or I can order a cab for you? Su Qiubai shook her head. There's no need for such trouble, Brother Zhou. I often return this late after evening self-study, so I'm used to it. But you're walking back? Are you sure? She considered, contemplating the late-night bus schedule. Realizing she could catch the last bus, Zhou Ye chose not to press further. Just let me know when you get home, or if you miss the last bus, and I'll come pick you up. Zhou Ye then handed his phone to Su Qiubai. Without a second thought, she accepted it and added him as a friend. With a beep, they successfully connected. Bye. Brother Zhou, I'm off now, she said, tucking her phone away. Yes, farewell. See you at school. After bidding Su Qiubai goodbye, Zhou Ye noticed her backpack had a cute yellow cat design. Just as he pondered whether she liked cats, his phone rang unexpectedly, nearly causing him to drop it. Once steady, he saw a call from someone saved as Old Deng. Recognizing the name, Zhou Ye cleared his throat and answered, Hello, Old Deng, what is it? Immediately, a furious voice erupted from the other end. You actually picked up. Where have you been? Lao Chi said you left home this morning and haven't returned since. Have you forgotten you have a home? Zhou Ye instinctively held the phone away from his ear, fearing he might go deaf from the volume. Do you know how worried your mother is right now? Zhou Ye felt a warm sensation at the mention of his mother's concern. Where are you? I'll send Uncle Chi to pick you up. Hearing the tone soften, Zhou Ye finally spoke up. I'm in the library. Tell me the truth. Don't joke around, Old Deng barked once more. Although Zhou Ye felt a bit dazed by the outburst, he stood firm and replied, I'm not joking. I really am in the library. The unwavering tone in Zhou Ye's voice made Old Deng question whether he had misjudged him. However, knowing his son all too well, he couldn't bring himself to believe Zhou Ye would actually be in a library. With no desire to argue further, Old Deng said tersely, Fine. I won't waste time with you. Just send me your location, and I'll have Uncle Chi come pick you up. With that, he hung up the phone. Zhou Ye, feeling irked by the other party, sent over the location before departing from the room, clutching the secret weapon Su Qiubai had bestowed upon him. He positioned himself at the entrance, awaiting Qi Penghui's arrival. Observing the entire scenario, Qi Penghui spoke nonchalantly. Do I really need to request the library to fetch the young master? Upon glancing at the location sent, Zhou Xiaohui furrowed his brow and replied, Yes, you must go. Find that scoundrel diligently. If I discover he is not at the library, I shall return and skin him alive. Following the command, Qi Penghui descended. Meanwhile, Su Qiubai sat on the bus, gazing out at the scenery. Being the last bus of the day, it appeared particularly desolate. The young girl peered through the window, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. At that moment, the conductor announced, We have arrived at the outer ring. Those disembarking, please exit from the rear. Upon hearing they had reached their destination, Su Qiubai snapped back to reality, picked up her belongings beside her feet, and prepared to alight. The bus soon came to a halt, and Su Qiubai stepped off, making her way toward a dilapidated housing complex. As she approached, the nearby vendors, seemingly familiar with her, greeted her with warm smiles. Little Qiubai, you're back. Yes, Grandma, how indeed. Have you been working all day, little Qiubai? Not quite, Grandpa Chun. I only went in the morning. I study with my classmates in the afternoon. Oh, that's wonderful. It's the first time I've heard of little Qiubai making friends. Embarrassed and shy, Su Qiubai nodded in acknowledgement. Sensing her discomfort, Grandma Hao promptly reprimanded, Hey, old Chun, what do you mean first time making friends? It's merely that our little Qiubai has been reluctant. Don't listen to him, Qiubai. He is just a grumpy old man who knows nothing. Here, take these apples that I didn't sell today. Realizing he had misspoken, Grandpa Chen quickly picked up several bundles of vegetables from his stall and handed them to her. Seeing their camaraderie, the others chimed in, Here are some homegrown potatoes for you, little Qiubai. These are mushrooms. And here are bananas. This is pork. Su Yubai, overwhelmed by the bounty, hastily waved her hands in refusal. No, I cannot accept your gifts. Grandma Hao chuckled. Why are you being so polite with us? You often help us watch our stalls and manage accounts without asking for anything in return. What is this little bit worth? Exactly. You've also helped me with Tuan's homework, so just take it, said the pork vendor, Niu Dazhuang, in jest. Without regard for Su Qiubai's reluctance, They enthusiastically stuffed the items into her arms. All right, you should head back now. Your mother must be worried. Clutching the assorted vegetables and meat, Su Qiubai expressed her profound gratitude before departing. Watching her retreating figure, Grandpa Chen remarked, "That poor girl, at such a tender age, must bear the weight of life's burdens." Grandma Hao agreed. Indeed, hence we should do our utmost to support little Qiubai. Chapter 50, You Are My Blessing. With an embrace of vegetables and meat in her arms and her left hand laden with purchases for home, Su Qiubai painstakingly ascended 5 flights of stairs. Standing before a door plastered with advertisements, she retrieved her key with her right hand and inserted it. With a click, the door swung open. Upon hearing the sound, a woman clad in simple, threadbare attire, her frame gaunt and her complexion pallid, stepped out from the dimly lit room, her expression one of trepidation. Her heart finally eased. However, noticing the numerous items in Su Qiubai's arms, she hurried forward to assist. "Mom, I can manage. You don't need to help." Su Qiubai protested, attempting to evade her mother's grasp. Yet, Yi Wanxin paid no heed, persistently reaching out to lighten her burden. "It's all right, I can carry it. Coming quickly." Seeing no point in further argument, Su Qiubai donned her shoes and stepped inside. Yi Wanxin placed the items on the table, her curiosity piqued. "What prompted you to buy so many things?" "I didn't buy them. They were given to me by Grandma Hao and Grandpa Chen downstairs." "Oh, I see." Yi Wanxin smiled at the sight of the vegetables and meat. "Next time you see them, be sure to express my gratitude properly." "Yes, I will." Su Qiubai nodded with a smile. Just then, Yi Wanxin noticed other items beside the vegetables and inquired, "What are those?" Su Qiubai stepped closer, explaining, "These are the medicines I bought for you. You're running low, so now you won't have to worry about running out. And these are clothes for Xiao Zhou and the extracurricular books he wanted last time." Watching her daughter enthusiastically introduce each item, Yi Wanxin felt a pang of regret upon realizing there was nothing for herself. Gently, she approached Su Qiubai from behind and wrapped her arms around her. Leaning in, Yi Wanxin whispered in her ear, "Qiubai, thank you for everything you do for this family. To have you and Xiao Zhou as my children feels like I've earned a lifetime of blessings. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. I'm so grateful to have you both." Surprised by the embrace, Su Qiubai felt tears welling in her eyes but fought to keep them at bay. After regaining her composure, she stepped out of her mother's embrace. "Mom, I'm going to call Xiao Zhou to try on the clothes. You sit for a bit." Grabbing the bag from the table, she turned her back to Yi Wanxin and walked away. Watching Su Qiubai's retreating figure, Yi Wanxin's gaze was filled with a blend of tenderness and guilt. Su Qiubai knocked on a wooden door and announced, "Xiao Zhou, I'm coming in." With that, she pushed the door open. Inside, a boy about 11 or 12 years old sat at his somewhat aged desk, diligently completing his homework. Upon hearing the voice from the doorway, Su Qianzhou lifted his head, and upon realizing it was Su Qiubai, his eyes sparkled with delight. He quickly tossed his pen onto the desk and rushed toward her, wrapping his arms around her waist and looking up with an exuberant grin. "Sister, you're back. Today I helped Mom with the chores and even pre-studied the textbook. Am I a good child?" Su Qiubai chuckled, reaching up to ruffle his hair. "Yes, our little Zhou is the best child. But sister, why are your eyes a bit red? Did someone bully you? If someone did, just tell me, and I'll teach them a lesson," he declared, mimicking a martial arts stance. Amused by his spirited energy, Su Qiubai replied, "Well, Xiao Zhou, you must grow up quickly to protect both me and Mom." He nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will definitely protect you and Mom in the future." "Then I'll leave this for you," Su Qiubai said, revealing her hand from behind her back. Xiao Zhou, curious, asked, "Sister, what is this?" Su Qiubai presented the bag to him. "Take a look for yourself." After receiving it, he opened the bag and discovered a black outfit inside. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Sister, is this for me?" Su Qiubai responded with a smile. "Indeed, who else could wear it but you? Hooray! I have new clothes now, hooray!" Su Qianzhou exclaimed excitedly. Observing the delight radiating from Su Qianzhou, Su Qiubai spoke again. "All right, little Zhou, why don't you try it on first?" Hearing Su Qiubai's words, Su Qianzhou paused and reached for the clothes inside. However, upon touching them, he felt something hard within, resembling a book. Curiously, Su Qianzu extracted it from the garments, and, upon closer inspection, he suddenly felt that the clothes were no longer appealing. This is the latest volume of Earth Superman. How did it end up here? He exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Just as Su Qianzu pondered this mystery, Su Qiubai inquired, "So, do you like it?" Instantly realizing where the latest comic had come from, Su Qianzu leaped into her embrace. Looking up with a grin, "Thank you, sister. You're the best. I'm glad you like it, but I must remind you, this is only for you to read after finishing your homework and helping Mom with chores. All right?" "Yes, I understand, sister. Now go try on the clothes and let Mom check if they fit. I need to prepare dinner." "Okay." With that, Su Qianzu scampered to his desk, cautiously placing the Earth Superman comic on it, fearful of damaging it. Seeing his expression, Su Qiubai couldn't help but smile before she departed. "Mom, please check if little Zhou's new clothes fit him. I'm heading to the kitchen now. Let me help you, Qiubai." No, Mom, just sit back. I can manage on my own." Given her daughter's refusal, Yi Wanxin didn't press further, simply reminding her to call if needed before settling down on the sofa to watch television. Su Qiubai acknowledged with a sound and carried the vegetables toward the kitchen. Before she began, she took out her phone to send Zhou Ye a message confirming her safe arrival home. Within 10 seconds, Zhou Ye replied with a received emoji. Glancing at his playful expression, Su Qiubai's lips curled into a slight smile. "Qiubai, let your mother assist you." Su Qiubai was startled by the sudden voice. After placing her phone on the kitchen table, she gently nudged Yi Wanxin back onto the sofa. "Mom, I can do it myself. You just relax there. Didn't the doctor say to keep away from dust?" Listening to her daughter's complaints, Yi Wanxin resigned herself to remain seated quietly on the sofa. Fortunately, Su Qianzu noticed his mother's despondency and brought out his homework, positioning himself beside Yi Wanxin to alleviate her sadness. With her attention diverted, Su Qiubai returned to the kitchen. Casting a glance at her phone and finding no new messages from Zhou Ye, she felt a pang of disappointment but quickly adjusted her mindset and began to prepare dinner. Chapter 51. The Great Escape with Money. Zhou Ye sat in the car, his back against the plush seat, scrolling through his phone after exchanging messages with Su Qiubai. He opened his balance to find less than 2,000 yuan, and a sense of gloom enveloped him. How shameful it is for the son of Nanzhou's wealthiest man to worry about money, he muttered to himself. I must devise a plan to earn some cash. Otherwise, how can I continue to enjoy outings with Su Qiubai? With this thought, Zhou Ye closed his phone and sank into contemplation. As he pondered, his hand inadvertently brushed against a stack of exam papers resting beside him. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. "Uncle Qi, take the longer route back." He instructed Qi Penghui, who was driving. "As you wish, young master," Qi Penghui replied, though he was unaware of Zhou Ye's intentions. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaohui lounged on the living room sofa, glancing at his phone, which indicated more than an hour had passed since Qi Penghui left. Convinced that Zhou Ye had not gone to the library, how else could he take so long? Zhou Xiaohui felt a surge of excitement. "Ah, you little rascal. Your mother couldn't reprimand you back then, but now I've caught my chance. Just wait and see." As he plotted how to teach Zhou Ye a lesson, the latter burst through the door, exclaiming, "Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat." Zhou Ye changed his shoes and entered the living room, where he found Zhou Xiaohui seated on the sofa, wearing a benevolent expression. However, to Zhou Ye, it felt ominous. He halted, a hint of fear creeping in as he asked, "Old Deng, are you still awake?" Notijin Zhou Ye se demenor. Zhou Xiaohui was even more convinced that his son was lying. "No, I've been waiting for you," he replied, his gaze still warm. "My good son," Zhou Xiaohui added, deliberately slowing down on the last 3 words. Zhou Ye shuddered at the sound of them. "Where's Mom? She and a few of your aunts are out, but they'll all be back soon." "Oh, all right. I'll head upstairs then." "Wait," Zhou Xiaohui called, stopping the departing Zhou Ye. "What is it, old Deng?" Zhou Ye feigned curiosity as he turned back. "Where did you go? Didn't I tell you?" "I went to the library to study," Zhou Ye replied with a hint of exasperation. "Stop trying to confuse me. It takes at most 40 minutes to drive from the library to our home. There's no way you could take over an hour. So, tell me where you really went, and it'll spare you some pain." Zhou Xiaohui clenched his fists, glaring at Zhou Ye. Sensing the tension, Zhou Ye feigned guilt. I really went to the library," he stammered, All right, if that's the case, then show me your evidence of having been to the library. If you can't provide it, I assure you your mother-s return 1T save you. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaohui's ultimatum, a smirk crept on his Zhou Ye's face. Finally, he has taken the bait, he thought to himself. Fine, if you want evidence. I'll give it to you. Uncle Chi, bring me what I asked for. Noticing Zhou Ye's newfound confidence and the absence of his earlier timidity, Zhou Xiaohui felt a sense of unease. However, before he could contemplate further, Qi Penghui entered carrying the exam papers Su Qiubai had given to Zhou Ye. Zhou Ye took them, inspected them briefly, and then forcefully slapped them down in front of Zhou Xiaohui. Here, your desired evidence. Zhou Xiaohui scrutinized the thick stack of printed paper, casually picking up a sheet to find it filled with questions and, indeed, bearing Zhou Ye's handwriting. However, he was puzzled by the presence of a neatly written, fine red script. After a few more glances, Zhou Xiaohui, seemingly defiant of superstition, randomly pulled out another sheet, again discovering Zhou Ye's handwriting alongside the unfamiliar red ink. The incessant randomness of drawing a card, all yielding similar outcomes, led Zhou Xiaohui to doubt whether he had indeed wronged Zhou Ye. Sensing the opportune moment, Zhou Ye feigned a choked voice. I see how tirelessly you toil for a livelihood, watching your hair gradually turn white. It dawned on me that I should not squander my time. I ought to strive for excellence to alleviate your burdens, and I still wish to regard you with fondness. However, to his astonishment, you, my father, seem to harbor such distrust in me. It feels as though my heart has been pierced by 1,000 silver needles. Zhou Xiaohui interrupted Zhou Ye's somewhat shameless soliloquy. Enough. Enough. Spare us the theatrics. Do not try your tricks before your father. Unfazed by the exposure, Zhou Ye replied, Hee, I genuinely wish to relieve your worries. Zhou Xiaohui glanced at the papers, acknowledging Zhou Ye's claims, yet inquired, but who pinned the red markings on this? Oh, that? I specifically hired a tutor to teach me. You hired a tutor? Yes, indeed. I spent a considerable sum. If you were to ask me anything, I could explain it to you. Zhou Xiaohui, upon seeing the red text on the paper, accepted Zhou Ye's words. Very well, since that is the case, make sure to learn well, do not squander your money. Zhou Xiaohui tossed the paper carelessly onto the table and began to usher Zhou Ye away. Yet Zhou Ye stood there, seemingly oblivious. What are you doing? Why aren't you leaving? Zhou Xiaohui inquired with curiosity. Regarding the payment for the tutor, Zhou Ye said cautiously. What? You haven't paid her? Zhou Xiaohui questioned. Zhou Ye immediately denied. How could that be? It's just that her fees are somewhat steep, and coupled with your son's card being suspended, I find myself a bit strapped for cash. Zhou Xiaohui quickly interrupted. Having been in business for many years, he understood Zhou Ye's insinuation. Stop right there, I see now. You've come to the realization of the importance of studying, but you're clearly out of funds and seeking my assistance. Dear father, as you say, without investment, how can one expect returns? Zhou Ye circled behind him, offering a gentle massage to his stiff shoulders. Have I not invested enough in you? What returns have you given me? Zhou Xiaohui retorted with a cold smile directed at Zhou Ye. Father, just look. All right, I understand. How much do you require? I knew you were good, Dad. She mentioned this month she would offer me a special price of only 50,000. 50,000? Is she out of her mind? Who charges 50,000 a month? Oh, Father, she scored over 600 on the college entrance exam. Their essay reason for the high fee. Moreover, I feel my grades have soared after attending her classes. Very well, if it's 50,000 a month, I'll give you 5,000 first. Attend her classes for a month, and we'll assess the results. If there's no improvement, we'll cut our losses. That 1T do. She 1T allow it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to spend that 5,000. No, 5,000 it is. I'll negotiate with her. That is more like it. I'll transfer the money shortly. Remember not to mention this to your mother. Oh, understood, old man. With that, Zhou Ye tucked his hands away and ascended to the second floor. Watching Zhou Ye depart, Zhou Xiaohui called after him, Hey, so practical. Taking the money and running. Chapter 52, The Rice Ball. After receiving the money, Zhou Ye excitedly collapsed onto his bed. Oh yeah, I have money again. Now I need not worry about running out next time. Early in the morning, Zhou Ye's phone alarm stirred him from his dreams. He propped himself up, silencing the alarm beside his pillow before sinking back into the mattress. Just as Zhou Ye prepared to drift off again, an idea struck him. He quickly opened his eyes, checked the time, and upon realizing it was only a little past 6, he sighed in relief. Zhou Ye rose, donned his clothes, and made his way downstairs. Qi Penghui, taken aback by Zhou Ye's early rising, recalled that yesterday, Zhou Ye had awakened due to restlessness, but today was different. He had witnessed Zhou Ye sleeping soundly that morning, piquing his curiosity. "Young master, why are you up so early today?" Zhou Ye yawned and called out to Qi Penghui in the distance. "Uncle Qi, good morning. Nothing much. I'm going out today, so please don't prepare breakfast for me. If my mother asks, just say I went for a morning jog." "Understood, young master," Qi Penghui replied respectfully. "All right then. You may go about your business." "Yes." With that, Qi Penghui exited Zhou Ye's line of sight to attend to his tasks. Zhou Ye entered the bathroom for a quick wash and then changed into his sports attire before sprinting out the door. Zhou Ye jogged along the non-motorized vehicle lane, breathing in the crisp morning air. After a few days of early rising, he felt lighter than before. Soon, he arrived at the park he had visited the previous day. Thankfully, the original owner had not disappointed in the role of a campus bully, as his physical prowess remained commendable. Zhou Ye ran for quite some time, without feeling fatigued. Gradually slowing his pace, Zhou Ye approached a convenience store a few hundred meters from the park, where he purchased 2 bottles of room-temperature mineral water. With the bottles in hand, he entered the park, finding yesterday's spot, where he settled down. Observing the sparse crowd around him, Zhou Ye checked the time on his phone and noted it was half an hour earlier than yesterday, prompting him to wonder if the other party would return today. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he tucked his phone away, closed his eyes, and inhaled the fresh morning air of the park. Just as he began to drift off, he faintly heard a familiar yet strange voice. Zhou Ye slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing him awake, Shun Shiwen's initial concern evaporated. "Thank goodness, you're all right. I called you earlier, and when you didn't respond, I thought you had fainted." Zhou Ye, recognizing her, instantly perked up. He adjusted his sitting posture and said, "I accidentally dozed off. I didn't hear you. My apologies." "No worries. It was also my fault for disturbing your rest." Zhou Ye waved his hand, gesturing for her to sit down. After receiving her affirmative reply, he shifted to make room for her. Once seated, Shun Shiwen asked, "Are you here to jog as well?" Zhou Ye nodded. "Yes, after your inspiration yesterday, I decided to give morning jogging a try. But little did I know, it seems easy yet truly tests one's willpower. I nearly failed at the very first hurdle of getting out of bed." Shun Shiwen chuckled at Zhou Ye's words. "It's all right. I was the same at first. Just run a few more times, and you'll get used to it." Zhou Ye nodded. "I will strive to improve." Then, as if recalling something, he picked up one of the bottles of water beside him and offered it to her. "Here you go." Shun Shiwen, looking at the water he presented, pointed to herself. "Is this for me?" Zhou Ye smiled. "Of course. Besides you and me, is there anyone else here?" Shun Shiwen considered this and agreed, but she still asked, "Why are you giving it to me? You gave me rice balls yesterday. Consider this my return gift. Also, I noticed you didn't replenish your fluids after your run yesterday, so I wondered if your water bottle was broken." Upon hearing Zhou Ye's words, Shun Shiwen felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. She admitted that she had indeed prepared water, but it had unfortunately broken a few days ago when it fell to the ground. Given her recent preoccupation with pressing matters, she had not had the opportunity to purchase a new one. She was taken aback that Zhou Ye had noticed such a seemingly trivial detail. "What's the matter? Are you unwilling to drink?" Zhou Ye inquired curiously, raising his hand in the air. "Oh no, not at all. Thank you," Shun Shiwen quickly responded, shaking her head as she regained her composure. After Zhou Ye expressed his polite acknowledgement, he opened a bottle and began to drink. As Shun Shiwen watched him, she retrieved 2 rice balls from her pocket and offered them to Zhou Ye. "Would you like some?" she asked. Zhou Ye, pleasantly surprised by the sight of the rice balls, responded, "Yes, thank you." "No problem," Shun Shiwen replied. Zhou Ye accepted the rice balls and began to eat, while Shun Shiwen, not engaging further in conversation, busied herself with her phone as she nibbled on her own rice ball. However, when she scrolled through her social media feed, her body involuntarily shivered. Zhou Ye, catching sight of her reaction from the corner of his eye, inquired, "What is wrong?" Shun Shiwen, Feeling somewhat awkward, smiled and replied, "It's nothing, just saw something rather shocking." Not wishing to pry further, Zhou Ye simply remarked, "If anything is troubling you, feel free to share it with me. I'm willing to offer my assistance." Relieved that Zhou Ye did not press her for details, Shen Shiwen nodded in appreciation of his kindness before redirecting her gaze back to her phone. As she perused Mei Wenhua's latest post, she noted that while the captions remained characteristically awkward, the images had recently featured a girl, with the captions taking on a more ambiguous tone. Initially, this did not bother Shen Shiwen, but over time, she found herself increasingly invested in Mei Wenhua's affairs, yearning to uncover more about the situation. Unbeknownst to her, these images were meticulously curated by Mei Wenhua from the internet, intended solely for her eyes to cultivate her growing curiosity, to suppress her racing thoughts. Shen Shiwen shut off her phone and closed her eyes, taking deep breaths. After a brief moment, her agitated heart gradually calmed. She glanced at Zhou Ye, who was still engrossed in his rice ball, and couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm about to drive myself mad, yet here he is, eating so obliviously." Upon hearing Shen Shiwen's laughter, Zhou Ye paused, looking at her with curiosity. "What has made you laugh all of a sudden?" Shen Shiwen waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, I just found it amusing to see you enjoying your food so much." Zhou Ye glanced at the rice ball in his hand and replied with a smile, "That is only because your rice balls are so delicious that I can't help but relish them." Chapter 53. Shen Shiwen's concern surprised by Zhou Ye's response. Shen Shiwen momentarily froze, having anticipated a different kind of reply. However, his words lifted her spirits slightly. Noticing that she had ceased to inquire further, Zhou Ye continued to eat. Watching him devour his food, Shen Shiwen hesitated, contemplating whether to share her worries with him. Meanwhile, Zhou Ye remained oblivious to her internal struggle. After finishing the last bite of his rice ball, he turned to her and asked, "By the way, did you bring any tissues today?" After receiving no immediate response from her, he waved his hand in front of her face, saying, "Are you still with me?" Finally snapping back to reality at the sight of his waving hand, Shen Shiwen exclaimed, "Ah, sorry, I was lost in thought. No worries. I just wanted to check if you had tissues. If not, I can go buy some," Zhou Ye said as he prepared to stand up. Sensing his intent to leave, Shen Shiwen quickly called out, "Wait, I have some for you." She hastily pulled out a roll of tissues from her pocket, but in her eagerness, she accidentally spilled the entire contents of her pocket onto the ground. Embarrassed by the chaotic sight of scattered tissues, she felt a wave of mortification wash over her. Noticing her discomfort, Zhou Ye exhibited no signs of disdain. Instead, he smiled and took a tissue from her hand, dabbing his mouth before reassuring her it's all right. "There is no need to rush. If you're facing any difficulties, you can confide in me. I promise not to tell anyone." Observing Zhou Ye's farm simile, Shen Shiwen felt a sense of resolve forming within her. Tentatively, she inquired, "You truly won't tell anyone?" Zhou Ye earnestly raised 3 fingers, affirming, "I swear. If I do tell anyone, I'll be reincarnated as a citizen of Sakura country." Shen Shiwen hastily pulled his hand down, exclaiming, "Hey, you shouldn't make such a dreadful vow against yourself." Chuckling, Zhou Ye replied, "It's fine, because I genuinely won't tell anyone. So it doesn't matter how dreadful the vow may sound." Though Shen Shiwen felt somewhat conflicted, Zhou Ye's words eased her initial apprehension. "Come sit closer." Shen Shiwen gestured for him to draw nearer. Zhou Ye, albeit a bit shy, obediently complied and shifted closer to her. Noticing he had only moved a few centimeters, Shen Shiwen took the initiative to pull him closer. Caught off guard by her sudden movement, Zhou Ye nearly toppled over, but he managed to stabilize himself by gripping the back of the bench. As he drew near, he detected a pleasant fragrance wafting from Shen Shiwen, distinct from the expected scent of sweat after exercise. Unlike Su Qiubai's faint aroma that suggested introversion, Shen Shiwen exuded a vibrant floral scent, unmistakably indicative of her extroverted and lively personality. Unfazed by Zhou Ye's small mishap, Shen Shiwen leaned closer, adopting a tone that was both playful and assertive. "I'm warning you, if you dare to share this with anyone, I will make you regret it. Do you understand?" Hearing her words, Zhou Ye leaned back slightly before nodding in agreement. Satisfied with his response, Shan Shiwen's earlier fierceness dissipated, transforming into a bashful demeanor as she quietly confessed, "Actually, this concerns my friend. She doesn't want me to tell anyone, which is why I need your promise. It's true." Zhou Ye looked up puzzled and asked, "What if your friend finds out that you told me?" Taken aback by his question, Shan Shiwen hesitated for a moment before responding with slight irritation. "Why do you care so much? Are you going to listen or not?" Realizing her annoyance, Zhou Ye promptly apologized. "I'm sorry for prying. Please continue." With that, Shan Shiwen gradually calmed down and began recounting, "My friend had a childhood relationship with a boy, akin to a childhood sweetheart scenario. They both knew each other as families well and often played together as children. The boy took great care of the girl, helping her with breakfast and chores even in elementary school, and this continued into high school. Though the boy's feelings remain a mystery, the girl has long regarded him as family, transcending the bounds of mere friendship. Just when the girl believed their relationship would continue in its current state, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Merely a few days prior, that boy had the audacity to confess his feelings for her openly in class. Although the girl was taken aback, she ultimately declined his advances, citing the impending college entrance examinations as her reason. Deep down, she genuinely held this sentiment. However, she could not fathom why. Following her rejection, his demeanor began to shift increasingly away from his former self. When she observed him emerging from the office, eager to inquire about his well-being, not only did he refuse to speak to her, but he also instructed those around him to distance themselves from her, growing progressively more aloof. Even when she fell ill, he was oblivious to her condition, only to confront her later about her failure to like or comment on his social media posts, claiming it embarrassed him. Upon hearing his words, the girl felt a wave of sadness wash over her, followed by an acute pang in her heart, especially as she noticed photos of him with other girls on his social media. This sensation intensified to the point where she was nearly compelled to confront him about the identity of the girl and their relationship. She sought the counsel of her friends, some of whom suggested that she had fallen for the boy. Yet, she did not perceive her feelings as love, though she struggled to conjure alternative explanations. Why was it so? Had she truly developed feelings for him? After sharing her story, Shan Shiwen gazed at Zhou Ye with a hint of anticipation. Zhou Ye, upon hearing her narrative, fell into a contemplative silence. Halfway through, he recognized that she was speaking about his friend, as her expressions were unmistakably reflective of his own experiences. Nevertheless, Zhou Ye had no intention of exposing her. Instead, he resolved to maintain the facade. Noticing his silence, Shan Shiwen grew anxious and gently shook his arm. "Hey, say something after listening. What does it mean to keep your head down and not speak?" Zhou Ye, jolted from his thoughts by her insistence, responded, "I suspect your friend is likely feeling overwhelmed by this situation." Shan Shiwen, unable to contain herself, rolled her eyes at his seemingly trivial remark. "Of course. Otherwise, will my friend confide in me about this? I warn you, if you continue with your pointless chatter, I'll one tea spare you, understand?" Zhou Ye, in gist, retorted. "I was just joking. You seem so flustered." "Who has flustered?" "Not me. Besides, why would I be upset about my friend's affairs?" Seeing her adamant denial, Zhou Ye chose not to press further, instead earnestly stating, "After hearing your story, I believe it's not love. It pertains to my friend, not me." Shan Shiwen, exasperated, exclaimed, "Fine, fine, it's your friends. Given her stubbornness, Zhou Ye acquiesced momentarily. Upon hearing Zhou Ye concede, Shan Shiwen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Curious to ask him, if it's not love, then what is it? Zhou Ye pondered for a moment before articulating, "I believe it's a withdrawal reaction." "Withdrawal reaction?" Shan Shiwen echoed, perplexed by his terminology. "Yes, precisely that," Zhou Ye affirmed confidently. "What exactly is a withdrawal reaction? Allow me to contemplate how to explain it to you." With that, Zhou Ye lowered his head in thought. Observing his concentration, Shan Shiwen refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting his elucidation. Soon enough, Zhou Ye had an epiphany. "You mentioned earlier that your friend and that boy are childhood sweethearts, correct?" Shan Shiwen nodded. "Yes, but what does that have to do with this?" "It has everything to do with it. Consider this. Your friend and he have been inseparable since childhood, sharing countless experiences together through play and study, right? High school was no different. As Shen Shiwen contemplated Zhou Ye's words, she realized that her relationship with Mei Wenhua had indeed changed since entering high school. Yet she felt it was not significantly different enough to dispute Zhou Ye's assertion. Seeing her silence, Zhou Ye pressed on during this time. Hasn't that boy provided your friend with special attention that others Haven T received? After a moment of reflection, Shen Shiwen nodded, recalling that she had never seen Mei Wenhua bring food for any girl other than her or substitute for her during duties. With her agreement, Zhou Ye felt increasingly confident in his hypothesis. Do you know when he began to show her this special consideration? Shen Shiwen lifted her gaze, contemplating. I believe it started in middle school. Zhou Ye snapped his fingers in realization, stating that aligns perfectly. Shen Shiwen, bewildered, asked, what aligns perfectly? Apologies, I forgot to clarify. I suspect your childhood sweetheart had feelings for your friend long before high school. Really? Shen Shiwen replied, astonished. Of course. Would a boy extend special care to a girl he harbors no feelings for? Shen Shiwen shook her head. No, he wouldn't. So, considering he began this in middle school, a time when young hearts first awaken, it is entirely normal for him to develop feelings for a girl in his vicinity. Shen Shiwen nodded, acknowledging the truth in Zhou Ye's words, yet she remained perplexed about the relevance of the withdrawal reaction. But how does this relate to me and you? Zhou Ye responded earnestly, it matters greatly. Let me ask you, has your friend accepted his kindness since middle school, only to come to high school believing it was a given? Shen Shiwen silently nodded, recognizing that she had unconsciously come to regard Mei Wenhua's gestures as an integral part of her life. Thus, your friend's childhood sweetheart, realizing high school is nearing its conclusion, felt compelled to take a chance. Otherwise, what would all his efforts amount to? He concluded thus. He chose to confess his feelings a few days ago. Upon hearing Zhou Ye's explanation, Shen Shiwen could not restrain her curiosity, asking, but why has he grown cold towards me? Zhou Ye looked at her incredulously. Hey, how can you blame him for that? Shen Shiwen, now more confused, wondered how the conversation had shifted from Mei Wenhua to her own predicament. Tell me, has your friend accepted his feelings? Shen Shiwen, growing impatient, replied, if she had, would there be so many complications? Zhou Ye persisted. Therefore, your friend's rejection means he has no reason to continue investing time in her. Would you nurture a tree that you know will not bear fruit? Shen Shiwen contemplated his words, but struggled to formulate a counterargument. But what about the girl's feelings? How can that be explained? Everyone around her insists she has fallen for him. Zhou Ye, exasperated, retorted, love, my dear, is often misattributed by the youth of today. They tend to ascribe feelings to situations that do not warrant such labels. Love has been misconstrued beyond recognition. Zhou Ye, reflecting on her words, suddenly realized that he was indeed the same age as them. Zhou Ye cleared his throat and remarked, this is what I was referring to as withdrawal symptoms. Your friend has indulged in the special care bestowed upon her for so long that when, one day, this unique attention is either withdrawn or redirected towards another, she begins to feel a sense of discomfort and starts to overthink. Noticing Shen Shiwen's bewildered expression, Zhou Ye decided to rephrase his explanation. Let me provide you with an example. Imagine you have a pet puppy that has played with you since its early days. The bond between you is incredibly strong, and you envision this companionship lasting forever. Yet, one fateful day, your beloved puppy passes away due to its natural lifespan. How would you react? Zhou Ye inwarded. Shen Shiwen pondered for a moment before responding. I would probably cry inconsolably. Indeed, but what about a week later, or a month later, or even a year later? Would you still feel the same way as you did on that first day? Zhou Ye sidon. Initially confident in her answer, Shen Shiwen hesitated, realizing that a year could bring about countless changes, and she could not guarantee her feelings would remain unchanged. See, you cannot assure that, can you? Zhou Ye continued. What you experienced when you first parted with your puppy is what we call withdrawal symptoms. It is the discomfort and confusion that arises when one is separated from something or someone significant. However, as I mentioned, time tends to diminish the intensity of these feelings. Thus, your friend's emotions are not a true affection. Rather, they stem from the absence of special care, causing her to feel disoriented. If you don't believe me, you could allow some time to pass and observe whether she still feels as lost as she does now. Of course, as her friend, you should assist her in understanding these feelings correctly, helping her to navigate out of her predicament. Chapter 55, A Significant Matter. Upon hearing Zhou Ye's words, Shen Xuan blinked her large eyes, resembling an adorable little rabbit, as she lowered her head to contemplate. Zhou Ye, observing her, chose to remain silent, simply sitting on the bench and savoring the gentle morning breeze caressing his face. Time slipped by, and, eventually, Shen Xuan regained her composure. Turning to Zhou Ye, she flashed a sweet smile and said, "Thank you. I will tell her." Seeing that Shen Xuan's mood had significantly improved, Zhou Ye realized she had come to understand his point. With a casual wave of his hand, he replied with a smile, "No worries, it's just a small matter. Isn't it natural for friends to help each other?" As soon as he finished speaking, a comfortable silence enveloped them. Noticing that Zhou Ye showed no intention of leaving, Shen Xuan curiously asked, "You seem to be around our age, yet why do I sense an air of maturity about you?" Zhou Ye's body tensed, his gaze flickering as he inwardly lamented his previous words, having momentarily forgotten that he was the same age as her, slipping into a mindset reminiscent of his past life. Although he quickly recognized this mistake and attempted to rectify it, Shen Xuan had already caught on. "Oh well," Zhou Ye stammered, desperately brainstorming a way to salvage the situation. Sensing his discomfort, Shen Xuan cheerfully interjected, all right, if you don't wish to share, I'll pretend I didn't ask. I certainly don't want to trouble anyone or make myself unhappy." Zhou Ye felt a weight lift from his chest upon hearing her words. He expressed a hint of apology, saying, "I'm sorry about that." Shen Xuan laughed heartily and patted Zhou Ye's shoulder. "It's fine. I understand. Everyone has their little secrets, don't they?" At that moment, Shen Xuan's phone suddenly chimed. She paused her actions, took out her phone, and saw a message from her mother. After reading it, Shen Xuan promptly stood up and said to Zhou Ye goodbye. "I need to go buy something. See you next time." As Shen Xuan prepared to leave, Zhou Ye politely rose to bid her farewell. Just as she lifted her foot to depart, she turned back, blushing, and asked, "Can I still reach out to you for a chat in the future?" Zhou Ye froze for a moment before responding with a smile. "You're always welcome." Satisfied with his reply, Shen Xuan dashed away. Watching her retreating figure, Zhou Ye suddenly realized he had yet to ask for her name. He wanted to call out to her, but she had already vanished from sight. After strolling alone for about an hour, Zhou Ye finally returned home, gently pushing open the familiar door. The moment he stepped inside, a rich aroma wafted through the air, refreshing and invigorating. He quickly changed his shoes, curiously inhaling the enticing scent as if it were a mystical enchantment that enveloped him. Unable to contain his curiosity, he exclaimed, "What is that delightful fragrance?" "See, I want you." Seeing Zhou Ye had returned, emerged from the kitchen clad in an apron, resembling an elegant chef. Her radiant smile bloomed like flowers in spring as she addressed him, "Son, you're back at last. Why were you out for so long?" Zhou Ye casually replied, "Oh, nothing much, just took a longer stroll." Then he inquired, "By the way, Mom, what is that tantalizing aroma?" With a smile that sparkled with pride, Xia Wanshu explained, "Isn't it wonderful? This is a new dish I learned yesterday during a cooking class with your aunts, tomato beef stew. The taste is exquisite, I assure you." Zhou Ye's anticipation grew as he exclaimed, "I can hardly wait to savor this delectable dish." With that, he plopped down on the living room sofa. Feeling slightly bored after sitting, Zhou Ye pulled out his phone and began scrolling through short videos. After about 5 minutes, a notification popped up on his screen. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Zhao Qilai, who had sent him the location of a CF, leaving Zhou Ye perplexed. He sat up straight, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he typed. "What's this for?" After hitting send, he waited for a response, but despite sending multiple messages, Zhao Qilai remained unresponsive. This left Zhou Ye feeling somewhat helpless. He would have to wait until 2 o'clock to inquire in person. While mulling over this situation, Xia Wanshu entered the room bearing a clay pot, filled with bubbling, vibrant red broth. After setting it down, she called out, "Son, come to dinner." "Stop staring at your phone." "Coming," Zhou Ye replied, swiftly rising to join her at the table. Arriving at the pot, he took a deep whiff and exclaimed to Xia Wanshu, "Wow, it smells amazing. Just from the aroma, I feel like I could eat 3 large bowls of rice." Xia Wanshu chuckled and patted Zhou Ye's shoulder, saying, "All right, enough with the flattery. I'll serve the rice. How much do you want?" Zhou Ye dashed in front of her, insisting, "I'll serve it, Mom. You sit and take a break." Before he could finish his sentence, he dashed into the kitchen like a gust of wind. Watching Zhou Ye bustle about, Xia Wanshu smiled softly and took a seat. Moments later, Zhou Ye returned, hands full with 2 bowls of rice and 2 pairs of chopsticks, presenting one to her. "Here you go, Mom," he said, placing one bowl in front of her before taking a seat directly across from her. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he eagerly picked up a piece of beef stew and popped it into his mouth. The beef brisket was simmered to an exquisite tenderness, melting effortlessly upon contact with the palate, enveloped in a rich tomato broth that burst forth with meaty aromas, delighting the taste buds. "Absolutely delicious, Mom. Your culinary skills are unparalleled," Zhou Ye exclaimed, devouring his meal with fervor while showering compliments, albeit somewhat indistinctly. Jivanshu, observing Zhou Ye's evident enjoyment, beamed with an even brighter smile, encouraging him, "If it's to your liking, eat as much as you desire. If it's not enough, I'll happily prepare more." After consuming 2 generous bowls of rice, Zhou Ye felt his belly nearing the point of bursting. Xia Wanshu, glancing at his round belly, chuckled, "I did tell you to eat more slowly, didn't I? Now you're feeling uncomfortable, aren't you?" Zhou Ye replied with a grin. "Isn't it because of how delicious your cooking is?" Upon hearing this, Xia Wanshu smiled and remarked, "Well, I'll just have to get you some digestive tablets then." After finishing the tablets and resting for a while, Zhou Ye glanced at the time. It was already 1:30. He then stood up and said to Xia Wanshu, "Mom, I've made plans with a friend this afternoon. I'll be stepping out." Xia Wanshu nodded, "Go ahead, but do take care." After confirming with a cheerful, "All right," Zhou Ye changed his clothes and headed out, calling for Qi Penghui to take him straight to the CAF. Upon arrival, he scanned the surroundings and soon spotted Zhao Qilai seated in a corner, exuding an air of mystery. Upon noticing Zhou Ye, Zhao Qilai waved him over. Zhou Ye approached and settled down, just about to inquire about the matter at hand, when Zhao Qilai teased, "Hold your horses. What would you like to drink?" "It's on me." Chapter 56, Deceived. At Zhao Qilai's words, Zhou Ye, who had already grasped the menu, felt as though it had been enchanted, slowly placing it down again. Observing Zhao Qilai's demeanor, which radiated warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, with sincere light glimmering in his eyes, Zhou Ye felt a bit taken aback by this sudden enthusiasm. "Hey, brother, what has gotten into you? Calling me out so abruptly and treating me to drinks?" Zhao Qilai maintained his composure, resembling a steadfast mountain, and fixed his earnest gaze upon Zhou Ye, saying, "It's nothing serious. Just order what you like." Zhou Ye, sensing this unwavering demeanor, felt an increasing sense of unease, as if an invisible hand was tightening around his heart. After all, in Zhou Ye's memory, Zhao Qilai spent every weekend studying at home. He would never venture out unless it was something monumental. Previously, Zhou Ye had attempted to invite him for outings, but after being met with unwavering refusals, he had ceased to extend such invitations. Now, however, he had not only arrived, but was also treating Zhou Ye, making him feel as though Zhao Qilai had transformed into a different person altogether. Noticing Zhou Ye's hesitance, Zhao Qilai finally spoke, "Old Zhou, just order. We're brothers. You're treating me like an adversary." Hearing this, Zhou Ye felt a wave of guilt wash over him, as if countless ants were gnawing at his heart. Here was his good brother, finally extending an invitation, and yet he was treating him like a foe. Certainly, that was unreasonable. "Brother, my apologies. I misjudged your intentions." With that, Zhou Ye picked up the menu and began to place his order. Before long, he had settled on his choice. "Hello, waiter, I'll have a coconut latte." He turned to Zhao Qilai and asked, "What about you?" "The same as you." "All right then, 2 coconut lattes, please." "Thank you." "Certainly, sir. Please hold on." The waiter noted the order and departed. "Now that we've ordered, could you please enlighten me as to why you summoned me?" Zhou Ye set the menu down and inquired. "Zhou Ye, haven't we known each other since elementary school, all the way to now?" Zhao Qilai began. Zhou Ye nodded in affirmation. "Haven't I helped you numerous times over the years?" Zhou Ye nodded again. recalling how Zhao Qilai had always been there to assist him regardless of the situation. Now, if my brother is in trouble, will you help me? Zhou Ye replied earnestly. Of course I will help. He then added, but do tell me what the matter is. If it involves any illegal activities, you can forget about having me as your ally. Zhao Qilai waved his hand dismissively. It's not as serious as you think. It's just a small matter. Sensing it was merely a trivial issue, Zhou Ye relaxed. All right, go ahead. Weren't you quite close to Song Jia previously? Zhou Ye, taken aback, replied, close? That's an understatement. You know, I was her devoted admirer back then. I know. I was just asking. Don't rush me, let me finish. Zhao Qilai reassured him. Zhou Ye fell silent to allow Zhao Qilai to continue. You see, she hasn't been to school for a while due to a minor issue, right? As the class monitor, I ought to be concerned about every student's well-being. Wait, old Zhao, if you're not going to discuss the main issue, then you might as well pretend I'm not here. Zhou Ye interrupted Zhao Qilai. Though slightly embarrassed by the interruption, Zhao Qilai, determined to hold Zhou Ye's attention, conceded. Actually, I received a call from my boss this morning. He asked me to check on Song Jia and find out why she hasn't been attending school. Why not contact her parents? Zhou Ye queried. You think I haven't asked? But my boss said she comes from a single-parent household and lives with her mother, who is indifferent to her situation. The mother merely told the teachers to handle things however they see fit and then hung up. Then why not report it? Zhou Ye inquired. I suggested that too, but the teacher said it might lead to negative publicity for the school, so they dismissed the idea. Zhou Ye nodded, fully aware of the school's inclination to prioritize its reputation over student welfare. But I recall Song Jia had a small group of friends. Why not reach out to them? Zhao Qilai shrugged helplessly. How should I know? At this moment, the drinks they had ordered arrived. After taking a sip of his latte, Zhou Ye raised his head and asked, so what do you need me for? Of course, I need you to help me find her. Help you? Zhou Ye was taken aback, pointing at himself in disbelief. But upon seeing Zhao Qilai's serious expression, he quickly shook his head. No. I can't do that. I don't want to have any further contact with her. If you merely want to vent, that's one thing, but this is serious. I don't care. You've already accepted my coffee, so you must help me. What? Zhao Qilai, are you really pulling this on me? I'll return the money for this coffee. No, I'll double it. Just let me off the hook, please. Zhou Ye began reaching for his phone. No, I don't want money. I just want you to help me as it is. Zhou Ye, bemused, replied, Isn't this just putting me in a bind? And you call this a minor issue? Of course, it's minor for you, considering your closeness to her. Regardless, old Zhou, you must help me. I still have many assignments to complete, and I don't want to waste my precious time. Zhao Qilai pleaded, his tone tinged with desperation. So, what else do you want to order? Feel free, it's on me. As Zhao Qilai spoke, he handed the menu to Zhou Ye. Upon receiving it, Zhou Ye realized that the other party had not presented him with the option to refuse. Given this circumstance, he decided to indulge in a bit of mischief at Zhao Qilai's expense to alleviate his own discontent. With that in mind, Zhou Ye proceeded to order every dessert cake listed on the menu. Observing the plethora of choices Zhou Ye had made, Zhao Qilai felt no remorse. After all, the more Zhou Ye ordered, the more it signified that he was obliged to assist him. The sight of Zhao Qilai's smug grin only intensified Zhou Ye's irritation, prompting him to once again select the most expensive cake on the menu. All right, brother, perhaps you should cut back a little. You can't possibly afford all this. Zhou Ye exclaimed in frustration. Mind your own business, Zhao Qilai retorted cheerfully. Go ahead, take your time ordering. I'll handle the bill. Once I settle that, I can return my studies with peace of mind. Yay! Zhou Ye shouted in exasperation. Get lost, you bookworm. Chapter 57, A Call for Help. Zhou Ye gazed at the mountain of desserts before him, feeling utterly despondent. In his vengeful thoughts aimed at Zhao Qilai, he had completely forgotten that he was the only one who would be consuming all of them. The peculiar stares from passers-by pierced him like needles, making him yearn to disappear into a crevice of the earth. Just as he was beginning to feel overwhelmed, his phone rang. Upon checking, Zhou Ye discovered a message from Su Qiubai, inquiring if he had time to meet. A brilliant idea struck him. He hastily typed, "A call for help, I'm here," and sent his location to Su Qiubai. After completing these tasks, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Su Qiubai had just wrapped up her afternoon work and was gathering her belongings while patiently awaiting Zhou Ye's response. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. With a calm demeanor, she reached for it. However, upon seeing Zhou Ye's reply, her movements became swift. She abandoned her slow packing and hastily stuffed her belongings into her bag before dashing out without a second thought. Lu Ranyan, who had been preparing to pause and chat with Su Qiubai, was startled by her sudden departure. She watched as Su Qiubai glanced back at her, hurriedly said goodbye, and then sprinted away like a wild horse, disappearing in an instant. Lu Ranyan felt the rush of wind as Su Qiubai passed by and stood there in shock, utterly unprepared for such a hasty exit, which left no time for a proper farewell. As Su Qiubai rushed outside, she paused to check Zhou Ye's location, realizing it was a considerable distance away. Furrowing her brow, she thought to herself, given this distance, taking the bus would certainly be too slow. After a moment of deliberation, she promptly abandoned the idea of public transport, turned, and briskly walked to the roadside to flag down a taxi. The taxi came to a smooth stop before her, and without hesitation, Su Qiubai opened the door and slid into the back seat. Once seated, she eagerly held her phone screen up to the driver, exclaiming, "Driver, please take me here and drive quickly." The driver, evidently seasoned, immediately recognized her urgency. Without further ado, he simply reminded her to fasten her seatbelt before starting the engine and speeding away like an arrow released from a bow. As Su Qiubai sat in the car, her anxiety grew. Her gaze was fixed on the rapidly receding street views while her mind replayed images of Zhou Ye. She pondered, what could possibly be troubling him so much that he needed her there in such haste? Before long, Su Qiubai arrived at the location Zhou Ye had sent. After settling the fare with the driver, she stood still for a moment, surveying her unfamiliar surroundings. At that moment, her attention was drawn to a nearby CF, where a table outside overflowed with an array of exquisite desserts that looked incredibly tempting. As she stared at the delightful confections, just as she was about to look away and continue searching for Zhou Ye, she suddenly spotted a familiar head peeking out from behind the towering pile of sweets. It was Zhou Ye. Zhou Ye, having noticed Su Qiubai as well, broke into a smile and waved, calling out, "Su classmate, I'm over here." Hearing Zhou Ye's voice sent a jolt of urgency through Su Qiubai, and she hurriedly approached him, her steps quickening. Zhou Ye's smile widened as he watched her rush over, and once she reached him, he softly said, "You made it." Su Qiubai halted, her expression filled with concern as she asked, "Zhou Ge, did you call me here in such a hurry because something's wrong?" Seeing the worry etched on her face, Zhou Ye realized that she, too, had misunderstood like he had when searching for Zhao Qiliai. He smiled gently and replied, "There's no need to be alarmed. Just have a seat, and let me explain everything slowly." His tone was warm and reassuring, dispelling the notion that anything serious was amiss. With that, Zhou Ye turned to the waiter and politely requested, "Could we have a glass of water, please?" The waiter promptly placed a glass of water on the table. Zhou Ye carefully handed it to Su Qiubai, saying, "Here, have a sip to calm yourself." As Su Qiubai accepted the glass, she felt Zhou Ye's attentiveness and thoughtfulness. Her initial anxiety began to dissipate as she gradually took a seat opposite him. Noticing her composure returning, Zhou Ye took a deep breath and began, to be precise, "I have encountered a bit of a predicament." Upon hearing Zhou Ye's admission of trouble, Su Qiubai's heart tightened and her expression turned serious. She was eager to understand what had been weighing on him. However, sensing her concern, Zhou Ye quickly reassured her, "Don't worry too much. It's really not a significant issue. Just a minor inconvenience." His words eased Su Qiubai's tension somewhat. "So, Zhou Ge, is there anything I can assist you with?" she asked, regaining her composure and genuinely wishing to alleviate some of his burdens, even if just a little. "Absolutely," Zhou Ye replied with a slight smile, gesturing towards the table laden with desserts. Su Qiubai, puzzled, followed his gaze to the table. As her eyes met the mountain of delicacies, they widened in realization. "Zhou Ye, you can't possibly mean that this is your minor inconvenience, right?" she ventured, her tone laced with uncertainty. Zhou Ye's smile broadened at her words, and he replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. What else would it be? With Zhou Ye's confirmation, Su Qiubai's initial unease vanished. However, as her thoughts turned inward, she bashfully lowered her head and spoke softly. I, for one, believe that you, Brother Zhou, have been wronged. Su Qiubai's voice dwindled with each word, yet Zhou Ye, closest to her, discerned her sentiments clearly. Initially taken aback, Zhou Ye soon stifled a chuckle, as if he had stumbled upon an amusing jest. Witnessing his reaction only deepened Su Qiubai's embarrassment. Noticing her gaze lowering further, Zhou Ye hastily assured her, Thank you for your concern, Su. I genuinely appreciate your worry for me. Really? Su Qiubai lifted her head. Skepticism etched on her face. Indeed, Zhou Ye affirmed earnestly, locking eyes with her, as she recognized the sincerity in his words. The sting of embarrassment within Su Qiubai began to dissipate. Chapter 58, the grand finale. At that moment, Su Qiubai's attention was once more ensnared by the exquisite pastries adorning the table. Curiosity piqued, she inquired Brother Zhou, How could you possibly order so many treats all by yourself? Zhou Ye, upon hearing her question, first displayed an expression of resigned amusement. Then, with a shrug, began, Well, it's a long story, but I'll give you the gist. Thus, he recounted the essence of his earlier conversation with Zhao Qilai to Su Qiubai, intentionally omitting the part where Zhao had requested his assistance in locating Song Jiai, instead skimming over it with other details. Upon concluding his narrative, Su Qiubai's realization dawned. There was indeed a reason behind Zhou Ye's solitary indulgence in such a lavish spread. Sensing her understanding, Zhou Ye opted for brevity, stating, All right then, enough of this. Let's dig in and finish up quickly. Su Qiubai nodded in agreement. After a prolonged selection among the myriad of desserts, Zhou Ye ultimately settled on a chocolate mousse cake. He deftly picked up a small fork and carefully extracted a generous piece of cake, promptly savoring it without hesitation. The mousse was delicate and airy, melting in his mouth like clouds, while the rich aroma of chocolate enveloped his palate, harmonizing with the creamy essence. Zhou Ye relished the crunch of chocolate bits that added a delightful crispness to each bite, banishing any lingering discontent from his earlier encounter with Zhao Qilai. Noticing Zhou Ye's evident delight, Su Qiubai found her own appetite ignited. With a slight smile, she reached for the strawberry cake beside her and delicately picked up a spoon. In stark contrast to Zhou Ye's voracious consumption, she appeared remarkably graceful, savoring each bite as if to relish every hint of sweetness and creaminess. Thus, they engaged in light-hearted conversation while gradually depleting the sweet offerings before them. Passers-by on the street, observing the scene, couldn't help but feel intrigued. Some even mistook it for a grand eating contest. As time slipped by, Zhou Ye finally finished his share of desserts. He tossed the fork aside and slumped back in his chair, deflated like a punctured balloon. Rubbing his now round belly, he mused silently, I won't be touching another dessert for a month. Just then, his gaze fell upon Su Qiubai, still daintily enjoying her cake, and an idea sparked within him. He gently nudged his remaining dessert toward her. Noticing his gesture, Su Qiubai paused, her spoon hovering, and looked at him with innocent curiosity. What's up, Brother Zhou? Zhou Ye, maintaining his composure, replied, Oh, nothing much. I was just concerned that I might not get to it later, so I thought I'd push it your way. A radiant smile blossomed on Su Qiubai's face at his words. Thank you, Brother Zhou, you're so kind. Zhou Ye chuckled in response. It's just a small gesture. If it's not enough, we can always order more. Su Qiubai quickly waved her hand, grinning. No need for that. This is already plenty. Zhou Ye nodded. All right then. Take your time. No need to rush. He then picked up his phone to check messages. However, upon opening the green chat icon, he suddenly realized that his phone had remained on the chat interface with Su Qiubai. His eyes landed on the message she had just sent, reminding him that she had intended to discuss something with him. Curiously, he asked, Su, did you have something you want to talk to me about? Awakening from her reverie at his question, Su Qiubai felt a flicker of embarrassment cross her face as she recalled her initial intent. She had been so preoccupied with worrying about Zhou Ye that she had completely forgotten. Yes, Brother Zhou, she said, placing her fork aside and rummaging through her somewhat disheveled bag to retrieve what she had for him. Here you go, Brother Zhou. Zhou Ye's curiosity was piqued as he gazed at the neatly bound stack of four papers she handed him, the thickness surprising him. As he accepted the papers, he could feel their weight, prompting a thought that even in holding them, he could bravely confront a feral dog outside his village. As soon as Zhou Ye grasped the papers, Su Qiubai smiled and said, "Brother Zhou, since we are in the humanities, memorization is quite essential. I've compiled some key points from history, politics, and geography that require memorization. You can review them during your free time. It will surely benefit you greatly." Gazing at the substantial stack in his hands, Zhou Ye was overcome with an indescribable sense of gratitude. He knew that Su Qiubai had sacrificed her precious free time to meticulously prepare this for him. "I will certainly study them diligently," he responded earnestly, his voice laden with appreciation. Hearing his promise, Su Qiubai's smile brightened further, and she nodded gently before resuming her enjoyment of the delightful pastries before her. Relishing this moment of tranquility, Zhou Ye contemplated the weighty bundle of knowledge in his hands and glanced at the blissfully indulging Su Qiubai, vowing silently, "As long as I, Zhou Ye, am here, no one shall ever dare to bully Su Qiubai." Time passed swiftly, and before long, Su Qiubai had polished off every last morsel of her desserts. Zhou Ye stared, wide-eyed and astounded, as he watched her in disbelief. As if witnessing an extraordinary feat, he recalled their past meals in the cafeteria, where he had noted her larger-than-average appetite, yet he never anticipated such astonishing voracity. Feeling Zhou Ye's unwavering gaze upon her, Su Qiubai's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lowering her head like a child caught in mischief, she softly murmured, "I'm sorry, Brother Zhou. Did I eat too much?" Truth be told, it wasn't entirely Su Qiubai's fault. With her busy schedule, her metabolism was naturally brisk, necessitating substantial nourishment to sustain her energy levels. Moreover, this was one of her secrets to maintaining her figure. Although she ate heartily, it was swiftly expended, allowing her to indulge without gaining weight. Realizing his earlier gaze may have been overly direct, Zhou Ye hastily waved his hands, clarifying, No. Please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to imply you were eating too much. My mother always says that being able to eat is a blessing." "Really?" Su Yubai, with a visage full of doubt, lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently upon the other party. In the fleeting moment when her eyes met Zhou Ye's, she beheld the seriousness and determination reflected in his eyes, an attitude that brooked no dissent. Su Qiubai's lips quivered, as if she wished to articulate something further, yet ultimately, the words remained unspoken. At that juncture, Zhou Ye was abruptly jolted by a sensation, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was merely his mother. "Stop sleeping. You're going to be late. Hurry up and get to school." It was only then that Zhou Ye realized it had all been but a dream.